Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bore da, chroeso i'r gerddi Sapphire. Welcome to Sapphire Gardens for day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Sussex. The match will be resuming at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to everyone here at Sapphire Gardens today. The past couple of years have been very difficult for everyone, so we are so very grateful for your continued support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. A warm welcome as well, once again, to the players and officials who've travelled from Sussex, as well as to our two-match umpires, Billy Taylor and Rob White, plus match referee Will Smith. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens this summer. That includes the International T20 game here on Thursday the 28th of July, when England plays South Africa. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all home games here in the coming months. That includes the remaining games in the Vitality Blast, as well as the Welsh Farmer games in the 100. Copies of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook are also available for purchase via electronic means from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And copies are also available for purchase from the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. And in order to access the Glamorgan Club shop, please use the walkway in front of the Castell Howell stand. The shop will be open today until 5 p.m. and, as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. If you're seeking a scorecard or a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, they are also available from reception, as I say, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased, again using electronic means, from the kiosk and mobile units situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. And as far as members are concerned, don't forget that tea and coffee is also available in the Lewis Lounge every morning between 10 and 11, and every afternoon between 3:30 and 4:30. And drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket in Wales. There's also a special exhibition in the museum commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster. Sadly, Peter died in the spring of 2020, but his family have very kindly provided a number of items which are now on display. The museum will be open until the end of the tea interval today. I'm delighted to say, ladies and gentlemen, that you will also be able to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch and the tea intervals. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, we kindly ask you not, though, to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds, and please do not take any food and drink with you when you go out to look at the pitch. And finally, we're delighted to welcome staff and pupils today from St Peter's Roman Catholic Primary School here in Cardiff. As you can see, they're going to be forming this morning's Guard of Honour. They'll also be entertaining us later on with a display of their quick cricketing skills. Boys and girls, we hope you're enjoying your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club, and we look forward to seeing you again here very soon.
Andrew, 245 for 7. How do you rate the first day's play?
Decent day of graft really for us out there. I think we'd have liked maybe a couple more towards the back end of the day. Felt we had a sniff there with the new ball. But yeah, some as I said, some solid graft out there, and fingers crossed we can pick up a couple tomorrow morning.
Day for grafting for batters and bowlers?
Yeah, as you said, the wicket, played quite well, plus at the time, so it was a case of trying to be patient, build some pressure with the ball and hopefully get some wickets that way. So yeah, there's plenty of overs to bowl out there, which is always nice to get into rhythm, and sometimes you don't want to stop when you're in a groove like that. So it was nice to get some overs under the belt. But yeah, fingers crossed the guys can utilise the harder ball tomorrow morning.
After 6 games of stand-in openers duties, are you relieved to get back to the day job, as it were, and be wheeling through the spinners' overs?
You never know what the game's going to give you, really. So today it was great to bowl plenty of overs. As you said, to not have the pressures or the mindset of opening is something I'm used to. So I'm very used to batting lower down the order, so we'll crack on and I'll try and do a decent job in that.
Oli Carter held you up though, decent maiden century from him.
Yeah, he played well. We had that one run-out chance, which would have been nice to get again, building some pressure there, and it was a small opportunity, but it'd been a nice one to take. But the credit's due, he stuck in and applied himself nicely at the crease.
How's Chris Cook, having limped off in the final hour there?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he pulls up tonight and where he's at tomorrow, so we'll have to see with that one. I have no idea.
Oh, I tried to get over there somehow if I could. Yeah. Maybe a bit of a struggle over there. I think. Okay? Yeah, right. I think.
Carter hits maiden ton on even first day in Cardiff. There have been moments to enjoy so far in the season for Sussex, but not the win they've been hunting. 3 defeats and 3 draws, the product of their efforts so far. 1 place separates them from hosts Glamorgan, but the Welsh side have an advantage of 28 points, and the visitors will be desperate not to get cut adrift. Glamorgan won the toss and chose to start the day in the field. The decision vindicated early when Allsop was trapped in front by Neser for 6. The captain fell relatively cheaply too. No big score for Haynes this time, outcaught by Cook off the bowling of Whale. Carter and Clark responded well and moved beyond 50. They started to build towards a 50 partnership of their own. That came off 86 balls, the score up to 80 when Clark calmly turned Neser behind square for a couple. When they reached lunch, Sussex were just 3 away from 3 figures, both men on 38, and they'd responded well to the early wickets. Clark was the man to take them to 100. A push to Whale found the ropes. And a similar shot to the same bowler then took Clark to a well-made 50. Platform set, Sussex were doing their best to build on it. Carter followed him. Whale again the unfortunate bowler to disappear to the fences. The short ball navigated with ease. The third wicket was worth 100 runs when Clark knocked Neser's delivery on its head and strolled down the wicket for 1. But Glamorgan finally saw the back of him. The spin of Salter doing the trick. Clark was heading off before Ingram had even taken the catch. Suddenly, the hosts had their tails up. Seifert out for 5, bowled by Hogan after facing 37 deliveries. Ibrahim soon followed. A tickle down the leg side taken by Cook off the bowling of Salter. Carter and Rawlins took Sussex beyond 150 and avoided any further damage before tea. They reached the break at 161 for 5. After the break, it looked like this pair may be the one to take Sussex to 200 runs, but with the score on 192, Rawlins overbalanced and Cook whipped the bails off. Lenham's approach was delicate. 4 dabbed beyond the slip fielder took Sussex to 200, but he couldn't get out of the way of Neser's short delivery, deflecting it down onto his stumps, bowled for 7. Carter remained though, and was nearing 100 with Crocombe now at the other end. And he reached the ton with a boundary off Neser, up to the mark for the first time at this level. A great innings with a just reward. And he'd still be there at the end of the day, up to 113. Crocombe 2 unbeaten with a handy 18 to his name, and the score up to 245 for 7. Day 2 will be an intriguing one. There was plenty for both sides to build on after the first day, the tail exposed by the hosts, but the visitors going well, thanks to Carter's maiden ton.
It's good morning, Borodar, to our 2 match umpires, Billy Taylor and Rob White. And it's good morning, Borodar, as well to the Glamorgan team led into the field by Captain David Lloyd. And good morning, Borodar, as well, to the two not-out batters from Sussex, Oli Carter and Henry Crocombe.
Very good morning from BBC Sports Online as well, here at Sophia Gardens.
Today, keeping wicket as a substitute is Tom Cullen, and Michael Hogan has tested positive for COVID, and Andrew Gorvin is a full replacement.
So there's breaking news from Sophia Gardens that Andrew Gorvin is now part of this match after Michael Hogan became the Glamorgan second bowler in a week to test positive for COVID. And Chris Cook suffering a calf injury. We're told he'll bat with a runner, but he won't keep wicket for the rest of this game. And a sad morning for Welsh sport. If I could just add my personal tribute to the many that have already been broadcast about the late Phil Bennett, Llanelli, Wales and Lions legend. A great player and a fine man as well. So we're about to get underway with Michael Neser bowling to Oli Carter on 113 not out, and that's down leg side and well claimed by Tom Cullen. That is a severe tester for the replacement keeper or substitute keeper to make sure he's on his toes. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me Adrian Harms of BBC Sussex Sport. Morning, Adrian. Battling performance from young Carter, anchoring the Sussex effort yesterday.
Yes, it definitely was. Just coming back to Phil Bennett, I never had the pleasure of watching him live, Nick, or never met the great man, but I always enjoyed watching the Five Nations and just break off.
Here's Neser in, bowls, full length ball, and Carter will just take an easy single up to Ingram, who's pushed back slightly at mid-off, 246 for 7.
We used to love watching the Five Nations at home with my late father, and always watching Wales against England, and as an Englishman always getting beaten, and watching the likes of Phil Bennett and Gareth Edwards. It's always wonderful to watch them play. So, as I say, condolences as well. And I watched some of the great tries and great moments last night on the television, Nick, and they were purely magical.
Absolutely, the sort of player you were happy to pay to see, and was happy to work alongside him in later years as well. That next delivery is driven by Crocombe through the covers, and that will run away for 4 as Neser bowled a half volley there, and Crocombe batting at number 9 cracked into that one. 250 up, Sussex's second batting bonus point.
Yeah, and I spoke to Oli Carter last night. He was, I thought he'd be absolutely bubbling over with enthusiasm, but he was quite reserved when we spoke to him last night. I think he's just pleased to get that first 100 out the way. He said it was quite a slow pitch, quite difficult to score. He was pleased to be out there with his Eastbourne colleague, Henry Crocombe.
As Crocombe drives again, but this time it's straight to Ingram at mid-off, and there's no run.
Just in terms from a Sussex point of view, so those changes, I mean, Michael Hogan always a big miss. I don't know much about Andrew Gorvin, Nick.
Gorvin, he has played just a couple of championship matches for Glamorgan, one here and one at Durham, where he had to bat up the order twice as a night watchman and an emergency opener. As Neser bowls, and that's a nice straight drive by Crocombe, fielded by Wheel, running round at mid-off. They'll go through for a single. So 3 innings so far, 23, 0 and 4, and 1 wicket in each game with his medium pace. He's 25 years old, Andrew Gorvin. Had a little time on the books at Hampshire a few years back, but came to Cardiff to go to university and was picked up by Glamorgan from the Cardiff MCCU setup. Played a part in their one-day cup triumph last year, as that's driven again by Carter, and he's beaten the sprawling dive of Colin Ingram, and that one will race up to the boundary for 4 runs at long off. So a very productive opening over for Sussex with 10 runs off it. And Neser not finding his length at all. Crocombe and Carter both tucking in.
What did you say? Very good start for Sussex this morning. This partnership between these two is sort of reaching irritating proportions, I would imagine, for Glamorgan. It's not 47.
This morning at the River End, Andrew Salter.
It will be Andrew Salter, as you hear over the PA. 33 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 65. Just a quick question to any listeners, anyone listening around. I just want to make sure my emails are working this morning. I had a few problems yesterday, so if you're listening and you won't just mind dropping a quick email to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Just to see whether they are working, and if they are, then we might have a little natter during the day.
It would help. Glamorgan listeners and viewers are very welcome to email Adrian's address as well, because
please do.
I can't read that many words. No, only joking. Here's Salter for you.
Coming over the wicket to the right-handed Henry Crocombe. He's in and bowls, and Crocombe flicks this nicely through mid-wicket and picks some runs to Henry Crocombe to deep mid-wicket. He goes to 24. Sussex to 256 for 7 on a cloudy morning in Cardiff. When I woke up, my hotel room is on the 8th floor of the hotel, so I had a panoramic view across Cardiff, and it was beautiful blue skies, not a cloud in the sky at just after 7 o'clock this morning, but it's clouded over, and there's more cloud than probably about sort of 90% cloud cover at the moment, but the forecast is good. Feels quite sort of humid, actually. I wonder whether the ball might swing around a bit today. As Salter from the River Taff End is in and bowls, and driven by Carter to mid-off, and there is no run. The middle of Cardiff was very busy last night. Nick had a bit of a wander around the town centre.
All right, on a Sunday night.
Yeah, there's a... in comes... Salter bowls and clipped by Carter through mid-wicket. There's more runs here, just a single again out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. One more to Carter. He goes to 119, 257 for 7. Is there a sort of a concert hall or a theatre house in the middle of Cardiff? There was lots of people streaming out of there last night.
Well, there's the St David's Hall and the Motorpoint Arena.
Right, I think it was the St David's Hall. Salter in bowls, and Crocombe clips that one, fielded by Michael Neser at short fine leg, and there is no run. And there were lots of bags of rubbish that have been carefully bagged up that the seagulls are doing a good job of destroying as well, and casting all the rubbish around the town centre. And comes Salter bowls, Crocombe forward, plays back down the offside of the track, fielded off his own bowling by Salter, and there is no run. 257 for 7. A slip backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, short fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket as forward comes Crocombe, plays to the straighter of the 2 mid-wickets, fielded there by Kieran Carlson. It is the end of the over. Salter 34 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 67. Sussex 257 for 7, having added 12 runs this morning, 10 in the first over from Michael Neser. And just to confirm the news that Nick gave a little earlier on, that Michael Hogan has tested for positive for COVID. So Andrew Gorvin comes in, and Tom Cullen keeping wicket as a replacement for Chris Cook, who went off fairly late on yesterday with what we understand is a calf injury. Who did you speak to last night, Nick?
Yeah, I spoke to Andrew Salter, enjoyed his long bowl. I think he says you never know what cricket will throw at you, but he's relieved, I think, to be cracking on down the order rather than have to act as a stand-in umpire, and a couple of spectators wander in front of the sight screen. As Michael Neser is into bowl, and Carter plays into a gap on the leg side. They'll go through for a single. Glamorgan seem content to give Carter the singles at the moment, which is slightly odd since Crocombe is well set at the crease. It's not like there's a new tail ender at the other end.
No, I agree. And, as if to make that point, that's the 50 partnership between these two. A little smattering of applause around the ground. That's the third highest partnership of the match.
Neser into bowl, up on his toes goes Crocombe and defends out to point, and there's no run.
In fact, the second highest partnership was Carter and Clark, and then Rawlins and Carter put on 47 for the 6th wicket. So actually Sussex, from where they were, 145 for 5, have rallied really.
indeed, as Neser will bowl to Crocombe on 24 not out. And that's a better delivery going through lowish outside off stump, and Crocombe rather jabbed at it anyway, and through it went to Cullen, who is wearing the gloves today, so he can keep wicket, presumably by arrangement with Sussex, but it's a gentleman's agreement, isn't it? That
rightly so.
That if the wicketkeeper is injured, you can bring in a specialist replacement just to wear the gloves. Cook will be batting with a runner, we understand, but Hogan is completely out of the match with COVID, and Gorvin can bat and bowl. Neser in, bowls inside edge onto pad from Crocombe. Ball just trickles down in front of him, and he lobs it to the nearest fielder, Salter.
A couple of emails have come in, so thank you. The emails are working. Paul has been in touch. He says hello, or he says hi, actually, Paul. So thank you, Paul, for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Steve has been in touch. Steve Tyres. And he says, morning, Adrian. With Stephen Finn not playing in this game, is it another possible situation where we have another white ball player on our hands? With our current injury situation, I can't believe he's not playing 4-day cricket. Well, we can talk about that.
Neser to Crocombe. Full length ball driven down the ground, and he's bowled several that are. I mean, he's bowling at a fairly decent pace, Neser, but he's bowling half volley length. So if the batsman times them, they go back where they came from, as that one did. 262 for 7, 17 runs already this morning in the first 9 minutes of play.
It's a slightly different wicket this morning, isn't it? So, they pitched up, it's there to be hit, and that was a lovely on drive by Henry Crocombe, who's added 12 runs this... has he added 12?
10, I think.
10, sorry. Apologies.
113
18
and 18
overnight.
As that's a short ball from Neser in retaliation, and only gets up around about chest high, though, even though Neser dug it into the pitch, and shows the relative slowness of the wicket. 262 for 7 at the end of the over.
Yeah, just coming back to what you were saying, Steve, about Stephen Finn. So he hasn't played a championship match, unless my records are mistaken, since the drawn game at Derby, which was the second game of the season. He bowled 25 overs in that game, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 74. And he's not appeared in the championship since then. He played in the first match against Nottinghamshire, but since then has only, as you say, played T20 cricket. Then comes Salter over the wicket, bowls, and Carter is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Now, he's played in every T20 game. Prior to that, my understanding was that he has got a knee problem, which had various scans and treatment, and I'd seen him practising on the outfield with his left knee quite heavily bandaged and supported, as in comes Salter and bowls. So the only assumption I can draw from that, Steve, is that he's okay to bowl 4 overs, but not much more than that. And certainly I don't think that was the plan when he came in. In comes Salter, bowls, Carter forward, plays against mid-wicket, and there is no run. The idea with... Well, there was no way they were going to see anything of Jofra Archer or Ollie Robinson. If they were both fit, they'd have been playing for England almost certainly. So Sussex were planning without Jofra and Ollie. In comes Salter again. Again, Carter is forward, filled off his own bowling by Salter, and there is no run. So the idea was very much for Steve Finn to be playing a good amount of county championship cricket, alongside the young bowlers, the Crocombes, the Atkins, the Hunts. But that hasn't happened, and Sussex have had to bring in low knees. In comes Salter again. Carter plays carefully to short extra, no runs. They've had Grant Stewart from Kent, Aaron Beard from Essex, Jack Brooks from Somerset in this game. So Sussex have been... Comes Salter, bowls, maiden over from Andrew Salter. That's the 9th that he's bowled. 37 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 67. Sussex 262 for 7. Adrian Holmes and Nick Webb here on commentary in Cardiff this morning. So Sussex have been sort of borrowing players to supplement their bowling resources. No George Garton, who's suffering with COVID. But yeah, I mean, you're quite right. Steve Finn was meant to be playing more championship cricket, and clearly injury is not allowing him to do so. He's down here this week. He's been working with the bowlers. He was certainly here yesterday. I don't think James Kirtley is here this week, but he was working alongside Ian Salisbury yesterday. But I mean, yeah, it's a big disappointment for Sussex. You sign someone like Finn, you want him to play Championship cricket.
Yeah, he's caused enough problems for Glamorgan in the past, Steve Finn, on more than one occasion. Right. So I think they would have been relieved to see him not on the team sheet this morning, as Michael Neser, who's been expensive today, will bowl to Crocombe, who waves at that rather outside off stump as it goes past. And Crocombe, though he's played some nice shots from balls pitched up to him, is not looking as convincing as you might imagine from a number 9, really. Balls pitched a little bit shorter.
I got the feeling that Michael Neser rather bent his back. I think he was probably a bit fed up with being drilled down the ground for a couple of falls. And that was quite a quick delivery.
So again, it's a modest crowd in today, really. Enough to provide a little bit of atmosphere, but no more. With Morgan not going hugely well in recent weeks, having had a good start to the Championship with a couple of early-ish wins. As Neser into Crocombe, another shortish delivery, and Crocombe not flinches, but jabs rather instinctively down on that. Played it well enough as he practices that shot. That was directed up towards his midriff, and maybe North East is hoping for a little lobbed catch there in that short mid-wicket position.
Doesn't seem to hold any real demons for the batsman. The pitch, Nick, it's just slow and
a little bit low. Neser trying to flog some life out of it. There's another short ball and it's edged towards point and doesn't carry. Oh dear, well, had there been a gully there, that might have been in catching position. But as it was well short of Salter, who was in a one-saving position at point. And maybe David Lloyd needs to be a little bit more attacking with Neser causing Crocombe some difficulty.
I don't think Henry Crocombe's going to get too many in his half of the pitch at the minute.
No. They don't count as short balls, but they are back of a length, definitely, as he bowls another one, which Crocombe deals with rather better, and just dots it down in front of him on the leg side. North East strolls in to pick it up.
Yeah, I think the signal's gone to the dressing room for some helmets to be bought out. I reckon they're going to go in for a short leg here. And actually, it would make perfect sense.
Well, it's strange. I mean, Crocombe, having looked ever so confident with those straight drives in the first couple of overs from Neser, is now looking less than confident against these shorter pitch deliveries. They're not head high, they're just about chest high, and Crocombe has defended a couple well on the leg side, but he's looked uncertain outside the off stump and edged one rather airily towards point, which didn't quite carry.
I think the signal went out to bring on a helmet, and the 12th man has come running out with some water. And then the 12th man, they've suddenly realised it's helmets they want bringing out. So here comes... Oh, the drink's actually coming out for the Sussex batsman.
It's a little early. I mean, and it's humid, but we're 16 minutes in today too.
It seems a little bit... the helmet has now been bought out.
Well, Glamorgan are +5 on the over 8 on the scoreboard.
So they're not going to be too worried.
With account duly taken of the time needed to treat Chris Cook for that injury in the final session. I think in the final hour, wasn't it, last night?
Yes. Yes, it was.
He's now been replaced behind the stumps, but not as a batter, by Tom Cullen. England's 500 is up against New Zealand. They're 501 for 5. As Neser steams in, bowls another back of a length ball that Crocombe deals with rather better on this occasion, dabbing down towards third man for a single. So Glamorgan have got Eddie Byram in, fielding at short leg at the moment, and he will stay there against Carter as well.
I watched some of the shots that Joe Root played yesterday. I mean, some of the stuff was just magnificent, and Ben Stokes really took it to the New Zealanders as well. He's
on 176 not out is Joe Root. as Neser bowls, and that's short of a length, but pulled by Carter and well stopped at mid-wicket by a scrambling James Wheel, and good running as well as the throw comes in at the non-striker's end, and Crocombe is just about home as Neser tried to flick it onto the stumps. It was well backed up by Ingram, so some positive intent from both sides in that delivery. 265 though for 7, and Sussex have 9 remaining overs to get potentially 35 runs for a third batting bonus point, having been quite sedate on their scoring rate on day 1. And Glamorgan have those 9 overs to secure 2 more wickets for a third bowling point.
And we're going to get a change of bowling at the
river end, Andy Gorpin.
So this is the replacement for Michael Hogan. Benjamin Cook's been in touch. Hello, Benjamin. He says, hope you're well. Great to have championship cricket back, and great to see Oli Carter get his first ton yesterday. I've got one maybe for the Sussex historians. Here we go. What is the record for the most players to play for the county in one season? I had a look, and with Jack Brooks playing this match, he becomes the 30th man to play for Sussex this year in all formats. It also made me wonder, with the high turnover of players, how many have turned out in recent years. With the help of Cricinfo, I found that 60 different men have played for Sussex since the start of 2019. Wow. Hopefully the high turnover of players will end soon, and these players can do well for the county going forward. Best wishes, Benjamin. Thank you for getting in touch. I mean, that's an extraordinary stat. 60 players in all formats since 2009. I mean, I know that covers T20, but even so, that does seem like a very high proportion of players. As in comes Gorvin, taken behind the stumps by Tom Cullen, who's standing in for Chris Cook. There is no run. Right arm over the wicket is Andrew Gorvin. A slip, a third man, point cover mid-off, mid-on, a shortish straight mid-wicket, but an orthodox mid-wicket, and a deep backwards square. As Gorvin does some warm-ups, some stretching at the far end of the ground. He's going to be bowling to Henry Crocombe, who's on 29. This partnership between Crocombe and Carter now worth 57. He's just a little bit stiff, Andrew Gorvin, but he's doing some sort of loosening up exercises, almost Pilates-like at the far end of the ground. As in he comes and bowls, and Crocombe lets that one pass by outside the off stump, and there is no run. I mean, I have to say, it has been a revolving door for Sussex, particularly in the T20 format, Benjamin. I mean, it's just a personal view. I mean, actually, the overseas who have come in have done very well for Sussex. Obid McCoy with the ball, Mohammed Rizwan, Josh Phillippe's made runs as well. Tim Seifert made a very good 100 at the Aegeus Bowl, but I don't know. I think I'd rather see a settled side than a procession of players coming in and out. As in comes Gorvin bowls and clips this one down to fine leg. That could go all the way for 4 runs. Neser is chasing around the boundary edge, and he just gets a big boot in the way of the ball and prevents it going away for a boundary as more sun breaks through at Cardiff, and Sussex to 267 for 7, Crocombe on 31.
I do love the fast bowler's boot.
Yeah, and that was a big boot. And Sussex will have Rizwan back for the end of this week with the T20 resumes, and Rashid Khan arrives, so lots of travel arrangements having to be made for players. As in comes Gorvin bowls and driven handsomely by Crocombe to mid-on, and there is no run. You have to say here, with Henry Crocombe is making batting look, except against the short delivery from Michael Neser, he's looking pretty comfortable. So the Glamorgan batsmen will take heart from this. There's not too many demons in this pitch, certainly at the moment. Gorvin in and bowls, and Crocombe thickest outside edge backward of point, and he's going to pick up a single as Byron comes running into field. And it's one more to Crocombe, who goes to 32. This partnership now worth 60. Sussex 268 for 7. So it's a great stat, Benjamin, and thank you. And actually, if there are any Sussex historians listening out there who can tell us whether there is some sort of a record, 30th man to play for Sussex this year. I don't know if you mean in all formats this year or this calendar year, Benjamin, but either way, it seems an awful lot. As in comes Gorvin bowls, and Carter plays into the offside. That's a misfield, and a very unusual misfield from Kieran Carlson, and it's going to run away for 4 runs. through his hand, short extra. I don't know if it bobbled there, but he looks dismayed. Is that this, Kieran Carlson?
Yes, it is.
He's
yeah,
normally a brilliant
I'm sure he
fielder.
is dismayed. It's not one of the rougher patches of the square, so he should really have got behind it. And Colin Ingram gave it a decent chase, but unfortunately accompanied the ball over the ropes as he tumbled to try and push it back into play. 272 for 7, so Sussex really going forward in this game now, having had to really graft hard. Stand of 64 for this 8th wicket. Batting to come Brooks and Hunt.
Yeah, it wasn't an old wicket end there, really. Just looked, I mean, generally a very fine fielder, Carlson, but...
Gorvin's bowling speed around 69 miles an hour, so he is very much on the medium side of medium pace. As Neser turns and runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end, bowls a short ball that's hooked away towards fine leg, but will go bouncing down to Billy Root. And just the single taken by Crocombe, who was willing to have a go at that one. 273 for 7. Glamorgan hit by double fitness troubles. If you're just joining us, Michael Hogan ruled out by COVID, and Chris Cook not keeping wicket because of a calf injury. So problematic times for Glamorgan, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first in this game, as Neser's in, bowls another short ball that's pulled around nicely by Carter, down to Wheel at square leg, as Carlson at short leg takes evasive action. 274 for 7.
I don't know Michael Neser, but from here he looks like he's getting a little frustrated. I think Henry Crocombe could expect a couple more short deliveries.
Yes, it's the shorter ones outside off stump or on the body that he's looked rather than the ones towards leg stump. That's a fuller length ball, and it's played through the vacant mid-on position for a couple of runs by Crocombe, as Ingram scrambles back from mid-off to field in front of us as we peer out from our 3rd floor vantage point, which is generally one of the better viewing levels around the counties.
That was excellent.
And having worked in Taunton last week, then anything is welcome apart from that really below par facility.
Yeah, that's it's very difficult to describe the action there, Nick, particularly when you're looking into the sun as well.
From mid-wicket on the ground level. Ooh, rubbish. Oh, that's a short ball from Neser around the wicket to Crocombe, who has to get down in a hurry and managed to get out of the way of. Neser switching to round the wicket, even though he's bowling to right armers.
Yes, it's never easy to commentate on a game when you're at ground level. It certainly wasn't easier to.
If you are at ground level, you really need to be straight to get any chance at all. Next to the sight screen, and we were basically doing much of the game off screen, which really isn't acceptable for a county headquarters. 276 for 7 as Neser to Crocombe again around the wicket. Another short ball is afflicted the that Byram didn't know where it was as it just lobbed over his head. That should have been catchable, but Byram was taking evasive action there, and it went frustratingly over the head of Byram, who didn't pick it up for some reason. If he'd managed to turn quickly, he might have bagged that one.
Well, I think Crocombe was making as if to pull that. So, but he turned his head, didn't he? I mean, it's very easy to say sitting up here.
Yeah.
But I see Michael Neser I don't know him, but I'd imagine he's not happy at the moment. He could have had Crocombe out a couple of times this morning.
Well, Crocombe was dropped off a difficult chance behind the wicket by Ingram off wheel on 9, and Glamorgan are really paying for that. Although, to be fair to Ingram, he was donning the gloves for probably the first time seriously in best part of a decade, I think. Hasn't. I don't think he's gone into a match for Glamorgan as wicket-keeper.
It's a leg slip now, Nick.
Well spotted. Neser to Carter, who drives through the offside, and that's beaten the dive of Ingram, running away to the boundary at extra cover. And Sussex are all over Glamorgan this morning. They've piled on the runs from 245 for 7 to 281 for 7, so 36 added this morning, and at easily better than a run a minute.
Well, considering yesterday was a very slow scoring day, that hasn't been the case, as you say, this morning, Nick. What have we had? 7 overs, and they've scored 36, so they're rattling on, got 5 and over this morning, whereas for the best part of yesterday it was going along at a sort of 2.5. And the punch between these two is now worth 73. Henry Crocomb's career best is 46. That came against Northamptonshire last year at Hove. A long discussion going on down between David Lloyd and Colin Ingram. Possible changes in the bowling. I'll make way at the end of this next over, and Edward, in a very smart looking shirt, is going to be with us. Pink and white checks. Very nice.
Daughter's Christmas present.
Well, your daughter's got very good taste, I have to say. As in comes Gorvin bowls outside of the off stump, taken by the reserve wicketkeeper Tom Cullen. There is no run. Looks like he's been spending a bit of time in the garden to me, Edward, unless the weather's been really... He looks very tanned, unless he's been to Barbados or somewhere.
West Wales. Tenby.
Tenby. Oh, yeah, well, it's very smart. As Gorvin is back to his mark, and he's coming running into the right-handed Henry Crocombe. 281 for 7, he's in and bowls, and Crocombe with a play and a miss outside the off stump, and that was a bit of a waft. Lucky not to get a little edge to that Henry Crocombe, and Oli Carter comes down and does a little bit of gardening, and I'm never quite sure what the gestures mean. Carter made a gesture to Henry Crocombe, which was intimating something was going on with the pitch, but what that meant, I have no idea. Often players do this, don't they? And some say,
it's doing a bit.
Yeah, it's up and down, or whatever. I don't know what he means. It just looked like a poor shot, and he's batted nicely, Henry Crocombe, but that wasn't his best. He surveys the field as Gorvin is in again, and Crocombe lets that one go past outside of the off stump. There is no run. Warming up at mid-on is James Wheel, as Nick's mentioned a couple of times. No Michael Hogan for Glamorgan, having tested positive for COVID. I might have to go after this delivery, actually. Just noticing the time.
It's all right. We want to keep the radio listeners of the South Coast informed as well.
As Gorvin is in bowls, and Crocombe drives, and he's caught at short extra cover, and Andrew Gorvin picks up a wicket, and Henry Crocombe's very nice innings of 36 comes to an end. Sussex lose their 8th wicket, and it ends a partnership of 73 between Henry Crocombe and Oli Carter, who is still there on 131, and in the end the wicket came in a way driving, which we didn't think it would.
Adrian Harms will rejoin us in around about half an hour or so. So Crocombe goes, Gorvin's 3rd wicket in the championship. A reasonably simple catch for Ingram, who probably rather be fielding there at cover rather than the keeping duties he did last night in an emergency. Morning, Edwards.
Morning, Nick. And Glamorgan really needed that wicket. A couple of things that I think you notice. If a number 9 can come in and play with confidence like that, that'll tell you that the pitch, I think, is a little bit slower than it was yesterday. Whether that's going to help bat or ball.
For Sussex is Jack Brooks.
And of course, we saw with that dismissal on a slow pitch, you're just driving normally, it would look a useful shot, but played too early, and Gorvin, who I always rated as a very useful bowler, gets his first wicket. 281 for 8, and both sides striving for that bonus point. What have we got? 6 overs and 2 balls.
Yeah, Glamorgan need the one more wicket.
One more wicket, 19 runs, and yes, I think both sides will be anxious to get this point. Jack Brooks will certainly put bat to ball from what we've seen, Nick, at him at Somerset.
Yes, he played against Glamorgan in the first match of the worst COVID season in 2020 at the beginning of August, and hit his career best of 72 not out in double quick time. So it'll be Gorvin to bowl to Brooks. 2 balls left of this over, the 104th of the innings. Partnership is 73 for the 8th wicket, which has put Sussex slightly on the front foot in this game. It's certainly a respectable total as Gorvin bowls, and Brooks plays towards mid-on, calls for a quick single, so there's a shy at the stumps, but Brooks was eventually scampering home. It didn't look the most sensible of runs, but a couple of Glamorgan fielders were slightly back on their heels. 282 for 8. Carter to face the last ball of the over then. His career best of 131. His previous best was 72 in the last match, so he's substantially improved on that. Medium pace of Gorvin, and a respectful defensive shot from Carter to finish the over. Gorvin, we had the speed gun on earlier, Edward. He's only bowled about 69 miles an hour in the previous over, so he's considerably down on the speeds that Hogan would offer, but he'll have to bowl pretty straight and try to frustrate the last couple of batsmen out.
And on this sort of pitch, this is a surprise to see a Wheel coming on, because you would have thought of the new batsman. And we've seen this morning that Michael Neser has favoured the short ball, and he certainly had Crocombe in some bother. He didn't really fancy it. He stepped away a few times, then he tried to hook. And then if Eddie Byram had just watched the ball instead of covering everything, he would have been out at short leg. But
Cathedral Road and James
Wheel's figures, just taking the 1 wicket.
So Neser bowling 4 overs in that spell. I suspect that Glamorgan are trying to look after him a little bit after he suffered COVID last week. So he's bowled a couple of 4 over spells where it's normally been mostly 5 and 6.
Yeah, and new batsman on strike. Anyhow, I don't think Jack Brooks will die wandering here. Deep field, deep fine leg, deep mid-wicket, and then on the offside, the mid-off, mid-on, just been sent back a few yards. The Wheel has taken 1 wicket for 54, and he's bowling to Brooks. And he comes and bowls, and Brooks gets behind that and pushes it away back to the bowler.
Yeah, he might have had Crocombe as well early on, but Colin Ingram put down that catch behind the stumps. I suspect had Cook been there, he would have snaffled it.
Yeah. Just joined us, and we're talking about Cook and the deputy wicketkeeper Ingram. Well, the laws of the game now allow the wicketkeeper to come in. Tom Cullen has come in. He won't bat because it's confirmed that Cook will bat with the runner when Glamorgan do go in. Wheel bowls. Played away on the onside. They go for a quick single, and Carlson turns and decides not to throw, and they've taken another run. 283 for 8. Commendable fight back from Sussex. It's been at one stage 29 for 2, 208 for 7. Glamorgan will be in some way heartened that if a number 9 can come in and put a partnership of 73 and score 36. Well, there's no reason why Glamorgan shouldn't bat. The only way I think is that if the spinners get on top, because Salter's bowled really well in this innings, and there might be a little bit extra turn for the Sussex bowlers. Wheel bowls, and Carter is hit on the pad, but they go through for a leg by. 284 now, then, so 16 runs needed in, what do we got? 5 overs and 4 balls. Which should be attainable, Nick.
Indeed, yes. Sussex looked as though they'd have to really step on the gas to get that third batting point, but they did so with some series of straight drives from both batters in the early overs.
Here's Wheel again, bowls to Brooks. Brooks is back in his stumps, plays it down to a fine leg. He's going to come back for a second. No, he isn't. And common sense prevails there, because Joe Root had had the ball in his hands.
Joe Root is now out.
Fleeing.
He's now out. Yeah, he's gone. England 522 for 6. Joe Root made 176 off 211 balls, which is a very decent strike rate of 83 at Test match level. Folkes has got his 50.
In comes Wheel and bowls, and that's a nasty delivery appeal for a catch at the wicket. And it was one of those appeals where the bowler waited for the keeper.
Yeah, Tom Cullen suggesting he might have heard something, and Wheel just joining in. Stuart Broad's batting at 8, which suggests that England are looking to get on with it and get past that New Zealand total and maybe put a little bit of pressure on the Kiwis if possible.
Yeah, and fair play to the new regime. They want to play it, especially Brendan McCullum. He wants to get on with things. Wheel balls again. This a straight drive, and it's put down by Neser at mid-on. Groan from the crowd sitting in front of us.
Well, he's fielded well in recent weeks,
Neser,
and
fielder, but you know,
possibly the first catch I've seen him drop, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
We see on the replay.
Yeah,
not timed. Oh. It was lowish, but about knee high. You'd expect that to be taken.
The Glamorgan haven't been at their best in the field in this game. That shot, of course, again he played a little bit too early, but also it does tell you that Sussex are going for this last point, and why not? They're bottom of the championship, and they want every point that they can. Now then, how is Mr. Brooks going to play? He is not out 3, 15 runs needed, 24 balls to get them. Should be within their compass.
Gorvin 1 for 8 off his 2 overs. Is into bowl. Forward comes Brooks, and there's no run.
Does Brooks play a few shots, or does he leave it to Gorvin? Not to Gorvin, to Carter.
I would have thought that Brooks will play his shots as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
So Sussex coming into this in 7th place, 1 behind Glamorgan. As Gorvin is in, bowls flicked on the leg side. They'll go through for a quick single shot at the stumps at the non-strikers, and Brooks is home. He likes a push and run, Brooks. He's done that twice already in his 4 runs, 286 for 8.
Yes, he hasn't attempted any lusty blows as yet, so one thinks, yeah, okay, leave it to the man who's got 131 not out.
So Sussex drawn 3 and lost 3 up until this. 53 points, 28 ahead of Glamorgan, so they wouldn't overtake them even if they were to...
behind Glamorgan.
Behind Glamorgan, so they wouldn't overtake Glamorgan even if Sussex were to win. As Gorvin bowls, and Carter turns on the leg side, takes a single down towards backward square leg. Leicestershire are bringing up the rear. They don't like to slag people off, but they appeared a poor team when they played here in Cardiff.
Doing all right in this game against Notts, aren't they?
Are they? Yeah, right.
Ackerman's got 100.
Yes, they're 385 for 9, so they might get maximum points there with the 5 overs left. As Gorvin comes in, but loses his run and pulls out of delivering. Centuries for Colin Ackerman and Lewis Hill have given Leicestershire a good start to that game against Nottinghamshire.
Is that at Grace Road?
At Grace Road, yes. Where
they got some posh name now, haven't they?
Probably a sponsor's name on it. Gorvin bowls, and Brooks works again on the leg side. He sets off as though he wants to. They'll have a look, and in comes the throw from Wheel, and dissuades them from taking a second. 288 for 8, but Sussex looking good for that
cat and mouse, yeah.
third batting point. Changes in the fielders between the two, but both are playing their shots now. Durham have piled up 405 for 4 against Worcestershire with a double century for their new acquisition, Rachin Ravindra.
Do you know he's been signed for 1 game?
Really? That's driven on the leg side by Carter, and there's no run. No, I didn't know that. There was a previous minimum, wasn't there, of 3 weeks, I believe, at one stage.
Somebody else been signed for 2 matches, and they go.
Brooks is on loan for 2 at the moment.
And he can be recalled, can't he?
Yes. It's all...
Get your overseas and play for the season.
Well, there aren't any overseas who are playing current internationals who will be available for the season. That's the problem, isn't it, with fixtures sprawling around the calendar.
You take the likes of...
Gorvin into Carter.
Dropped again?
No, I think that came off the thigh pad. It fell just short of Cullen anyway. We'll have a look at the replay on the video stream. Was their bat involved? No, it was off the thigh, and it bounced about half a metre short of Cullen. So false alarm. 288 for 8. Overseas, Edward, you were saying.
Talking about the blast, McDermott has got 100. He's only just come over here. Very promising and hard-hitting opening batsman. Son of Craig McDermott, the former seamer. We saw he's done well. Chris Lynn, I think he got 119 to... if you pick up the right player who not only wants to do well for his adopted club over here, but also to prove to the Australian selectors or whatever country it is, look at me because I'm getting runs. And these Aussies try very, very hard. And, you know, if you're not going to get him for the full series, as we saw here with Labuschagne, let's have a look and say, right, Marnus, perhaps you're not going to play. I know there's Colin Ingram. Here we go then, as Wheel starts in the over, bowls to Brooks, and Brooks gets behind that, and they're going to go for a single, and get there. They're taking risks, whereas if any of these shies hit the stumps, then they would be out. But nevertheless, they're 289 for 4, 11 runs short of a third bonus point.
Yeah, Brooks is the senior citizen of this Sussex side, 10 years older than everyone else in it. He's certainly quick off the mark, isn't he, with his running?
Yes, so it brings the average age now to a huge 22.
He's 38. Nearest is Seifert, 27, Allsop 26.
Wheel comes in and bowls to Carter. Carter drives pleasantly up to mid-off. He doesn't give you the impression, Carter, that he is going to hit you over the top or pull you for 6. He's a very correct player, but having said that, he probably hit one over mid-off for 4. It's Brooks has obviously had orders. Look, you get them in singles, don't give your wicket away. I don't know what Mr. Hunt is like as number 11 batsman, but obviously Brooks, as we know, can bat. Just the one slip as Wheel runs away from us, comes in again and bowls, and this is played again defensively, up to mid-off, no run. So Carter looking to try and get the ball to hit, preferably for 4. Three overs after this over, which is halfway through. 21 balls. Just to get 11, it should be within their compass. And comes Wheel and bowls to Carter. Carter pulls on the onside and gets a single to deep square leg, and they go through for a single. 2 balls to go in this over. 290 for 8, and it's a very, very good performance this by the young batsman. He and Crocombe shared a very important partnership after it was very slow going yesterday, about 2.5 runs and over, and here we are. They have a chance now of a third batting point. There's a short leg come in for Brooks. Then this will be interesting. Expect rather a short one. Then he comes and bowls and gets a nasty bouncer from Wheel, which he gets out of the way. No love lost these days between the tail enders. There used to be years ago.
Yes, Mutual Protection Society, wasn't it, Edward? A few decades back.
So, very much so.
You won't bowl short at me and I won't bowl short at you.
Yeah. Well, no number 11 in the old days, it could really bat. Wheel bowls, another short ball, goes through to the keeper, end of the over. 290 for 8, 10 needed in the last 3 overs. Glamorgan need a wicket in the last 3 overs, all to play for. They're on you, looking at your very posh polo shirt there. And what you can't see, and I'm going to tell the listeners and viewers that Nick is wearing shorts today.
Oh, nothing below the belt, please, on camera. 290 for 8. It is slightly humid this morning. I thought it might be a bit sunnier than it was when I...
Not a cloud in the sky when I got up.
Yeah, quite. So Salter back into the attack for the 108th over as Glamorgan try and winkle out an extra wicket.
Now, what do? Do you put your mid-off, mid-on back, or do you save the singles? Just have one of them back.
News of the second 11. If you wondered why, well, Gorvin was selected ahead of Harris and McIlroy to take Hogan's place. Hogan suffering from COVID, if you have just joined us. So Harris and McIlroy are both playing for Glamorgan's second 11 against Somerset at the beautiful ground of Abergavenny. Salter's in, bowls, and he's given the charge by Carter, and he's smashed that over the top for 6, down to long on.
Having just said that we haven't seen an aggressive shot.
Well, that is...
that's done it, doesn't it, for Glamorgan, really?
Sussex on the verge of a third batting bonus point then, with Andrew Salter having been economical yesterday at 2 runs and over. And bowled a short 2-over spell early on. Now back into the attack, and that's driven up to long on by Carter, and they'll wander through for the single. So James Harris is opening the bowling for Glamorgan seconds and has claimed a couple of Somerset wickets early on. In fact, in his first couple of overs, Somerset 40 for 2. They include Xavi Clark, who's played for Cardiff University, to Somerset, and Will Smale, young Welshman born in Newport, who's keeping wicket for Somerset seconds. Salter is in to bowl, turned on the leg side by Brooks. They'll again take a single. Neser has a throw at the non-striker's end, misses, and it's backed up. So Glamorgan seconds, just to whisk through their lineup. Tom Bevan, Harry Friend, Callum Nichols, Captain Callum Taylor, Alex Horton, the keeper, Joe Cook, Rodri Lewis, Dan Douthwaite, James Harris, Tegid Phillips and Jamie McIlroy. So reasonable degree of experience in the Glamorgan second 11. They've got a large enough playing pool that should provide some competition for first 11 places, you would have thought. As Salter bowls and Carter defends that one. Sussex, as far as I can see, not in second 11 action today. That's a 4-day game at Abergavenny, Glamorgan against Somerset, and it's a very lovely place to watch if you get the chance.
Especially in this sort of day.
Driven by Carter up to mid-on, the deep mid-on, single taken, 299 for 8 are Sussex. And Brooks, numberless, theoretically number 70. This is Somerset number, I think, but hasn't got anything on the back of his shirt. Not worth printing it for a couple of games, maybe. He's on 7. Salter bowls, and Brooks pushes gently straight to mid-wicket, and even he doesn't try to dash for the single. So 2 overs left of bonus point territory. Sussex 299 for 8. Surely they'll get the 1 run. Just a question of whether Glamorgan can get the 1 wicket.
Yes. If they do, they'll be happy to get. They've done pretty well with bonus points in respect of bowling this year. But if anybody who's come in and just joined us, we can tell you that you haven't heard the word, and we can tell you that Michael Hogan has got COVID. He will not take any further part in the game. And Chris Cook, who came off the field yesterday, he's got an injured thigh, will bat, though, with the assistance of a runner. Gorvin has come in from outside the squad.
I presume Hogan wasn't suffering too badly, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get through 16 overs.
Exactly. And I'll watch this ball now, and there is the bonus point, which is pushed out into the covers. There's the 300 up. Very good recovery there. Generous applause from spectators. And now will they possibly... Brooks now try and get on with it, because time is going on. We'll be a day and a half into the game. Or they want to just accumulate as much as they can.
Hour into day 2, I don't think there's that much pressure on time. But Brooks might naturally be inclined to try and hit over the top as Wheel meets for a little discussion with Ingram and Neser as to potentially the best way to go about things, and moves his mid-wicket over into the covers. But still a short leg in if he fancies having a digging one in at Brooks, because Crocombe was rather uncomfortable about the short ball.
In comes Wheel, that's short. Now this could be out. Carlson's going for it, and it's invaded him, and you think it's gone for 6. And they're just asking the fielders. No, it was just inside. I thought that Carlson might get into that, so Wheel trying to bounce him, and that only just bounced inside. So the intention is there now, that once they've got their third batting point, they are looking to get as many runs as they can. And who knows, this could put pressure on Glamorgan.
Yeah, it must have been just a few centimetres inside the rope, because Carlson was, what about?
I thought he was going to get there.
3/4 of the way back at deep backward square. Fine leg was chasing as well.
In comes Wheel again and bowls. That's cut away. This may be 4 down towards third man. It's a chase, but stopped on the second attempt, down on the third man boundary by Gorvin, and they collect 2 more runs.
You do wonder about that field positioning of Carlson, who's about, what, 15 metres in off the rope, 3/4 of the way back.
Absolutely right, Nick, because you either go right back
or halfway.
Or halfway,
or
you still save the second.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Glamorgan haven't, they've dropped one straightforward catch this morning. As in comes Wheel, bowls again. And this is a nice looking shot. That's running up towards the boundary, and we'll get there. So this is a very expensive over from Wheel, who's now conceded 10 runs so far in this over, all to a number 10 batsman.
Yes, Glamorgan having real trouble in dispatching the second half of the Sussex side after they'd been 145 for 5, 192 for 6, 208 for 7. Added another 100 runs since the fall of the 7th wicket, with only Crocombe gone since then.
Now, Ingram having another long chat there with the bowler, Wheel, who seems a little bit not nonplussed. What's he going to do? He's pushed this a slip there back to short mid-wicket. I would try him another bouncer to see if he fancies hooking that again as he comes in and bowls, and that's cut away again. And this is going to run away for 4 more. Now, this is not professional enough from Wheel. He's not bowling a length, he's bowling both sides of the wicket, and has now conceded 75 runs in his 20 overs less 1 ball. And if Sussex get 350 or over, as they could well do, these two, all of a sudden Brooks has moved on to 21. 3 fours in this over and a 2, 14. Last ball of the over, in he comes, bowls, that's cut away again, and that's why they haven't got a sweeper for this sort of bowling, I don't know. And they're going to get 2 more runs. Well, that's poor bowling.
To be fair to Wheel, although he has been expensive, he could easily have had a couple more wickets when Crocombe was dropped behind the stumps by Ingram last night, just after Ingram had taken over the gloves, and then this morning when Carter was dropped by Neser at mid-on, a catch that should have been taken. But yeah, he has been a bit erratic.
1 for 77 off 20, nearly 4 and over. And there's all sorts of meetings going on there now because they're getting a little bit concerned. And I had a whisper last night, Nick, that Glamorgan didn't really know how this pitch was going to behave, hence the insertion.
Well, it was only prepared at the last minute. The thought was, I believe, that they were going to play on the central pitch that was used on Friday night for T20, but that wasn't up to scratch, so they presumably had to make one at short notice suitable for a 4-day game. Salter then to bowl to Carter on 142 not out, 70 more than his previous best as he milks one up to long on for a single. England are falling away in the search for quick runs. Trent Boult has now picked up 5 for, and are they all out yet? 9 down at least. 5:30 for 9 with some cheap wickets going. Folkes was run out for 56. Root made 176. Broad 9. Potts 3. As forward plays Jack Brooks. So Glamorgan need a wicket in the next 4 balls, otherwise they will fall short of a bowling point. Salter in bowls to Brooks, who defends that one. He's not going to give his wicket away easily. In the 110th, he wouldn't have thought. Lloyd is in attendance at slip. It's Cullen behind the stumps today as a sub-wicket keeper. As Brooks drives over mid-off, almost did give his wicket away there, but just managed to skew it over Colin Ingram. It's racing away for 4 more. Wasn't off the meat of the bat, but Brooks has raced on now to 27, off just 20 deliveries.
Yeah, he's played very well because he's picked out the balls. He hasn't had a go at anything which hasn't been either drivable or hookable. It's a very important partnership again. He's put on 40 runs in no time.
So Sussex without a win look to be getting themselves in a dominant position in this game as Salter bowls and Brooks defends the penultimate ball of the over. Wicket needed for Glamorgan now with this delivery from Andrew Salter. No pressure.
No.
As in comes Salter and bowls, and Brooks steps back and cuts, but straight to Byram at point, and there is no run. So 110 overs are completed, and Sussex are 321 for 8, with Carter having provided, well, not nearly half of them, but more than 40%. He's 143 not out, is 20-year-old Oli Carter. Playing just his 10th championship game and really enjoying himself. And
that score, 321 for 8, if Glamorgan do bat anything like that'll take them a day probably, and that'll be tomorrow. Their only hope is they can bat for, when this innings eventually comes to a close, for a day and a bit and get a lead. Because the pitch to me now has gone so placid.
Yeah.
You then think, without Hogan, you're going to bowl out Sussex a second time.
Indeed, Sussex have been short of bowling firepower, so maybe Glamorgan at the moment without Hogan as Colin Ingram comes into the attack. Elsewhere in Division 2, Durham 425 for 4 against Worcestershire, double century for Ravindra there. Derbyshire 85 for 1 in reply to Middlesex's 251 all out. And Leicestershire, as you say, going well. They've got the maximum points, 402 for 9 against Notts.
So here's Ingram, bowls a full toss, which is struck away for 4. Well, that was one I think any one of us 3 in the commentary box could have hit for 4. Slow looping full toss, 325 for 8. And Glamorgan losing their way here. And in one way they will be heartened to see that it's such a placid pitch, and if numbers 9 and 10 can get runs like this, then they certainly should. Here's the next ball. That's driven well fielded by the bowler. Do you think if Carter gets out, Adrian, that he might declare, or just...
I think he'll just keep going, to be honest, Ed.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly Sussex have got on with it this morning, haven't they?
They've done well. Ingram in, bowls to Carter. Carter just nudges that up to short mid-wicket.
I mean, they've added 80 in an hour.
Yeah.
Whereas you think yesterday it took all day to get to 245.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier on. They were looking for that bonus point and did well to get it.
They did, yeah.
Ingram just a slip close to the bat and bowls. This time it's cut away in the offside. It's a chase down towards that boundary, but they'll come back for 2 more runs.
In a sense, Jack Brooks is the perfect foil here, isn't he? 27 off 22. He's come in and
should have been out, really.
Oh, he should have
been on the boundary.
And Carter should have been out, wouldn't he? I mean, he was dropped by
very easy chance.
Yeah, and Carter was on 131.
Yeah, and he's now 149. And in comes Ingram, bowls to him, and he tickles that round the corner and gets his 150. There really is a feather in the cap of the young batsman, and held his side together, because without him it will be well under 200, one suspects.
And a very generous round of applause as well,
yes,
from a very sporting crowd here in Cardiff.
Yeah, there are a few Sussex supporters.
Yes, there are a few here.
Does there so?
Yeah, there was quite a few here yesterday. I had a little wander around the ground. Everyone was looking for Sussex to do something after the disappointment of last week in the T20, and they've responded well here today. Here
comes the next ball. It's treated with respect by the batsman. Brooks, no run, 328 for 8, and it's 5 past 12.
Oli Carter's 150 came off 263 balls. It's included 17 fours and 1 6.
There we are, all you want to hear.
Yeah, tremendous day for Oli Carter, as indeed was yesterday. I've never met Jack Brooks before, but he's a big fella, isn't he?
Everybody knows him by his hairband or sweatband, or a la Stuart Broad.
Yeah, if he hits it, it goes a fair way.
Big man.
So it's going to be Andrew Salter who's going to carry on. 37 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 81. Sussex 328 for 8. Carter 150, Brooks 27. And Sussex have really got a move on this morning. 83 they've added in just over an hour. Brooks is 27, coming off just 23 balls. As in comes Salter over the wicket, bowls, and Carter leans back and just dabs that away into the offside and picks up a single. And I suspect we might see Jack Brooks coming down the wicket here. He's certainly chanced his arm.
He might as well try and get on with it, because there's, they'll need time, I would have thought, to bowl Glamorgan out if they do. So I think aggression should be the ploy here.
Slip is the only close fielder, and just as we say that, Brooks just plays calmly into the covers, fielded there by Billy Roots, and there is no run.
He's waiting for the opportunity, I think, because mid-off is up and mid-on again for some reason. He's about 15, 20 yards in.
Yeah. In he comes again, bowls, and he hammers that to mid-on. It's slightly misfielded by James Wheel, nonetheless. Picks up a single, does Jack Brooks. I never quite understand that fielding position. I'm a bit old school. I think you're either on the one or you're back on the fence.
Exactly, that's what Nick and I were talking about a few minutes ago.
You know, if you're sort of halfway house, you're not doing either, really. Salter again, bowls to Carter, who plays that without timing to mid-off, fielded there by
The time he had to play that shot, you know, it just says this is a very placid pitch.
Salter in, bowls, and Carter drives out to long on, where again Wheel will field. Carter to 152. Sussex 331 for 8, and the applause is for the 50 partnership. It's come up in very quick time between these two. Henry Crocombe out for 36, and when you look at the Sussex card, at one stage 145 for 5. They'd have taken this.
Oh, certainly.
Brooks waits. Salter is in from the River End bowls and just eases that through the covers.
That came on there to the bat, wasn't it?
Yeah, picks up a single, comfortable single, fielded there by Byron. It is the end of another over. Salter now 38 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 85. Sussex 332 for 8. Brooks on 29, Carter 152.
What I think Sussex will hope that they're frustrating Glamorgan to such an extent that they'll get fed up, and when they eventually do go into bat, might just lose a bit of concentration. It doesn't look a fearsome Sussex attack, does it?
No. No,
I've never seen Hunt, never heard of him, but I don't know.
Yeah, left arm seamer released by Surrey.
Right.
Came to Sussex last year, and by his own admission, and unrecognisable as the bowler from last year. He needed to get himself fit, Sean Hunt, and he's lost a huge amount of weight in the winter months. Has worked incredibly hard on his fitness.
Here's Ingram to start a new over, and that's an appeal for LBW. But
so he gives a little bit of variation, does Sean Hunt. So he's but he broke his thumb pre-season. I noticed yesterday he's still got it strapped up.
Ingram from this end bowls to Brooks, and Brooks, I don't know quite what he's doing. He's just tapping the ball back.
As he's got his mid on and mid off up here.
Well, yeah, that I quite. He's not really up, are they? Because again, it's in no man's land. Might just try and plant it over the top. As Ingram turns again, comes in past the umpire. And bowls, that's cut away because it's a short ball for a single. 333 for 8.
So there's Henry Crocombe, another young seamer who I think is the pick of the Sussex young seamers who have come through. Bowls very much wicket to wicket. Reminds me a little bit of Ollie Robinson in the line that he bowls.
Ingram comes in now to Carter. Carter is forward, plays it up and gets a single. Up to mid-on, who is not going to save if he feels in that position. Neither. So, and if he lofts it over the head, they'll think, well, yes, no man's land.
Well, absolutely, that does make the point. Absolutely, that was a comfortable single when it shouldn't have been one, really.
In comes Ingram, bowls, and that's cut away backward with square on the offside. Batsmen here have got so much time to play their shots.
Yeah, so Crocombe, Hunt, Jack Brooks, who we know about, and then supplement a bit of medium pace from maybe they've got Tom Clark, Tom Haynes, Daniel Ibrahim, who can fill that role.
Here's the next ball. So Brooks just pushes it away. Time going on. It's 12 on the second day of this game. And you begin to wonder what's going to develop.
Well, 334 for 8. In terms of the spin options that Sussex have, Edward, there would be obviously Archie Lennon bowling as leg spin, Delray Rawlings bowling as left arm spin. The problem that Sussex have had all season is that they can't bowl sides out. They can't bowl sides out. So, and that, I mean, they have, as we said before, this is the 19th county championship game without a win because they can't bowl sides out. Now, whether this pitch is going to offer any help to this, when it's going to deteriorate, difficult to say.
Never have seen anything deteriorating here.
You know, so whether they've got enough
ball change.
Oh, there we go. And it is going to be a ball change as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times is that? And I think Jack Brooks wants a drink brought out.
Well, he's not used to scoring many runs as this, is he?
So what's your best assessment here for the folks listening back in Sussex, Edward? Is your assessment of the game that there isn't much in the pitch, it's very slow, and that Glamorgan will bat long enough and this will end in a draw? Or
that, knowing what I say, nobody should take any notice, because as I look at it now, Glamorgan shouldn't be bowled out for a low score, and then they'll just bat and bat. If you pull in behind, are Sussex going to leave a target? I don't think so, because they've been put in. They don't want to lose a game because they haven't won one from 19 games. If you say to me what's going to happen, I'd say draw, possibly a dull draw, but as I say, things could happen.
Well, we shall see. Well, the ball is definitely being changed.
And when I look at the batting order, you see that Billy Root is coming in at 7. Neser, of course, can bat, and Salters certainly has nearly got 100 at Durham last year, so you're saying they bat all the way down. If they decide to attack, is the pitch good enough to go out and play strokes through the covers or whatever? You look at Carter's innings, he's been in there for ages for his 153, and if you want to defend on this pitch, you can defend. It's the case of, well, can Sussex bowl Glamorgan out? That is the only equation I can see, because if they don't, we're going to have a dreary draw. But you never know in this game.
No, you don't. Well, it's going to be Andrew Salter, who's going to carry on from the river end.
Still can't think why he's got men halfway back.
Salter, right arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Carter, who leans forward and plays to short extra, fielded there by Billy Root. And there is no run. Was it the school children who are...
Yes.
enjoying themselves? Salter again bowls, Carter forward, plays straight back down the track. There is no run. Salter in his 39th over.
Yeah, we bowl well.
Sussex have picked up 3 batting bonus points. Glamorgan 2 bowling points as in comes Salter bowls, and Carter eases that down to long on. Down in the distance there is James Wheel, but it's a comfortable single. Carter picks up his 154th run. He's faced 270 deliveries. But Sussex this morning, starting on 245 for 7, have added 90 runs this morning.
Yeah, it's good going.
In the hour and a quarter play that we've had. In comes Salter again, bowls, and forward comes Brooks, plays onto the onside. There is no run. So 90 runs in 4 plus 13, 17 overs. So they're rattling along the best part of 5 and over this morning. We've lost Henry Crocombe for 36. That impetus, a lot of it coming from Jack Brooks, who's on 30 off 32 deliveries, as Salter's in and bowls, and Brooks this time is content to play into the offside. Again, Root fields no run.
Going back to your question, Ed, and I'm looking the way 9 and 10 have played, and they really haven't been troubled.
No, I would agree.
You've just watched the ball land. It's no bounce, no turn.
Salter in bowls. Oh, and Brooks looks to cut that away through the offside. He got a thick inside edge, and the ball ended up in the hands of Michael Neser at fine leg. It's the end of another accurate over from Salter. 39 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 86, 335 for 8. Brooks on 30, Carter on 150. What's your view been on wickets in the county championship this season, Edward? Because there's been a lot of talk that they've been pitches have been too much in favour of the batsmen, and there's been a lot of talk. I heard you and Nick discussing yesterday about the Duke's ball, and bowlers have found it harder to take wickets. What's your are wickets too batsman friendly? Has it gone too much the other way? And it's very difficult for groundsmen.
I think it's gone too much the other way.
Right.
Spinners have never had the opportunity of bowling, and they're not used to it. And now we see Salter bowl extremely well. It does bring the spinners into the game. But having said that, how many wickets has Darren Stevens taken this year? Half a dozen? And that sort of bowler, I applaud it in a funny sort of way, that they just not running up and getting wickets by nicking to slip or to the wicket keeper. But I do think you've got to give the bowlers a chance. Otherwise, you're just going to get draws, which I think this will turn out to be. And looking at Glamorgan, they look just a bit crestfallen. And David Lloyd, as I said, there's a rumour going around that he didn't know, or nobody knew what this pitch was going to be like, and had to change it at the last minute. And it hasn't turned out to be a very good pitch.
Michael Neser's back into the attack. Bowls to Oli Carter. It's short. He pulls it away on the leg side. He's going to get 4 runs. Too short from Neser, and Oli Carter just swiveled and belted that through mid-wicket for 4 runs.
Half tracker, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Goes to 158. Sussex 339 for 8. Yes, I mean, I don't think anybody wants to see games of cricket where you know, seam bowler comes in and gets sort of 7 for 23 in April on green track. That's not doing anybody any favours. On the other hand, we've seen 1 or 2 tracks this season that I'm not sure are good for. I mean, the game that the Sussex played at Derbyshire, I mean, it was a wonderful game in respect of Tom Haynes and Cheshire Pujara and Shan Masood, who got double hundreds, but it perhaps wasn't a great game of cricket, in my opinion. In comes Neser bowls, and Carter is forward, plays to mid on no run.
Quite possibly here that the way they're playing, Sussex could get 400.
I'm just reading out England are out 5:39, trailing New Zealand by 14. Thank you, Nick. Sorry, Ed.
As I say, if it goes... Oh, they're not going to change it again, are they? No, it's just shining the ball. It seems quite a possibility that Sussex get 400 on this. Well, Glamorgan just have to go in and play and try and get 400 themselves. They're not going to try and overtake that without taking any risks on this pitch.
Neser runs away from us, in and bowls, and Carter's beaten outside the off stump. He bent his back there, did. Like I say, he keeps stretching. Has he got an injury?
Always does it. Always does it.
He's sort of stretching that left.
And he might now scratch the return crease.
The left hamstring, by the looks of it. And now his groin. He doesn't look entirely. He doesn't look very comfortable, does he?
He does a lot of this.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He might have some time off. Whether Glamorgan will perhaps for the 2020 game at Bristol on Saturday might change and give people. Well, Hogan's probably going to miss it, and you can give these a rest.
Neser in again bowls, and Carter plays down the offside. Oh, it could be a run out here if he's not careful. In fact, in the end,
I don't know if you've played at Worcester this year. Have Sussex played there?
Yes.
Well, that's a bowler's graveyard. It's 500s and 600s, and of course these 2 fast bowlers will have to bowl there because the attack is threadbare without them. They're in for a long day if they lose the test there. Lose the toss, and.
Yeah,
and the weather is absolutely gorgeous for the next couple of weeks. So I don't know. I suppose they'll have to think about selection.
Sussex got heavily beaten at Worcester actually back in April. In comes Neser bowls, and Brooks plays this down towards third man. They've taken 1. They'll think about 2, but there isn't a second there. Brooks goes to 31, Sussex 341 for 8. Yes, down at Worcester this year. Worcester made 491. Brett D'Oliveira made 169. And in reply, Sussex bowled out for 269, despite 100 from Pujara, and then following on bowled out for 188. Worcestershire not having things their own way up at Durham this week, as in comes Neser again bowls, and Carter. That's a nice shot, runs that down to third man. They'll think about 2 on this occasion, but again it isn't there. The third man fielder, who's that all the way down there? Is that Wheel?
I think it's Gorvin.
A long way down the distance. Either way, it is the end of the over, and Sussex are 342 for 8. Brooks on 31, Carter is on 160. This partnership is now worth 61, and actually in terms of partnerships in the match,
It was 73 for the last one.
It was 73 for the last one, 47 between Rawlins and Carter, 100 between Carter and Clark. But as I say, it's at one stage Sussex were 145 for 5 when Daniel Ibrahim. So the best part of 200 runs have come for the last 3 wickets, which.
And you see, I did mention it, that when you get a number 9 and a number 10 here, I mean, absolutely no problems at all, apart from his eccentric run-in from Brooks. He hasn't offered a chance. Carter did yesterday and this morning, but it shows how easily the ball is coming onto the bat. As the next over is started, again by Salter, nearing his 50 over mark, is in his 40th at the moment. The first ball is just played gently to extra cover. Salter over the wicket and bowls to Carter. Carter drives back down the pitch. No run. 342 for 6. 160 Carter. 31 Brooks. Salter again from the river end, as he's done so many times. Drives And as those fielders are halfway up, another single for the batsman. 31 to Brooks with a strike. Cloudier than yesterday, but warm and pleasant, no threat of rain. Salter decides to go and have a word with Carlson about something or other. What, I don't know. They can talk as long as they like, because the over rate for Glamorgan is +5, would you believe?
This is very good, yes. And there's a long debate going on, isn't there?
Yeah.
That'll give you an idea of how things are going in some of the other games. Nick was just giving me the England score. You'd have thought with what a... Could there still be a result in that game? Well, of course, there could be a result, but you wonder whether...
Either way.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have thought so, though. New Zealand are not going to leave anybody in the test. Are we talking about the test match?
Yeah.
They're not going to leave England anything, are they? On that pitch.
No. In the second division of the Championship, Shan Masuda, a relative failure for him. He's had a wonderful season, the Derbyshire opening batsman. Out for 49, Derbyshire 99 for 2. In reply to Middlesex's 251.
I don't know what's going on here, because one fielder has moved 10 yards to his right, another fielder has been moved some 5 yards to his left, whether it's trying to slow the game down or what. In comes Salter, eventually, and Brooks has played that gently. Is he going to bowl in one-day mode? Pushing it through a bit quicker, that would seem to go through a bit quicker. And there was no run. In comes Salter again, and this is hit out and too long off, where it's fielded there by Wheel, and returned, and they take a single.
The game up at Durham 433 for 7, batting first against Worcestershire, who Ed was talking about just now.
As Salter comes in, bowls, and is nudged away for another single. End of the over. It's all gone a bit quiet here now, 3:45 for 8.
Yeah, Carter 162, Brooks on 32. Rashid Ravindra out for 217, the New Zealander.
I think I'm right in saying, I did say to Nick, I'll check it, but somebody told me that's his one and only game.
Right, I was reading somewhere that I think he was over in Dublin, I think, when he got the call to play some cricket for Durham, and he'd always wanted the chance, so he's taken that chance. And Leicestershire 427 for 9 against Notts, and everybody's favourites for promotion, but well done Leicestershire. I've had a pretty torrid time. Ben Mike 68 not out for Leicestershire at Grace Road.
Now I wonder, sorry to interrupt you Adrian, but the last time that Neser bowled, played for Australia as a third seamer last winter without a slip.
Wow.
That might tell you something about the pitch.
Yeah, so to describe the field, there's a third man, a backward point who's kind of 2/3 of the way to the boundary. There's an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a fine leg as in comes Neser running away from us. In and bowls to Carter wide and balloons wide outside of the off stump, so wide that wicket-keeper Cullen, who's standing in for Chris Cook, would have taken that in front of seconds. It has been signalled a no ball. Front foot no ball, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know all that. Although he's a very small lad, isn't he? The batsman, Carter. He didn't, you know.
Nick thinks on height.
Possibly, yeah.
In again, bowls, and Carter's a comfortable single, just plays it onto the onside as Oli Carter. One more to his total, he goes to 163, Sussex 348 for 8. I think Sussex will just keep going here, you know. I don't think there's any reason for them to pull out. I think they'll just keep batting.
Any reason for that? Or they want to try a game?
Yeah,
win a game at last?
Yeah, well, I think they'll probably think Sussex's best chance of winning the game, I guess, is to pile up as many as they can and hope to bowl Glamorgan out twice.
But they've not gone into offensive mode, have they? You know, you look at the field, there's plenty of room. Well, you would think they'd want to try to just play a little bit, to attack a bit more and have a go at Glamorgan.
Neser bowls, hammered down the road, and a good bit of fielding actually by James Wheel, who's very quickly round at mid-on to prevent anything more than a single. Interesting actually, Edward, as Brooks goes to 33, Sussex 349 for 8, is that the field is far more widely spread for Carter than it is for Brooks.
He's playing the support role. He's not playing his usual game of having a crack at every ball. I haven't seen him do so for Somerset.
It's 33 off 38.
I'm just thinking at 349 for 8. Right, let's get another quick 50 and get Glamorgan in.
Comes Neser bowls, and Carter flicks it off the pad. Well, wait, as it could have been a little nick of an inside edge onto pad. The applause around the ground, indeed. It is
50,
runs off the bat.
350.
350 up for Sussex, 350 for 8, which will tell you that this morning they've added 105 runs.
Oh, they haven't been slow by any means, but they have slowed down now.
Yes, they have in the last 15 minutes. Now a slip is going back in place for Jack Brooks. So slip and a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men set back on the leg side as Neser is in, bowls that short, and Brooks ends up on his backside as he's swayed out of the line of that, and the ball rattles through into the gloves of Tom Cullen.
Neser is 23rd over. I mean, only just recovered from COVID. It must have been a mild dose of COVID.
Yes, we were discussing this. I'm not entirely sure what the rules are. Presumably you can't play until you provide a negative test. I presume that's
right.
That's the ruling now. Neser is in again, bowls, and stretching forward. His Brooks ball that kept a little low. The ball played out into the covers, and again there is no run. Lots of cloud here in Cardiff. So there's a few pockets of blue sky above the ground, and away towards the city there's some paler blue sky as well.
What do you think the tactics are in here?
Well, I think Sussex will I think Sussex tactics are just to bat as long as they can, get as many runs as they can, and see if they can bowl Glamorgan out twice.
So we say, hypothetically, they're 400 just before lunch.
Yeah, I think they'll keep going. In comes Neser and clipped by Brooks down to fine leg. He picks up another single. He goes to 34. Sussex 351.
See, if they bat into the afternoon, as they probably the way they're going, they might well do it. Are they going to blow Glamorgan out?
Well, that's
2 days, twice.
Well, that's the point. And Sussex haven't taken 20 wickets in a match for some time in order to win a game. I'm going to have to disappear and do my update, so I'll return in a mo.
Okay. Right enough. Nick will join me in just a moment. As the conversation between Carlson, Lloyd, and who was the other one there? Hands in pockets. That's Lloyd. Carlson, of course, the vice captain. They're probably thinking, what can we do here? 351 for 8, and the 41st over coming up for the off spinner, Andrew Salter. Glamorgan probably trying to slow it down just a touch. And here is Salter, comes up and bowls. He's going to get runs here. He's gone for the big hit at last, but he's going to get just the 2 runs. He tried to hike that over the top of the side screen, and it came off the top of the bat and ran down to third man for 2.
Well, I'm sure this will all be very enjoyable for Sussex listeners and viewers this morning, and not for the Welsh half of the market.
Yeah, but it's, do they want to win it, or they just want to avoid losing it? That's my argument, as the next ball is blocked. What's your view, Nick?
There's a long time to go in this game. I don't think Sussex need to worry about time as yet.
No, not worry it, but...
Scoreboard pressure and all that, if they can get 400, 450...
They follow on 20 wickets in a day now.
It's a big ask, but
yes, we shall
worth
see.
a go.
Salter bowls to Brooks. Brooks has gone for the big one, and he could be caught at deep mid-wicket, and is.
Andrew Gorvin.
Yes, a well-timed catch, and that's the end of Brooks' very useful little innings. He's out for 36, 353 for 9.
Well batted Jack Brooks. As I say, Glamorgan were aware of his hitting power from Somerset a couple of years ago. He's eventually holed out in the 118th over. So he faced just 44 deliveries. He was going at better than a run a ball at one stage, as Somerset went for the third batting point as they got there. Glamorgan did not get the third bowling point. And Sussex are well placed in this game as number 11, Sean Hunt, comes to the wicket.
Yes, and that's only the real shot in anger. And when he got the fortuitous 2 runs a couple of balls before, he probably thought, well, yes, I might as well have a dart here because that's the way I play. 353 for 9, and Glamorgan will be glad of that wicket in a way, because if they dispose of Hunt now, they will have 15 minutes batting, which you'd rather not have.
Yeah, that's going to be awkward, isn't it?
The coming batter for Sussex is Sean Hunt.
So Hunt comes in at number 11. Salter has 3 for 91 in his 43rd over.
Yeah, he deserved that wicket, didn't he?
And there's Carter, having come in at 4, going to bat through the rest of the innings. Gorvin takes the catch. That goes down to him and not as a sub-fielder, because he's a fully fledged part of the game.
Correct. Don't miss a thing, do you?
And yes, you can't miss Oli Carter's hairstyle. I would
flowing locks down the back.
Suggest that qualifies as a mullet.
When you know these things, you've got plenty of hair.
If only. It's a masterpiece of smoke and mirrors. They didn't apparently cross.
Didn't matter. He's got a face in any case, isn't he?
I thought it wasn't coming in until October.
No, it's happened this year. I saw a game on television where they said back ago.
Wasn't sure which forms
it's this time of year. In comes Salter, bowls to Hunt, who gets down in a Yorker just in time. And will Carter want to play for the old red ink, or will he try and have a dart?
Tall young man, Sean Hunt. He's got a long way to dig out that first ball. Right up in the block hole from Salter.
Comes Salter again, tosses this one up. Defensive prod from Hunt. As if to say, well, I'm going to leave this to Mr. Carter.
Yeah, you would imagine that Carter will try and farm the bowling, if possible, from now on.
Last ball of the over. In comes the ball. Pushed back down. Good over there from Andrew Salter. Leading wicket taker, 3 for 91 of 41 overs, and thoroughly deserved that. And we're going to have this not run off the 4 balls and all that.
Yeah, I could see a bit of cat and mouse here.
Neser's back, is he?
Neser to bowl from the Cathedral Road end, 2 for 79 so far. And as Edward suggests, you do wonder if he might be given a few days off.
Yeah.
With the T20 games at the weekend, if Glamorgan can put together, without the COVID-stricken Hogan, enough suitable bowlers. Probably Chris Cook to mess those as well, you would imagine, if it's any sort of calf muscle strain.
And David Payne would not play for Gloucester, will he?
He's in the England ODI squad. Neser bowls, and that's a slog by Carter over mid-wicket, and he's got 6 runs for it. Well, that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
As to how Carter's going to play with the number 11 at the wicket. He's hoiked that one over the ropes and moved on to 170. 359 for 9. Now our Sussex here on BBC Sport Online. And via the 2 county websites. Yeah, that was agricultural.
Look at this field for Neser. All
spread far and wide. Possibly 2's available now. As Carter goes for another big hit and smears it towards mid-wicket, where Carlson fields on the bounce. They have decided to take the single.
Well, they might as well now. I think he might get a bit of the short-pitched treatment, Mr. Hunt, as the field closes in. Or perhaps, if Neser is a very experienced bowler, we'll just try and bowl a straight ball Yorker length. That could be that.
So Glamorgan looked to finally wrap this innings up, which they really should have done some time ago. Carter dropped by Neser off wheel. Crocombe was dropped early on behind as Hunt defends that one. Crocombe was also missed this morning by Byram. I say missed because the ball lobbed straight over his head at short leg and he didn't know where it was.
Don't see many people fielding at short leg these days. So really no specialist as there used to be in the old days.
Well, Carlson is the specialist, but with vice-captaincy duties, presumably he wants to chip in elsewhere in the field. As Neser into bowl to Hunt, who defends that one on the offside, and there's no run. We'll get through to the end of the over, Edward, and then Adrian will
Thank you.
come in if Hunt lasts till the end of the over. 360 for 9, with both Brooks and Crocombe making 36 this morning in very useful partnerships for the visitors. Neser is in to bowl to Hunt, who shoulders arms outside off stump, and there's no run. So Jimmy Anderson has claimed an early wicket, bowling Latham. New Zealand 8 for 1 lead England by 22 runs. 360 for 9 here. We'll have to invent headphone leads that don't get tangled up around the chairs. It's a perennial problem in the commentary box. As Neser bowls a full-length ball that Hunt plays a studious forward defensive. And that is the end of the over. 360 for 9 are Sussex. Edward makes way. It'll be up to Adrian to try not to strangle himself with the headphones on the right of the commentary box here. And we can sort him out fully at the interval. Welcome back, Adrian.
Yeah, hi Nick. I was just sort of thinking actually, with what, 20 minutes to go until lunch, I just wonder whether Sussex might just fancy a couple of overs before lunch at Glamorgan here, because I'm sure it's just the last thing that Glamorgan will want to do is go and run in and have to put the pads on. But Oli Carter's made up his mind. I don't think he has a huge amount of confidence in Sean Hunt. I think he's just decided he's going to go for broke here.
Oh, Hunt's got a defensive prod, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, absolutely. Well, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men scattered around the boundary. In comes Salter, bowls, and Carter hammers that one away, and he gets a single out to wideish mid-wicket, sort of cow corner really, and they decide not to take a single. So it's all or nothing here for Oli Carter. I had a couple of other emails in which I will read them. Sorry I hadn't read them out earlier. Benjamin was talking about the amount of players Sussex have used this season as income sort of bowls. And Carter hits this one high and wide. I think he's going to be caught at long off. No, it's gone all the way for 6 runs. Straight down the ground. They've got a long off and a long on. The ball was in the air for a long time, but it was between both fielders. It went gun barrel straight. He didn't get all of that, I don't think, Oli Carter.
No,
it was enough to go for 6.
Neither could get near it, though. They're slightly wideish, those two fielders. Root at long off, I think, got closest.
Carter goes to 177, 366 for 9. In comes Salter. That's a full toss. That's going to be 6 more. Pulled away. That's a horrible delivery. He's bowled very well as Andrew Salter. And it's been signalled as a no ball as well.
Over waist height.
Over waist high. And Oli Carter has hammered that one away into the seating at mid-wicket. So successive boundaries for Oli Carter. He goes to 183.
Double century in his sights, maybe.
Well, have his eyes on that. He began the day, Oli Carter, on
113.
Yeah, so
he's motored.
He has motored. So he's added 70 runs today, this morning. Salter in again, bowls, and Carter is hitting this one straight. Oh, he's got a thick edge. He's gone over the wicket keeper, and he's going to get a couple of runs, I think, Oli Carter. He is, and he didn't intend that to go there.
Could have gone absolutely anywhere, wasn't it? It's the sort that often spiraled straight up either to the bowler or the keeper, but luckily for him, it spiraled over the keeper's head.
Goes to 185, does Oli Carter, 376 for 9. Sort of waits again. He's in and bowls, and Carter down the wicket, driving his heave that one away, and that's going to be caught at long on, and he is caught. It looks like James Wheel all the way down there, and Oli Carter's wonderful innings for Sussex comes to an end. He's made 185. He came in when Sussex were in all sorts of trouble on 29 for 2, and the young 20-year-old from Eastbourne, that's a tremendous effort. And how nice to see a couple of the Glamorgan players wandering over to Oli Carter, shaking him by the hand.
Oli Carter was caught by
wait for those stats.
Off the bowling boundary Salter for 185.
Well, how nice as well, David Lloyd going over and congratulating Oli Carter as well, and the Glamorgan players standing and applauding. I think that's really, really good to see. A really classy touch from the hosts. As Carter makes his way off, Sussex out for 376, and Sussex may well get their wish here of a couple of overs at the Glamorgan openers before lunch.
So he faced 289 deliveries, did Oli Carter for his 185, and he hit 18 fours and 4 sixes, out going for another court-wheel bowled Salter. And Sussex, having been 145 for 5, have piled up an impressive 376. So they've given themselves plenty to defend, and BBC Sport commentary resumes in around 7 minutes' time.
On Norton in that total, there were 14 extras comprising 8 leg byes and 6 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Michael Neser, 24 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 86. Michael Hogan, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 32. James Wheel, 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 77. Andrew Salter, 41.4 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 107. David Lloyd, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 36. Colin Ingram, 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 19. And Andy Gorvin, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. At Trent Bridge, England have been dismissed by New Zealand for 539. In their second innings, New Zealand are 12 for 1, so New Zealand currently leading by 26 runs. You may also be aware that there's a second 11 championship match taking place today at Abergavenny, day 1 of the contest between Glamorgan seconds and their counterparts from Somerset. The latest score we have from Avenue Road is that Somerset, after winning the toss and electing to bat, are 88 for 3.
famous Thompson. That's right. It's by Eric Dole. That's right. Yeah.
To open the batting for Glamorgan, David Lloyd and Eddie Byram. And to open the bowling for Sussex, Jack Brooks.
So good afternoon and welcome back for this brief spell of play before lunch in the Glamorgan first innings, where David Lloyd and Eddie Byram will try to get to lunch unscathed through the next 8 minutes. 3 overs maybe if Sussex get on with it, and it is Jack Brooks with that typical headband who will bowl his first deliveries for Sussex on loan from Somerset, and he'll be bowling for Glamorgan captain David Lloyd as Brooks is in, bowls and Lloyd drives. So he started with a no ball, and it is a single driven by Lloyd through mid-off. So 3 runs onto the Glamorgan score straight away as Brooks overstepped there. New ball was the no ball was the new ball. Mostly cloudy overhead now, quite humid, might be a little assistance from the elements as Eddie Byram will open the batting for the first time for Glamorgan, having come into the championship side at the tail end of last season, initially on loan from Somerset, as Brooks, I think, beats him first ball, or did Byram play inside it? Not entirely sure.
I think we give the batsman the benefit of the doubt. I wonder if we're going to see a replay. 3 slips are waiting in case there is an edge. No, we're not.
So Byram played 3 games on loan in the championship at the end of last season as Brooks bowls.
That was good.
Again, no contact as it's across the face of Byram and through to the keeper. Now these two will know each other pretty well, you would imagine, from time at Somerset, where Byram was in and out of the first team, but Matthew Maynard, who'd worked with him, as obviously keen to have him on board, as there's a half appeal from the next delivery, and it's through to the keeper. Glamorgan 3 for naught, but Byram yet to lay bat on ball. High score of 78 for Glamorgan in the home game against Gloucestershire here last September. As Brooks in again, bowls, and Byram drives rather streakily off a thick edge, but safely down to third man to get off the mark. So he'll be relieved by that. 4 without loss are Glamorgan as we approach the lunch interval. It's just 4 legitimate balls bowled because Lloyd took a single off a no ball at the start of the over, and the right-handed Lloyd with 3 slips facing up to Brooks, and he pushes that one into the offside and calls his partner through for a smart single. And it's safely achieved. Ibrahim not bothering to throw at the stumps. 5 without loss. Last ball of Brooks is over. Somerset might fit 2 more in if they get on with it. They weren't helped by the no ball. Depends which clock they're going off. It's ticked over 12:56 now. And the clock on the pavilion away to our left suggests it may be 12:57. As Brooks is in to bowl to Byram, beaten outside off stump that time, kept a little bit low. 5 without loss at the start of the Glamorgan innings in reply to Sussex's 3-7-6 all out. Lloyd 2, Byram 1, Sundries 2. Harms Adrian.
Thank you, Webnick. Well, it's going to be Sean Hunt, the left-arm seamer, another 20-year-old who's going to open the bowling from the River Taff. And if this is going to move on here, they could get 3 overs in, and I'd have thought it would be they'd want to do that. Sean Hunt is going to be bowling with 3 slips, a third man, a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Tim Zivert. I haven't had a chance to speak to Tim and see how you actually pronounce his his surname. But they've now got to change. They brought the third man up, so this is going to waste a bit of time, which I'm sure Glamorgan won't worry about. There are now 4 slips in place. So in comes Hunt, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Lloyd cracks that first one to mid-off, fielded there by the skipper Haynes. So the slip cordon, Tom Alsop at first, Tom Clark at second, Delray Rawlings at third, Oli Carter at fourth, Henry Crocombe is at backward point, Tom Haynes the skipper at mid-off, Archie Lennon rehearsing his forward defensive is at mid-on. At mid-wicket is break off as in comes Hunt and the balls. Ollie's nudged behind and a wicket in the first over, and David Lloyd is gone, and that's a huge wicket for Sean Hunt. Just moving away from the right-handed Lloyd, who got a little nick on it. The ball goes through into the safe hands of Tim Seifert, and Sean Hunt has picked up a wicket with the second ball of his spell, the 8th ball of the Glamorgan innings. And the Glamorgan skipper is on his way, and that is indeed going to be lunch. Well, we did wonder whether Sussex might fancy a little crack at Glamorgan before lunch. Well, they have, and they've picked up a wicket. And David Lloyd is gone. Glamorgan 5 for 1 on the interval.
Was caught by Tim Seifert.
Dr. Hicknell goes, so we'll go with Tim Seifert as well. So Ed was saying he didn't know much about Sean Hunt, and I was explaining how he's got himself really fit, having that not been the case. I remember him being here last year, actually, Nick, and running around the outfield, getting himself fit with the strength and conditioning coach Matt Spence. But he's worked very, very hard. It was a delivery that just left the right-hander, wasn't it? And a little nick by Lloyd away from his body. Perhaps not a great shot before lunch. And Seifert did the rest. So Sussex have had a very good morning here.
They have indeed. They've taken their overnight score of 245 for 7 on to 376 all out, adding a further 131 for their last 3 wickets, and then claimed the wicket of the Glamorgan skipper, who's got 353 runs coming into this match. So added just 2 more, and just undone by the angle there, but it was no more than you'd expect from a left arm over the wicket bowler. So update for BBC Radio Wales coming in 3 or 4 minutes time, and we'll be back with commentary then just after 1:35 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Sussex cricket websites. Wherever you're watching, listening, thanks very much indeed for your company, and Edward, Adrian and myself will be back for the afternoon session just before 20 to 2.
Once again, a reminder, you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval. If you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds, and please also do not take any food or drink out to the middle with you. I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games in the LV Insurance County Championship. We'll start at the Aegeus Bowl, where Yorkshire have moved on to 342 for 6, that's against Hampshire. At Taunton, Surrey are currently 78 for 1, trailing Somerset by 102 runs. At Edgbaston, Lancashire are 6 for 1. That's after dismissing Warwickshire for 292. At Chesterley Street, Durham are still batting against Worcestershire. They're currently 393 for 3. At Grace Road in Leicester, Leicestershire 351 for 8. That's against Nottinghamshire. At Queen's Park in Chesterfield, Derbyshire are 45 without loss. That's after Middlesex make 251. And at Canterbury, Gloucestershire 396 for 8 against Kent. Once again, a warm welcome to everyone to Sophia Gardens today. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this, and if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to the nearest steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens, including the International T20 contest on Thursday the 28th of July, when England meet South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all home games, including the remaining contests in the Vitality Blast, as well as the Welsh Fires games in the 100. If you're seeking a copy
at lunch, Glamorgan are 5 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 376 all out. A really poor first session for Glamorgan, as Somerset's lower order laid about them, led by Oli Carter, who made 185, batting at number 4, career best by some distance. Jack Brooks and Henry Crocombe hit 36 apiece. There was 2 wickets for Andrew Salter, one for Andrew Gorvin, who's playing as a replacement for COVID victim Michael Hogan. Glamorgan also without keeper Chris Cook at the moment, though he will bat. He's suffering from a calf injury. David Lloyd out for 2, Glamorgan 5 for 1 in reply to Sussex 376.
range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit. As far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk and the mobile unit situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. As far as members are concerned, tea and coffee is also available in the Lewis Lounge this afternoon from 3:30 until 4:30, and then each morning between 10 and 11. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. On the first floor of the National Cricket Centre is the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket. It's open today, and amongst the special displays is one commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a very well-known journalist and broadcaster. Peter sadly died during the spring of 2020, but his family have very kindly provided some items so we could remember him. The museum will be open until the end of the tea interval. Now we're delighted to see coming onto the outfield staff and pupils from St Peter's Roman Catholic Primary School who are here today. And during the lunch interval they're going to entertain us with a display of their quick cricketing skills. Boys and girls, we hope you're enjoying your time here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club.
he's one of those guys. You look at from this Panaki. Oh, follows. And that makes them straight back. Sports section.
I did stuff last night. Yeah. It's tail there again doing stuff. And the Aldi's are over for job. Over job. When I came to Aldi, that looked very close. I thought in my yeah, well, one is the girl in the pink dress, yeah, I know. And the other one is just the girl with the red hat and pigtail.
To resume Glamorgan's first innings, Eddie Byram, and with him the new batter, Colin Ingram, and to complete the over from before the lunch interval at the River End, Sean Hunt.
So good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan and Sussex club streams. Glamorgan 5 for 1. Sussex dominating the first session of day 2 completely, taking their overnight 245 for 7 to 376 all out, and then claiming the wicket of David Lloyd before lunch. It's Sean Hunt to bowl the first ball of the afternoon session to Colin Ingram, who plays it on the leg side and goes through for a single to get off the mark. Glamorgan 6 for 1. This the resumption of the over that was being delivered before lunch by Hunt, which explains why we are into the afternoon session a minute too early, as Hunt will bowl to Eddie Byram, who looked in some trouble to Jack Brooks in the first over. Nick Webb and Adrian Harms with you for the first half hour of the afternoon. Edward Bevan to follow as Hunt bowls and Byram plays on the leg side. There's no run.
Strange, isn't it, Nick, how often you ask a side to get, you're all out and leave a side a couple of overs just before a lunch break or something like that, and a wicket goes down, and I'm sure it's a horrible time to go in and bat when you've been out in the field for the best part of 4 sessions. But it was good delivery by Sean Hunt, was it? Just sort of slanted across the right-hander and a little nick from Lloyd and he was gone.
Byram on strike. Hunt to bowl. Byram plays it down into the point area and there's no run. Rare sight for Glamorgan this season of 2 left-handers at the wicket together. Doesn't happen hugely often.
Oh. Oh, sorry.
Certainly not in 4-day cricket. Not sure whether Byram and Ingram might have batted together briefly in T20. As Byram defends back down the wicket to Hunt, and that is the end of his first over. He has 1 for 1, and Glamorgan is 6 for 1 in reply to Somerset 376. Just to deal with a couple of little tweets, Mark Harris says, Mark Harry was asking about the fringe bowlers. Tim van der Hoogten, who would probably be a first choice, is injured. Rory Smith played in the second 11 last week just as a batsman. Don't think he's able to bowl fully yet. And Lucas Carey has been playing second 11 cricket. Roman Walker, well, he wasn't really let go. He chose to join Leicestershire. I think Glamorgan would have been keen to keep him. And he has made the odd appearance for the Foxes, but hasn't been a regular by any means. Jack Brooks from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, he's coming in to bowl to the left-handed Colin Ingram with 3 slips, a third man, a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket almost a square leg, to be honest, and a fine leg as Brooks bowls, and that's a lovely looking shot. What a way to get your first boundary of the innings. That was beautifully struck by Ingram, over pitched by Brooks, and it was just belted away through extra cover for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot by Ingram. He goes to 5 and Glamorgan 10 for 1.
Glammy podcast boys say fingers crossed for a 100+ partnership between Byram and Ingram, otherwise a Glamorgan victory looks improbable. Well, not an unreasonable point of view.
Well, we said it several times in the commentary this week that Sussex, last time they won here, was the last game that they actually won in the county championship over a year ago. But they did have one Ollie Robinson in their side, which isn't the case this week. In comes Brooks running away from us. He's in and bowls, and Ingram is beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery by Brooks, and a play and a miss by Ingram. The ball goes through to the New Zealand wicketkeeper Tim Seifert. And there is no run. Teddy's been in touch. Hello, Teddy. He says, a brilliant innings by the young man, i.e. Oli Carter. We Sussex have come on leaps and bounds with the bat, helped by Pujara, whose influence is spreading around the young batsman, says Teddy in New Haven. Randy Baldwin's been in touch as in comes Brooks bowls. That's wide of the off stump, and Ingram has nothing to do with that, taken by Seifert. And there is no run. We were talking about Sussex and their overseas players coming and going this year in the T20. And Randy says, I agree with you, it would be preferable to have settled overseas players. However, this is easier said than done with international callings overriding any other player commitments. I think Sussex have done pretty well in signing those that we have. It was always likely that Rashid would be late joining us, so Sussex had to work around that. As in comes Brooks in and bowls, and Ingram plays just short of Rawlings at third step. That's just in front of Delray Rawlings. And there is no run. Yeah, I think that's a fair point, Randy. And certainly after Sussex are committed to Mohammad Rizwan, then the West Indies tour to Pakistan was announced. So it's very difficult to plan around the international players. I just wonder whether you recruit players who aren't going to get called up for international cricket. You know, maybe you get a lesser quality, but at least they're around the whole time. Brooks in bowls, and Ingram up on his toes, steers to Haynes at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yes, that's what Glamorgan would hope for this season with Ingram's international days. I think it's fair to say without insult behind him, and Neser a little way down the pecking order in terms of Australian fast bowling in the subcontinent anyway.
Brooks in again, bowls, and runs here for Ingram. No, good bit of fielding by Carter, who was round smartly from point to field. And there is no run. Ended over 10 for 1, Ingram 5, Byron 1. Just finishing off that email, it says, regarding this current match, how impressive has Oli Carter been? An impressive patient effort from the team yesterday, says Randy. Yeah, I'm thinking, for example, in a Sussex perspective, someone who's been around the T20 side for a while. He didn't have a great T20 campaign last year, but I still think he's got lots to offer as somebody like David Visa, who you're going to get for the whole. And I know he's been picked up in the 100 as well, so I just wonder if that's the sort of player you're after, and then you're not constantly jetting people in and out of the country, which Sussex have been doing, to be honest.
Worrying about their visas.
Yeah.
Hunt is in from the River Taff end, bowls to Byram, who drives into the offside. Doesn't quite middle it, but will pick up a couple of runs as it rolls gently towards the ropes. Morgan move on to 12 for 1. Rod Young tweets, puzzling why Gorvin replaced Hogan. Thought he was a batting all-rounder, not a like-for-like swap. Thought we'd replace him with a strike bowler like Harris, Carey or McIlroy. Now having to bowl out Sussex with Neser and Wheel as our only pace bowlers. I was slightly surprised, to be honest. I thought of the 3 men in the squad, as Hunt is in to bowl to Byram, who defends to mid-on, which were Harris, McIlroy and Gorvin. Personally, I was surprised when Gorvin was named as the man to replace Michael Hogan, who's a COVID victim. James Harris has been short of wickets, really. He's playing for the second 11 against Somerset in Abergavenny. And so is Jamie McIlroy. As that is played on the leg side by Byram. No run. Fielded by Carter, who still looks busy enough in the field despite his marathon effort with the bat from just after 11:30 yesterday morning through till the end of the innings, last out. Caught on the boundary. Caught wheel bowled Salter, 185 last out. Gave Sussex that vital little bit before lunch to get rid of David Lloyd as Byram defends. This is the first time that Byram has opened the batting for Glamorgan in competitive cricket. He was batting middle order in the T20. This is his first championship game of the season, and in the 3 games he played last season, he was batting at 4. There's Hunt in refreshed sunshine, is in to bowl to Byram, who deflects that one down past third slip, and we'll go through for the single. 13 for 1 Glamorgan. So Gorvin batted, I think 7, if my notes are correct, in his debut game here against Leicestershire. And at Durham, well, he was a night watchman in the first innings and an emergency opener in the second. As Ingram punches the next ball to wide mid-off and there's no run. That when David Lloyd was unwell and off the field, and thence unable to bat until number 7 in the Durham game. And that presumably applies to Chris Cook as well, who will have to drop at least one down the order today, I believe. If not on the field at the end of the innings.
Ah, right, okay, that's a good point. Okay.
So that's not really a problem, because Root will bat at 6, I would expect.
Well, the group of school children are watching very patiently from away to our left. They were out on the field with some quick cricket. I never got to see cricket when I was at school, Nick. They sit and do horrible things like maths and English. And in comes Brooks in and bowls, and played wide of third slip by Byron. Gets a single down to third man, fielded all the way down in the distance by Sean Hunt.
Well, there's lots of maths and English you can relate to cricket.
Well, that's true. That is very true. Yeah.
There are a lot of words. We try to use many of them on our commentaries. Expands your vocabulary, so as not to try to bore the listener.
Brooks with his blue headband is in and bowls, and driven by Ingram to mid-off, fielded there by the Sussex captain, Tom Haynes, who missed out this week, made 10 before he became a victim of James Wheel. James Wheel's only victim of the innings. Brooks rubs the ball on his trousers and runs away from us. The on-loan man from Somerset, he's in and bowls, and a play and a miss outside the off stump by Ingram. Would this, I mean, Edward was talking earlier on about Glamorgan do back deep, but I always feel that Ingram is a key wicket for Glamorgan. Would that be true, Nick?
Yes, I suppose he's played very little championship cricket in the last 5 years, really. His game against Sussex last year was his first game in more than 4 seasons in the red ball format.
Did he have some knee problems, or?
Yeah.
In comes Brooks bowls. That's a lovely shot. That's 4 runs. No need to chase that. Over pitch by Brooks, and just beautifully played through mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ingram. He goes to 9, and Glamorgan 14 for 1. 18 for 1, I'm sorry.
Ingram played in the first game of this season against Durham, making 87 and 19. And despite having top scored in that first innings, was promptly left out for the second game because of the arrival of Marnus Labuschagne.
Ah, right, okay.
So Ingram's had to bide his time.
Brooks in bowls, and Ingram very, very nearly plays on. He was rather caught on the crease there, Colin Ingram, and the ball's very nearly dribbled onto his off stump. It's one of those that has the slip cordon standing with hands on heads as the ball dribbled past the stumps.
That was pretty close.
It was.
Ingram,
oh wow,
chopped that one back just past his off stump. Hasn't played much red ball cricket between games since the second 11 have been playing 2020 in recent weeks.
Brooks on his way again, in bowls, driven by Ingram. More runs here. He's only get a single on this occasion, down to a wideish third man. Sean Hunt is very quickly around the boundary and gets in a throw to keeper Seifert. It is the end of Jack Brooks. Over 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 15. Glamorgan are 19 for 1, with Ingram on 10, Barham on 5. Listening to live cricket, BBC Online, BBC Radio Sussex and Wales. Adrian Harms and Nick Webb with you. If you want to get in touch, you can email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. That's an email that open to all and sundry, whether you're Glamorgan, Sussex or wherever you are. Please join us for a natter.
Indeed. Twitter, NickWebb2017, Adrian Harms. Glamorgan 19 for 1 in reply to Sussex's 3-7-6 all out, having been 1-4-5 with half their wickets down. Ingram on strike. Hunt to bowl. Ingram hurried on the back foot, plays to cover, and there's no run.
He just brings something a little bit different, Sean Hunt, which I think why Sussex are keen. I mean, that left arm over, just slanting the ball, not so much to Ingram because it's not across the left-hander, but it just gives a little bit of variety to the attack, and he does nip the ball around.
In comes Hunt, bowls to Ingram, who drives, doesn't time it, straight to mid-on, and there is no run.
Sean Hunt not 21 until December, so he's Just looking at this Sussex side, so Tom Clark is 21, Oli Carter is 20, Daniel Ibrahim is 17, Archie Lenham is 17, Henry Crocombe is 20, Sean Hunt is 20, so that's 5 players of 21 or less.
Hunt bowls, Ingram
Shot.
drives down the ground. There is no
Good.
mid-off, and it's just a question of the fielder hoping that the ball goes over the advertising hoardings and is retrieved by a spectator, but unfortunately for Tom Haynes, it does not and is not, so he's got to go and pick it up himself. 14 to Ingram. Glamorgan are 23 for 1.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Beautifully played. It's the second shot he's played like that.
Well, I think despite the apparent slowness of this pitch, I think Ingram will play his shots and possibly give the Sussex bowlers a chance. But he'll be more likely to score quickly if he does survive. As Hunt bowls to Ingram, who drives again, this time back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, I have to say, I mean, it was very slow yesterday, but Sussex this morning scoring 131 in, 23.4 overs makes you think perhaps it's not as difficult a wicket as we were thinking it was yesterday. Perhaps it's just a very good batting track. And, Glamorgan are going to ease their way and, towards this Sussex total. We shall see. If they do that, you think the game's probably destined for a draw.
Hunt bowls, Ingram drives again, Hunt gets a hand to it in his follow-through, deflects it towards the non-strikers' wickets, but doesn't roll onto the stumps. Byram, I think, had turned and got back anyway. 23 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. As Hunt bowls, Ingram drives again beautifully, a straight
shot.
drive this time. Now there is a mid-on in the form of Lenham, but that one went scudding past the youngster and up to the ropes at the river end of the ground for 4 more. 27 for 1, Ingram to 18 after 6 overs.
Well, that looked rather ominous from Colin Ingram. 2 beautiful shots in that over. Not bad deliveries at all from Sean Hunt, just slightly over pitch, but Ingram is a quality player. And 2 lovely shots down the ground, one on the offside, one on the onside, giving the fielders no chance whatsoever. And Glamorgan have very quickly moved on to 27 for 1. So since lunch in the 4 overs, they've added 22.
Well, Sussex scored quickly for the first hour and 50 minutes of the day, or hour and 42. Batting to come. North East next in, Carlson, Root, Cook. Who knows what order the rest will emerge in without Hogan available to fill number 11.
In comes Brooks, round the wicket, bowls, and let go outside the off stump by Byron. There is no one. Dan Douthwaite, does he not play Championship cricket?
He hasn't been selected so far this season.
Right.
Although he has been an ever-present in the T20.
Right, okay.
But no, hasn't played Championship as yet. He's playing in the second 11 4-dayer at the moment at Abergavenny, where Somerset are 137 for 3. 2 early wickets for Harris.
Brooks in bowls, 4 more. Lovely looking shot over pitch, and this time it's Byron who drives the ball handsomely through the covers for 4 runs. No point chasing that.
The other Glamorgan wicket taken by Rhodri Lewis, who is a Swansea-born trialist, I believe. Has been played for Berkshire and National Counties. But Umeed is 74 not out, and Newport-born Will Smale 21 not out for Somerset.
So, some nice looking shots here from the Glamorgan openers. Very quickly, as I say, under 31 for 1. Brooks round the wicket in and bowls, and Byron plays to point, fielded there by Carter. And there is no run, still the 3 slips in place. Third man, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. Tom Haynes is already looking at the ball. We know all about the problems with the Duke's ball this season. Brooks seems to be coming off an ever shorter run, actually. He's in again, bowls, and Byram eases this one, pass backward point. Miss Carter can't get there. They're going to come back for a second. No, they won't, because Archie Lenham is very quickly round from third man to field. One more to Byram, takes him into double figures. He's on 10. Glamorgan are 32 for 1.
Just so you're not unduly put off, Adrian, you may get a Radio Wales news bulletin into your ears, but I'm not scheduled to perform in the course of it.
Right.
I think they've forgotten to switch off the feed.
Brooks is definitely coming off. Well, I still think he's off a slightly shortened run. And the man on loan from Somerset is in again. Bowls, and Ingram plays to backward point, fielded by Carter. Or more point, actually, Carter. Again, there is no run. Much more blue sky around now. It was a little cloudy and overcast this morning, but the cloud is breaking up and there's a big dollop of blue sky over the ground, and sun shining brightly as Brooks is on his way to bowl to the left-handed Ingram, who drives down the ground 4 more. Well, I'll tell you what, he looks in the groove here. Does Colin Ingram? He's played 4 outstanding shots in this innings so far. Beautifully played. Just slightly overpitched from Jack Brooks, and Colin Ingram just belted the ball down the ground for 4 runs, and Jack Brooks is 4 overs. 4 overs for 24.
Well, if you put them in that slot for Ingram, he, like the Sussex batsmen in the early stages of the day, the first hour, they'll keep hitting them, because Morgan bowled a few full-length stroke half volleys. It'll be Hunt to bowl his 4th over. He has 1 for 12.
Oh no, Tom Haynes is already not happy with the ball. No, the umpire said it's okay.
New Zealand 36 for 1 in the test. That's a lead of 50. Joe Root made 176 and the half century for Ben Folkes. Hunt is in to bowl outside off stump, and Byram allows it to go through. Moeen Ali has told the BBC it's his last year at Worcester. He's talking to them and to other counties. Internet rumours of a move just up the road to Warwickshire. He has played down speculation of Yorkshire, saying that might be seen as a publicity stunt in the wake of their recent racism issues, as Byram defends. Well, I'm saying that, not him.
Yeah.
Byram defending that one from Hunt. Of course, speculation is around that Moeen could be resuming his Test career in the winter with England.
And I wonder if that's behind it, Nick. I wonder whether he feels he needs to be playing First Division Championship cricket. Who knows?
Hunt bowls. Byram a little bit squared up by that one, but playing it down into the gully where it's fielded by Ibrahim.
He made 100. I think it was 2 seasons ago in the T20 quarter-final at Hove. I think that would have been 2020. And maybe it's 2019. And he made 100. He was dropped on naught and went on to score a massive 100 to win the game. It was just fantastic to watch.
Here's Hunt in the sunshine, bowling to Byram, who's pushing forward. Ball rolls into cover, and they don't try a quick single.
Yeah, Alex Carey was keeping for Sussex, and he was put down behind, and Moeen just went into overdrive, and the ball was, all over the ground.
He's a lovely player to watch, and he's in his pomp with the bat, isn't he?
Yep.
Speeds from Brooks of around about 80 miles an hour in the previous over, by the way.
Okay, it's interesting. In comes Hunt. Over the wicket, bowls, and Byron clips this to me. They'll need to get a move on here. Tom Haynes, Archie Lenham is quickly. Oh, that's really sloppy. Really, really sloppy. That's
cricket is the loser, as they say.
Yeah, that is the sort of thing that doesn't look great. So Archie Lenham came in, he fielded the ball, he shied at the stumps, there was nobody backing up. And they were lucky it didn't go for 4 overthrows. As it was, it's gone for a single. Glamorgan is 38 for 1.
It's only just an extra single because Byram had run a fair distance past the wicket, so it's around about 60 metres there to get to.
Yeah, I think it always looks ugly, doesn't it, when that happens? And again, in over the wicket, bowls, and Byram just leans forward, plays to backward point, and there is no run. This is an opportunity for Byram. He's in the side, opening the batting.
Yeah, as Glamorgan parted company with Nick Salmon, who'd been in and out of the side for half a dozen years, mainly in the Championship, to be fair, but maybe his stats were not quite what was needed overall. Despite a big 140 in the one-day cap up at Leicester towards the tail end of the season. So it was a question of that opening slot being between Eddie Byram and Joe Cook, who had 6 or 8 matches last season, and his stats didn't quite prove it. So Glamorgan very much hoping that Eddie Byram does fill that slot as...
I'm making a Horlicks here of getting a rather nice-looking piece of cake.
Afternoon
is it someone's birthday?
Chocolate cake is served. Thank you very much.
In come Brooks and bowls, and up at his toes is Ingram to backward point, fielded by Carter. And there is no... To what do we deserve cakes?
I believe this is usually the mother of Jack next door.
Ah, thank you, Mum of Jack.
Who's... Sandra. Thank you, Sandra.
Sandra, thank you, Sandra.
A regular provider of cakes to the BBC commentary team here, for which we're very grateful.
We are. Well, I think I need to go and get myself a cup of tea, so I might get one at the end of this over and I can eat my cake. As in comes Brooks, bowls, and forward comes Ingram, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Clive's been in touch. We've talked about Moeen Ali, and Clive says the Carey drop, there was a Topley Yorker that missed by millimetres when Moeen was still hadn't scored. It was our fault. He always gets runs when my son and I see him play. Thank you, Clive, for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk as Brooks is in and bowls. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That is the 5th drive that he's played straight down the ground, either on the offside or the onside, and it's beautifully played. And Ingram very quickly on to 26. And Jack Brooks, Ed Bevan in the back of the lot saying they shouldn't pitch it up, because every time they've pitched it up, it's just been dispatched for 4 runs. And Glamorgan off to a bit of a flyer here, you know.
Well, Sussex scored very quickly this morning, didn't they?
Did. I wonder if this is a better pitch than we're giving it credit for. Well, we'll see. That met with a stony silence from the locals as in comes Brooks and bowls, and he's done it again, and that's going to be 4 more. Over pitch, driven away through the offside, and Ingram goes to 30. And since lunch, Glamorgan have scored 41 runs in 7 overs. So they're going along at 6 and over at the moment.
Yeah, well, there's slips in, now down from 3 to 2.
I hope Sussex don't go with a sweeper on the cover boundary already. That would... no, they're not. Thank goodness for that. 46 for 1. Brooks to Ingram, who looks in really good touch. Comes in and bowls, and better delivery from Brooks, which Ingram covers up and plays into the offside, fielded by Rawlins, no run.
Yes, he's been... I mean, he's played beautifully, but he's rather been served those half volleys up, hasn't he?
He has.
And if Sussex do get a better line and length, then I'll be hoping to cause him some problems.
22 of 21 deliveries for... Sorry, 30 of 22 deliveries. Then he comes bowls and played to mid on by Ingram. That's the end of the over. I made a bit of a Horlicks. They showed us 22 on the screen, but he's got 30. So I'll forget that stat. 46 for 1. Ingram on 30, Byram on 12. I've decided it's time to make a cup of coffee and eat my cake. So Ed Bevan in his very, very fashionable pink and white shirt that I'm really quite envious of. is going to come.
Adrian, you'll need to clean up there. You've got the powder off the cake.
Yeah, well, I'll have to have a word to Sandra. Not so much flour on the cakes. It's ruined my trousers.
Adrian, off he goes to refresh himself sartorially and nutritionally, if that makes sense. And Edward Bevan will slot into place. Hunt bowls, Byram defends. and there is no run. And if there's something that Glamorgan supporters relish on a sunny afternoon, it would be watching a little bit more of Colin Ingram in full flow.
Absolutely.
So Sussex getting the early wicket. Can they back it up as Hunt bowls? Byram joins in the party now. He's drilled it straight back down the ground for 4 Ingram-esque runs as Glamorgan rattle along to 46. Is that the 50 up? It is indeed. It's the half century up for Glamorgan, and it's come up in the 10th over.
Yes, they're feeding up some juicy half volleys outside the off stump or straight, and left-handers love balls that are around the off stump. Okay, he's missed one of an attempted drive, Ingram, but then what's he hit? How many boundaries? Half a dozen or more.
There's Hunt into bowl. Byram plays this one through mid-wicket. There'll be more runs. I think this one's going to reach the boundary as well. It's not slowing up. It pops over the ropes at mid-wicket up towards the ground staff area of the ground. Away to our right. 54 for 1.
I know you like to keep notice of these. How many boundaries?
Let's have a look.
Ingram must have hit 6 and Byram 3 or 4.
I'll tell you very shortly once I've found the right page on here. Ingram has 7 in his 30 as Hunt bowls to Byram. Oh, he skied that one over cover. He was looking to play through mid-wicket, just got a bit ahead of himself there, Eddie Byram, and got away with that one. That was probably through mid-wicket or mid-on he was looking to hit, and skied it up, got enough on it, and it looped over point for a couple of runs. Byram on to 22 and Glamorgan on to 56 for 1. Byram's now hit 3 boundaries and Ingram's 7.
Very fortunate there. It was a huge leading edge. They tried to work it away towards mid-wicket.
Hunt into bowl. Byram plays into the offside and sees that it's between 2 fielders, and a good call through for a quick single. And you have to say that Sussex ran pretty niftily between the wickets. They took a few risks, but they probably well, they did get away with it because there weren't any run-outs, but they garnered some good quick runs.
22 and 20.
Yes, lots of youngsters in the side.
Like you and I, with respect, at this time of our lives.
As Hunt bowls, Ingram nurdles it away on the leg side for a single down to fine leg. 58 for 1.
12 off the over. No doubt Tom Haynes will be thinking of a change, and there is going to be change, because this will be after, what did he concede? 32.
32 off 5. That's
6
that's
and over.
Not a great start to his brief Sussex career.
No, indeed, and we're going to see Crocombe bowling, I think. Looks like him.
There's a change of bowling at the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl for Sussex is Henry Crocombe.
Indeed, number 5, another 20-year-old. So 2 20-year-olds in the attack if Hunt stays on. The 38-year-old is whipped off.
Partnership past 50 already. And we're about to start the 11th over. And it'll be Crocombe, who played extremely well, scored 36 in a 9th wicket partnership of 73 with Carter. Here he is, bowls his first ball. That's wide of the off stump. Through to the keeper. 2 slips, 3 on the offside, saving 1. A third man, a fine leg. A mid-on, very conventional, and a square leg, and a very conventional opening attack field. Here is Crocombe, tall young man, comes in, bowls, and this time Ingram gets behind it and pushes it out to cover, where it's fielded there by Delroy Rawlings. 87 and 19, I think, was Ingram's only other performance in the county championship. First game of the season against Durham, came in at number 3. And he has since then been just watching Marnus Labuschagne take over the overseas player's berth. In comes the next ball, wide, very wide. He nearly chops on there. And it drops just in front of him.
Yes, he did nearly play on to Brooks, has been the main blemish in his innings. Apologies to viewers on the Glamorgan stream. There's some crumbs in the works, and the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen for online viewers is not correct. It's 58 for 1.
Crocombe, no runs off this over, comes in and bowls to Ingram. Ingram drives beautifully for yet another boundary through the offside. You bowl half volleys at Colin Ingram, you will be punished. Glamorgan race along to 62 for 1. You have to put these things down, but the follow-on is 227, which Nick and I always do.
Yeah.
You never know, but this is a rapid start. 62 for 1.
Just a little gasp as that one proceeded to the boundary, because there was a gull, rather oblivious until the last moment that the ball was arriving, and it just about got out of the way.
Yes. Majid Khan, wonderful Pakistan Glamorgan player, I'll tell you in a moment. As Crocombe comes in, bowls again. That's 4 more. This is not good bowling, to put it mildly. 66 for 1. I lost count of the boundaries, but he's all of a sudden on to 38. Is Colin Ingram being fed juicy half volleys? And there's a meeting.
No, 9.
9, is it?
9 boundaries. He's hardly had to run for the 38 then. A couple of singles and
I think the spinners will be on before
9 boundaries.
And Rawlings said, do you want me back at the extra cover boundary? I would suspect yes, sir. But he's not. He's coming back into the orthodox position. The only thing here might be a little bit of overconfidence from Ingram if he gets out. You think that this is his day. Always got to be careful as Crocombe prefers to bowl the last ball of the over. Bowls Ingram, pulls this time and gets 4 more. Ah, well, this is fun. 12 off that over, 3 boundaries. Glamorgan, would you believe it or not, 70 for 1, and we've only had 11 overs.
It's
2020.
It's astonishing. Yeah, they've been lower scores than this for Glamorgan in 2020 this season.
He's on to 42, and Byram also hit a couple of boundaries, 23.
As well at the river end, because coming on to bowl is Tom Haynes.
Haynes with
What does he
a bit of medium pace, I believe.
Keeper standing up, which tells you, yes, the wicket is slow. And the bowling has not been good, I'm afraid. Yeah. A few more fielders in front of the bat now.
So Haynes offering himself to try to ease the scoring rate. Right arm medium pace from the 23-year-old skipper, who is in to bowl. Forward comes Byram.
I'm just thinking earlier on, Nick, when Brooks started the innings bowling to Byram, they would have met many, many times in the nets at Taunton, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Suddenly came to me. He seems to be just trundling in, doesn't he, Brooks? Seen him bowl much quicker than that.
Around about the 80 mark as Haynes bowls and Byram on the back foot. Defends, no run, 70 for 1. We can't really hope for this volley of runs to continue from a Welsh point of view, but it's nice while it lasts. Sussex will need to stem this as quickly as possible as Byram drives. Hasn't timed that one.
Have a look at his run at the start, Nick. He's facing long on, and then he turns nearly a complete circle. It's Tom Haynes. As if to say, well, I reached probably the end of my run. Here he comes. Not quite so exaggerated then.
Haynes in again, bowls, and Byram works it on the leg side to short mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan, poor start out in the second over. There were only 2 overs supposed to be before a luncheon. And then the second ball of that second over, David Lloyd edged to the keeper. Glamorgan were 5 for 1, but they've really gone to town since then.
Haynes to bowl, and Byron back on his stumps. Keeper Seifert standing up, which gives you some indication as to Haynes's relative pace compared with the other bowlers. The graphics on our screens are back in action, so hopefully we'll get some paces of the bowlers at some point as Byram defends, having a good look at it. May well not have faced him before, and an over of medium pace brings a maiden for Tom Haynes.
Is the heating on, or is it just the very warm air that's coming in here?
It is pretty warm. I had the temperature knocked down to 18 degrees. If you can work it any better than I can, you're welcome to have a go.
Yeah, leave it to you.
Hit a few buttons. It was very sticky when it came in overnight, but we couldn't leave the aircon on overnight because that would have cost a fortune and killed the planet or something like that.
There we go. 70 for 1. Glamorgan. Ingram on 42. He will face a second over from medium pace of Crocombe. And Haynes bowling so far, the only maiden of the innings. Crocombe. It's about 6 for 3 from 6 for 4 perhaps, as he comes in over the wicket and bowls to Ingram, who clips this away on the onside. There's a man on the mid-wicket boundary and they'll settle for a single. Ingram moves on to 41 and Glamorgan on to 71 for 1. This after Sussex made 376. 20-year-old Oli Carter, 185. Good support from Crocombe and Brooks at the end of the innings, both making 36. Mammoth spell of bowling from Salter, 41.4 overs, 4 for 107. Crocombe this time to Byron, bowls to him, and Byron goes back and plays not a very good looking shot. Don't know quite what he was doing. He was trying to chop it down through the gully for 4, but didn't get a touch.
Listed as 6'2" in the cricketers' who's who is Mr. Crocombe. Nickname Croaks, as Oli Carter not surprisingly revealed during his interview last night. Croaks batting well at the other end.
Here is Croaks. He's over the wicket and bowls to Byron. Byron drives, well fielded in that deep gully position, and there's no run.
No, you'd think that the inventive man in the dressing room would take that on and call him Froggy or something from Croaks, you know.
That is quite...
but cricket's nicknames are not hugely inventive, are they?
It generally ends with a Y, doesn't it? Jonesy.
Or an S.
Rooty.
Bevs. Yes. Bevs and Webby with you? Yeah.
Yes. Used to be Bevs and Shep, now it's Bevs and Webby. Here is Crocombe and bowls, and don't keep saying that, Nick, or I'll be croaking all the way.
That was wide outside off stump. It must have been close to being given a wide, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty innocuous bowling at the moment, but you never know. It could be, as they say out there, bang, bang, 2 more in a cluster.
Yes.
Not much encouragement coming at the moment as Crocombe turns. Umpire White waits at the presiding end, and he bowls now. This is clipped, lovely shot, but again, it'll be cut off by Brooks at mid-on. Turn the wrists nicely then. So we haven't had a run for 11 balls. But this will be the 13th over. Still a very, very good run rate. The run rate is 5.53 as Crocombe comes in and bowls again. And this is tucked down the fine leg, gets right on top of it, helps it on its way. He'll get a single. Morgan 72 for 1. In that innings then, as I say, Salter took 4, Neser took 2, Hogan, who was ruled out of the game overnight because of COVID, Wheel and David Lloyd, and Govin, the substitute for Michael Hogan, both took a wicket apiece.
Yeah, so in case you're wondering, substitutes for concussion and COVID, I believe, are allowed to bat and bowl. I think that's about it so far. But if you
not any different,
if you tear a muscle and you can't hobble onto the field, then tough luck.
Absolutely.
Just the sub-fielder. Haynes bowls to Byram on the defensive, pushes out on the offside, no run. Chris Cook with a calf injury, which we initially thought was cramp last night.
Remember, Nick, a couple of years ago, he played at Newport and
yes,
was carried off the field. I was worried.
Serious ankle injury.
Last night it might have been a recurrence of that, or he was out for a very long time then.
As Haynes bowls, Byram turns it on the leg side, no run.
Not much time for Glamorgan to relax because they go to Gloucestershire on Saturday, 6:30.
I hope you're not turning up on Sunday.
6:30 start.
Yeah, we've got Steve James alongside us, so please log on. We won't be on the club stream, but please join us on the BBC site. Byram pushes forward, back to Haynes, no run.
Maybe Nick, myself and my old friend Steve James, looking forward to him. I haven't seen James all winter. Being in touch with him.
No, I've briefly seen him in the odd rugby media room, and he's been composing for the Times on Welsh internationals. Haynes to Byram, who pushes forward, slightly becalmed now, Eddie Byram, but
and of course this is the without all respect, a sort of dobbing pitch, a little dob, where you just plant it just a fraction away from back of a length, and the ball not coming on, it's hard to score, and this is what these two, well, especially Haynes, has done as yet.
Haynes in around the wicket to Byram, who will get a single here as he's beaten the sprawling short mid-wicket. In fact, they'll come back fairly comfortably for a couple of runs.
First runs off Haynes.
So Byram moves on to 26, and Glamorgan does 74 for 1 in reply to 376, so still 302 runs in arrears.
After this, you've got a bit of spin from Rawlings, you've got leg spin from the 17-year-old Archie Lennon.
As in comes the next delivery, over the wicket this time from Haynes, and it's defended by Byram. And there is no run at the end of over number 14 of the Glamorgan innings. There's 74 for 1. Ingram has 43. Byram has 26. And if you're not able to be watching us at the moment, then do please catch up on social media on Colin Ingram's straight drives.
Oh, right, yes.
If
no better sight, of course, if you're not a bowler. You saw so much of him in those years when he was quite outstanding in Glamorgan 2020. He's facing now. He's 7 runs away from 50. More defensive field now, just the 2 slips. That's Crocombe with his medium pace at the Cathedral Road end. Runs in over the wicket and bowls. And Ingram drives yet again. Is he going to get runs? He might be cut off. It is cut off, and very well cut off there.
Oh, just a single.
Very well cut off. Picked it up and returned it in one fair swoop, as they say. And that was Oli Carter, who's done enough running. Come on, young man, you've done enough running without hurtling around the boundary. Anyway, it was a single. Nearly again went for 475 for 1. Byram went out to face his first ball from Crocombe. In comes the bowler, and that just kept a little bit low as the batsman Byram got down on it.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Durham have piled up 536 for 7 against Worcestershire, with 217 from their new man Rachin Ravindra opening the batting, and 96 from Scott Borthwick. 60 not out Ben Rain.
In comes Crocombe. Oh, very wide. Now fancy if he got out to that. 2 yards away down the offside, and he tries to guide it, as Byram.
Bad ball, bad shot.
Absolutely.
Wicket keeping was about the only decent bit of that process.
Yeah, the lad who got 217 Ravindra supposedly playing one game. I haven't seen it confirmed. It's a sort of case. Hello, boys. My name's Ravindra. I get 217. See you again. I'm off. Crocombe past the umpire and bowls again, and this is driven straight to the man in cover, at cover rather. 75 for 1. The score remains.
That's Derby. Derbyshire 177 for 3. That's in reply to Middlesex's 251 all out. Masood's relatively modest 49 is the top score so far. And remember when Glamorgan went to Derby and they were celebrating getting him out for 60 odd.
Crocombe is in and bowls, and that's guided nicely there, but straight again to cover. A little bit of lift there, coming down from a fair height is Crocombe. It really is a beautiful day. The odd cloud, warm. I just went out for 20 minutes and very warm sunshine. Blissful. County cricket, what better can you ask for?
Leicestershire made 440 all outs. Notts 84 for 1, half century for Hasib Hamid.
Crocombe bowls, and again that dips back into the batsman. Perfect bounce, and there's no run.
Latest from the Test match, New Zealand 54 for 1, leading England by 68 runs. England made 539 all out. Joe Root 176, Ben Folkes 56.
Now that's heading surely for a draw. I know there's a day left, but nothing much you can conjure up.
Last 5 wickets went for 23 in the England innings as they were having a bit of a belt.
Yeah.
So 75 for 1 here in the Sapphire Sunshine, as Haynes will turn to deliver the third over of his medium pace. Ingram a little bit tucked up, plays up to mid-off, and
talking
no run.
About Brenda McCullum, the New England coach, he played here.
Yep.
It was his first appearance in Britain, and I was talking to Alan Evans. A lot of people remember him. He played for Glamorgan for some years, and he played a lot out in New Zealand. And I remember him telling me,
this next delivery is defended by Ingram, no run.
It's something special, this fellow is, he said. So anyway, Glamorgan were playing Gloucester here in a 2020 game, big crowd, and in the old days we used to have the crowd just sitting in front of us, as they are now, but they're different complex. First ball he just played, the second ball he put it in about the 10th row over long off and went on to go at 80 or 90. A wonderful player.
Haynes bowls, Ingram drives to mid-off, no run.
And as soon as he took over England, he's told them all for this positive outlook. I don't know if you watched any last night, Nick. The way Stokes played, he's running down the pitch to the fast bowlers and just planting them all over the place. Obviously playing this positive game, which is great to see.
As Haynes bowls, Ingram props forward. Haynes applying quite a bit of discipline now to the scoring rate. Yeah, I mean, by the time we've finished here, written reports, done interviews, so on, I didn't actually manage to catch up with the test last night. By the time I'd had a quick word with the family, it was more or less bedtime.
It is.
Ingram on the leg stump, turns one down to wide, fine leg. He'll get a single. Crocombe fields, gets his throw in and keeps them down to the single. Ingram onto 45, still only 41 deliveries.
Yeah, they've put a break, medium paces, because it was a very erratic opening attack, even though Hunt got a wicket with his second ball.
Next delivery from Haynes is played to point by Byram, and there's no run. Well, after that series of half volleys were dished up mainly to Ingram, who took full advantage. Sussex now really have slammed the brakes on, and Glamorgan have gone from top gear to middle of second, maybe third. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, these two bowled, Haynes and Crocombe have bowled 6 overs, and they've only conceded 18 runs, 3 and over, which is permissible, even though this pitch is very, very easy paced. Crocombe then to continue at this end. The sun is shining brightly and all's well in the world. I hope. Well, it's not all well in the world. It's a complete shambles at the moment. There we are. All over the place. Crocombe to continue, bowling to the left-handed Ingram, and bowls to him, and he digs out a Yorker and plays it up to mid-off. Two left-handers, in fact, Ingram and Byram, who had a minor op towards the beginning of the season, and I think he caught COVID. And
bit of a hip strain at one point when he made a second 11 comeback, so he'll be glad to string a few games together.
And get some runs. He's got 26, but it's Ingram facing. Beautiful composed stance he has, as in comes the next ball, and here comes that drive again. Very, very well fielded. That was travelling at some knots. And man, at mid-off was
the skipper, Mr. Haynes himself.
Yes, it was, and leading very much by example. Lovely shot. Stands there now, waits to Ingram. In comes Crocombe, bowls to him. This time it's not timed. He's looking to dry that out to the sweeper at extra cover, but ends up at mid-on. And there's that ball that doesn't really come on, as I've been on about over the last day or two. On this pitch, it's not really coming on, and your timing has to be so good, which Ingram's has been spot on. Crocombe turns, doesn't take long to bowl it over for a seamer, and bowls to Ingram. Ingram drives, and again, it finds mid-off.
Well, Sussex's slightly less rapid change bowlers are applying the brakes, aren't they? Because Brooks and Hunt bowling faster, ball travelled past them pretty fast, and these two a little bit slower and more difficult for the batters.
Here's the next looking shot, and this is driven out to deep extra cover. So he takes a single of the penultimate ball of the over. The score moves on to 77 for 1, and Ingram is on to 46. That 46 coming at a run a ball.
And the first division, Hampshire 40 for 2 in reply to Yorkshire's 4-8 all out. A couple of early wickets for Jordan Thompson for the White Rose there. And Nyron Donald is playing, formerly of this parish, but due
down the order.
7, yeah. Should be joining us on Sunday for commentary.
Byram in, and this is dabbed away then by. Have we got two samurais on Sunday? Did you say he's joining us?
Yeah, he's here on Sunday. Steve James on Saturday.
Oh, right. So Steve's coming to Bristol, isn't he?
Steve's coming to Bristol, yeah.
Good, good, good.
Listen to those on the BBC Sport website. So
77 for 1.
At Canterbury, Kent 72 for 1 in reply to Gloucestershire's 4-3-8 all out. Haynes has removed himself.
For Sussex is Delray Rawlins.
So he's gone to spin with Rawlins in ahead of Lenham into the attack. Haynes bowling 3 overs, 0 for 3. I'm surprised.
Yeah. Great minds. Yeah, I'm rather surprised at that. And Adrian behind me just raises his eyebrows and said, because he brought a break more or less on proceedings. Yeah. There we are.
Anyway,
on come Pirates, everything else now.
I'll do one more over and then give way to Adrian. It's Taunton. Surrey already in the lead, 196 for 4, century for Rory Burns, he's out for 113. That in reply to Somerset's 180, and there have been 3 people out of the game there.
Yeah, Overton.
With Overton having been struck by his brother. This is Craig, struck by Jamie yesterday, batted on, but was presumably concussion tested again this morning and showing symptoms, so he's out of the game. Josh Davey took a whack off Jamie Overton and was carted off and carted out of the game, and Hashim Amla is retired this morning.
He's quicker than you think, is Jamie Overton, and he's a very, very hard-hitting dangerous batsman coming in at number 7.
So Marchant, DeLanger and Casey Aldridge have been added to the game for Somerset. And at Warwickshire at Edgbaston, Lancashire 122 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 292 all out in Division 1. So Rawlings is set his field. It includes a slip and a short leg, and he's bowling to Colin Ingram, left armour to left-hander, and Ingram back on his stumps defending on the offside.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask Aidan, Rawlings, orthodox left-arm spin, he doesn't bowl the leggy, does he? Yeah.
Not expecting a lot of turn. Adrian will be able to expand in a minute as Ingram chops the next delivery out on the offside. Again fielded at cover by Ibrahim.
Just that I haven't seen a lot of him bowling in championship games.
Well, Carson bowled all the overs here last year, didn't he? And Robinson was the destroyer as Ingram turns one off his legs down to fine leg for a single. Ollie Robinson with 13 wickets in the match against Glamorgan here to provide Sussex with their most recent championship win. Glamorgan here 78 for 1 in reply to Somerset 376 all out. As Rawlings moves his backward square leg a bit closer to the umpire, just in case of the top edge sweep or similar. Rawlings is into bowl to Byram, back on his stumps and punching it out on the offside, but there's a sweeper on the cover boundary, so it'll be just the single once more. 79 for 1 Glamorgan. 227, the immediate target to avoid the possibility of having to follow on for the home side. As Rawlings bowls, Ingram looking to punch towards the long-on boundary. There were shouts of catch, but it was nowhere near the fielder down there. It's run away for 4 runs. And that is Colin Ingram's half-century, who moves on to 51 not out off just 50 deliveries. So a tremendous scoring rate for Colin Ingram. A runner ball. And he has hit 11 fours.
To 50.
His next ball, a furious sweep shot. He's middled it, but it's well intercepted down at fine leg by Henry Crocombe and keeps them down to a single. Ingram has 52, Byram has 27, Glamorgan 84 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 376 all out. BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. Edward Bevan will shortly be joined by Adrian Harms.
Yes, rapid rate of progress here. When you lose an early wicket in the second over, you'd think that you come out after lunch and be just rather, well, careful, yes, but they were fed such a plethora, if you like, of half volleys that the left-handed pair of Ingram and Byram just made hay, Adrian. But there's been a little bit better bowling now.
Yeah, I was a little surprised Tom Haynes took himself out of the attack because he'd blocked up an end, which is what Sussex needed, because the runs are coming very, very quickly here for Glamorgan. They're rattling along.
Here's Crocombe, who decides now he's going round the wicket and comes in, goes rather wide of the crease, and this is driven.
Shot.
Oh, this is
masterclass. This
wonderful.
is
That's the word I was looking for. Oh, wish I could have played like this, don't you?
Oh, it's just, I mean, there's something about left-handers and cover drives.
I always say there's something about it. You go back to the David Gower, the Alan Borders, if you like.
Yeah. Just beautiful to watch. But I mean, Sussex are feeding him the ball, and he's saying thanks very much. I mean, I think Nick was saying it was 11 fours. He's now 12 fours, and he's made 56.
88 then. Crocombe, still with 2 slips, is coming in. Bowls again to Ingram. Ingram is forward, plays it gently, opens the face, and it goes down to third man for a single. 89 for 1, and what are we in? The 19th over.
Well, it's been terrific cricket to watch, hasn't it? I mean, before lunch we were speculating perhaps we were heading towards a dull draw. He might be heading towards a draw, but who knows? But
such a good
Ingram has gone about it in a very, very positive way, which is good to see.
Crocombe, medium pace, Comes in this time to bowl to Byron. Hits him over mid-wicket and gets another boundary.
They've gone, yeah, 4 more.
I wonder if these people who love the statistics of the game will be going through and saying how many 4s in the first 100 have been scored and all that. They love doing it. So no, don't start looking, Nick. Nick is on the ball immediately.
But I just wonder if we said today, didn't we, how Crocombe, Brooks, who are batting 9 and 10 for Sussex, made batter. I just wonder if this is just a very good batting surface. I mean,
it's yeah. Well, we'll talk about that later. Crocombe bowls down the leg side. Poor delivery, lucky to get away with it. 93 for 1, and these two have put on 80. What are they? 5. Yeah. 88. All the 8s.
And 88 in 17 overs, Edward. So.
Around the wicket again comes Crocombe bowls, and this is driven nicely through the offside. 4 more, thank you very much. So that's the 3rd boundary in this over, and Glamorgan ever scored so quickly to get their 100 with boundaries. That's what I wanted to say.
What beautiful shot, wasn't it? And Byron taking a leaf out of Colin Ingram's book there.
Yeah, it was a good shot. Not quite as powerful, and out comes the slip, and out goes the deep mid-wicket. And already in the 19th over, we've just got the 1 slip. And the head's just down a bit. They shouldn't be, because they've got a good score here, and a couple of wickets will bring them back into the game. Crocombe again bowls, and Byron drives.
Well stopped.
Very good stop there, and had it not been stopped, that would have been another boundary. Another very good over, and all of a sudden Crocombe has gone for 29 in his 5, 97 for 1, 57 to Colin Ingram, and 35 to Eddie Byram. And there are, how many overs left this evening? 51.
Well, it was a good stop by Sean Hunt there at Backwell Point. I know he's nursing this thumb injury that he's had, and that came at a fair rate of knots. Now, signals go out from Eddie Byron towards the pavilion. I think he wants to change his bat. If I was him, I think I'd keep going.
Yes.
Because he's batting very, very nicely.
There's a man, and I've just picked him up. I wonder if the batsman have just in front of the side screen at long on.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I wonder, you know, sometimes you look around the field, somebody lurking there, you try and hit him over the top and you're out.
Yeah, so is that all the way out there? Is that Jack Brooks all the way out there? I'm not... You're just waiting for something to be bought. Oh, yeah. Is it a new bat or something? Some sort of running repair, maybe, for Eddie Byram. Here we go. What's being bought out? It looks like water's being bought out. Well, how strange.
Are they up with the run rate level they are? So I suppose that is permissible.
Sussex haven't been great with their over 8s this season. In a couple of games, they've got to the last end, suddenly been hastening through the overs to claw things back, but there's certainly a delay, and it's a delay. I thought it was because Eddie Byron wanted a new bat, and Sussex have maybe used this as an opportunity. It's new gloves he wants bought out,
and a drink,
and a drink. So the
just bring you up to date with...
I think Sussex might be quite pleased about that, actually, because at the minute Glamorgan are building up a real head of steam here. Already 97 for 1 in 19 overs since lunch.
2.5 days to go. Yes, as you say, it could be interesting.
Well, they're scoring over 5 and over in this innings.
I looked at the Sussex run rate at the end of their innings and expected to see something like 3.5. It was 2.
Yeah, right, that's interesting.
Because they did go well this morning. We were scoring at one stage at 5 and over.
Yeah.
Somerset elected to bat.
So the gloves are being changed. It's true to say Sussex have got no chance of getting promoted out of the second division this season. They haven't won a game yet. But from Glamorgan's point of view, they'll be thinking at this stage of the season, well, we need to win games. It's no use drawing games, is it?
They won 2.
So I'm wondering, thinking to themselves, well, a draw's really no good. We need to be positive about this. And it's, fiddling around for a couple of days. They've been very...
Well, I hope it is.
They've been very adventurous. They've taken the game to Sussex.
Entertaining as well.
Very
if you're not,
entertaining.
obviously, a Sussex
Well,
bowler.
well, yeah. But as a Sussex commentator, you know, it's good to watch good cricket and questions being asked. In comes Rawlins over the wicket, bowls to Ingram, who is allowed to peel. Difficult to see from here.
Right outside his off stump, so I can't see how.
How often do you get a wicket taken immediately after a break?
The best wicket taker in the game. A break.
Yes.
Twice in the Test match.
Slipping a short leg in place. I can see Daniel Ibrahim, the young seamer, warming up in the covers as in comes Rawlins bowls, and Ingram covers up and plays straight back down the track to Rawlins, and there is no run. He's opened the bowling a fair amount this season, Delray Rawlins, in T20 cricket, where he's been highly successful. He comes in again, bowls, and Ingram works this one down towards third man. They're going to take one. They'll probably come back for a second. Tom Alsop is in hot pursuit. No, they don't come back for two. Good bit of fielding by Alsop. Prevents the second run. Ingram goes to 58. Glamorgan to 98 for one. The sun has momentarily gone in, but there's a lot of blue sky around Cardiff. As the left-handed Byron is on strike. Rawlins coming over the wicket, bowling his left arm spin. Comes in off half a dozen paces. And Sussex again changing the field around. As in comes Rawlins, bowls, and reverse swept by Byron, and that's going to go all the way for 4 runs. But you have to say, this has been a terrific reply by Glamorgan, and the 100 is up for Glamorgan. I think, is that going to kick over to, yes, 102 for one. Eddie Byron goes to 39, not only the 100 up, partnership of 97 between these two, who are playing extremely well.
Don't often see reverse sweeps in Championship cricket.
You don't? And I always think, Edward, that it's a shot that's fraught with risk, but these guys practice it so much, it's probably no less risky if you practice a lot than any other shot. Now a change in the field. And we just keep an eye on Sussex in the over 8 here, because at the minute they're level, but again, this field is coming from one side of the ground to the other.
If you see Lennon bowling and Rawlings a lot, they'll claw it back.
No, they will. So I'll describe the field in a minute, as in comes Rawlins bowls, and by this time sweeps in an orthodox way to short fine leg, fielded there by Crocombe, who had to run from a sort of a deep square leg position. Byron goes to 40, Glamorgan 103 for one. Still the slip and a short leg. There's a long on, a mid wicket, a deep backward square, a mid off, extra cover, sweeper on the cover boundary. As Rawlins is in again, bowls, and Ingram sweeps, and he hits the ball, and it hits Oli Carter on the back, and I'm sure Colin Ingram's just saying, are you okay? And I think Oli Carter is okay. It went fairly slowly, hit him on the back, but he looks okay. It is the end of Rawlins' over, who's bowled 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 13. And Glamorgan with a very positive start, 103 for one, after just 20 overs.
Byram, of course, this is his first championship game of the season. Would have opened the batting in the championship had he been fit. And it looks as if he's settling on well. Tom Haynes switch end. I thought he'd bowled really a bit too good to have brought himself off on that far end, but Crocombe was getting a bit of a pasting there, so he's coming on having bowled 3 overs and just the 3 runs. So he'll try and tie up that end, and they'll have to be watchful against Rawlins, so might get just a little bit of turn.
Yeah, and I think from Haynes' point of view, a lot of this season he's been batting so much, you think, well, he can't bat and bowl, but he is a useful medium-pace seamer, is Tom Haynes.
Here he is then, around the wicket, bowls and played defensively back down the pitch by Byram. He's on 40, and Ingram is on 58.
This looks premeditated to me from Glamorgan, though, as if they've decided to be very positive. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously I don't see enough of them, perhaps, to...
Yes, Haynes bowls, and this is played back down rather uppishly to manage short mid-on. And I've just been preaching along this game that you've got to be watchful because the ball is not really coming on. You wouldn't think so after the cover driving of these two.
No.
All the straight drives, nothing's been hit up in the air. As round he comes again, Haynes bowls and ball full length, played away onto the offside. He does this little twirl at the end of his run.
He does, yes. And then he's sort of on his way, isn't he? Sort of a twirl
Oh, I
round.
forgot. This is the end of my run now.
Yeah.
He turns round quickly.
Yeah. Tom Haynes would just love to see Sussex a victory in a championship match. He just...
I'm sure the spectators just in front of us. Haynes bowls, clipped away on the onside, and at least they've fielded well. Saved a couple of boundaries.
Yeah. Well, with so many young players in the side, I think we were adding up, we were saying there are 5 in the side who are 21 and younger. So there should be plenty of enthusiasm and no tired legs out in the field.
And Grandpa Jack Brooks.
Yeah.
Wide of the crease comes the next delivery. Huge row of... Oh, I don't know quite why. They all do it. Just played with the dead bat out to short mid-wicket. Yeah, he's keeping the runs down, certainly as the Sussex captain. Is he the captain this year or the acting captain? Or?
Well, he is the captain. I forget the wording of the press release, because it was 7 weeks ago when he was given the job.
Next ball off
4 runs.
Yeah, down the leg side. Clipped away, very fine, and it will be, as Edwin says, 4. 4 at the end of the over. That takes Glamorgan up to 107 for 1, and Byron moves up to 44. Yes, the last thing you want is a boundary of the last ball of the over, having bowled 5 dot balls. If you bowl a little offline on this pitch, you know, that's it. You go, don't you?
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's so easy pace. And
yeah, I mean, he was appointed skipper, and I forget the wording. Was it acting captain? I forget the. So I think the feeling was that because he opens the batting as well, Tom. You know, if perhaps everything got a bit much, that there was. I don't know who else would captain the side if he didn't. But you know, I think he's done a reasonable job in difficult circumstances, because I say Sussex just can't bowl sides out. 107 for 1. Rawlins in, bowls to Ingram, who just eases this through backward point.
You're looking at the stream then. I was, and no doubt the people around the country were, and a gentleman walking around with 2 pints of what it looked like very drinkable lager. I thought to myself, if you're a professional person, don't you dare go looking for something like that. It looked very tasty.
Rawlins in bowls, and Byron just plays with soft hands to backward point. Sean Hunt trots into field. So would that be your preferred tipple, Edward? Would a lager or over a bitter?
A drop of lemonade on it, yes.
Okay.
A day like this.
Right. Rawlins in bowls. Byron covers up.
Must confess, when I got home last night, I had a Sunday lunch, which Nick Webb would never have, because he's trying to watch his weight, as he tells us. And a nice drop of New Zealand Marlborough White.
That sounds nice. In comes Rawlins bowls. Byron hits this one.
Lovely shot.
To mid on. A good sprawling save by Brooks. There is no run. What was your roast, Edward?
Chicken.
Nice.
I shouldn't have had it, because I had a big lunch here, cakes galore, and then back to that. Didn't help my sleep.
Comes Rawlins again, bowls, and Byron stretches forward, plays to backward point. There is no. And you say you had a nice lunch. So was it one of those lunches where you're eating your roast dinner on a Sunday, you're thinking you don't like to say you're full because someone else has prepared it for you? Yeah.
No, I said, thank you very much.
I'm starving.
Afterwards.
Rawlins in, quick as delivery, and is he caught? I don't think so. No.
Off the pad.
Yeah, it bounced. It was taken by Carter in its short leg. There was an appeal from Rawlins. It was a good take, actually, by...
Shouting hope, I think.
Yeah, I think it was. End of the over. Tidy over from Rawlins, just conceding the 1 run. 3 overs, no maidens at 0 for 14. And Glamorgan are 108 for 1 with Ingram on 59. Byron on 44. You said you were keen on gardening yesterday, but does that extend to...
No, I wasn't. I didn't say I was keen.
Well, you said you enjoyed it.
Up to a point, yes.
Right. Does that extend to some of your own fruit and veg?
No, certainly
Right, just
not.
a few flowers.
Few flowers, yes. My wife is the boss there.
Right, okay.
She tells me, but I did a few the other day, and that'll do for the summer.
Right. Well, allotment doesn't appeal.
No, it's more than allotment. This is Haynes starts a new over. A good length ball, which is pushed down. I can't see any signs of ice cream here all season. I wonder why.
I only refer to allotments because apparently they're all the rage since lockdown, aren't they? A lot of people are, and actually, cost of living crisis and all the rest of it. You know, people growing their own vegetables.
Yeah. Haynes bowls forward. Comes Ingram. He's on 59. No, I'm not going to stay saying I like gardening or anything like. A friend of mine of many years said just do a little bit at a time. It's far better than getting up the next morning with your back in two. Some people, of course, love it.
Yeah, they do.
This turn from Haynes as he comes roaring in and bowls, and this is clipped away on the onside by Ingram. The runs here, one certainly, and they decide, no, we won't risk. What is the point of risking a second as the return comes in? The score moves on to 109 for 1. Ingram has moved on to 60 following his 19 and 87 in the first game, and that's the only championship game he's played.
Well, they're both going very quickly. Ingram 60 off 61 and Byram 44 off 71.
Here's the next ball. Byron this time plays forward. A good length ball. And there's no run.
100 partnership between these two as well. It's come very, very quickly. 100 partnership in just 20 overs.
Yeah, 5 and over.
Well, if Glamorgan were to carry on like this for the rest of the day, I'm not saying they would. They wouldn't be far off the Sussex score, you know.
In comes the next ball. Short. Clubbed away for 4 runs. Backward of squares. Byram goes on to 48. There's been far, far too many 4 balls. Don't you agree, Edwin, from the Sussex bowlers?
I do.
You did say this morning that they found it difficult to bowl sides out. You just imagine, though, if Messrs Archer and Robinson in this side.
Well, and that's the point, actually. And during Sussex,
you've got to be patient.
Yeah, you know, it's a different game.
Haynes bowls. That's played up mid-on, and there's no run. That's the end of another over. And the 113 for 1, 60 to Ingram, 48 to Byram. Remaining today are 47 overs. Now, multiply 47 by 4.
Well, what if I 47 by
180?
We'll do 47 by 5. Do 50 by 5 is 250. Take off 15. That gives you 235. Add that to where we are, and Glamorgan are virtually level.
Did you ever graduate in maths in university or wherever you were?
Too much time playing darts and things, I think.
Compliment you on
Probably
that.
to the bookmakers or whatever. No, I never went to university, Edward.
No, me. University of life.
In comes Rawlins, bowls to Ingram, who plays into the offside. There is no run. You know, to be honest with you, most that I was at school with didn't. It wasn't anything that was really thought about, to be honest. That was for very clever people, not me. In comes Rawlins, bowls, and Ingram punches to mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, just get on with what you enjoy doing.
Rawlins does get through his overs quickly. He's in again, bowls, and Ingram again plays very respectively back to Rawlins, who does get back to his mark and gets on with things. Now, someone's warming up there at short extra cover. I'm just trying to see who that is. I'm not sure where Archie is, actually. No, Archie's at mid-off. Oh, no, he's not. In comes Rawlins again, plays to short leg Carter Field. Now, where is Archie?
Archie, where are you?
Archie's sweeping on the cover boundary. We're looking forward to, I just thoroughly enjoy watching leg spinners bowl, so we're looking forward to that. Rawlins in bowls, swept by Ingram, 4 runs. Crocombe, no chance of cutting that off. Rawlins looks annoyed with, to be fair, it wasn't a great delivery, and Ingram was just very easy just to sweep that ball away through backward square leg for 4 runs. He goes to 64, 117 for 1.
I must commend Colin Ingram, because he's played a few, if any, 4-day matches for the second team. He's had to be patient and wait until Labuschagne went home. I don't think he's played a huge amount of 4-day cricket in his life. So he's been very selective, played as good an innings as we've seen anybody here this season for Glamorgan. And his short leg now is being taken away, and this is really defensive.
Well, yeah, and it's put a completely different slant on the game, hasn't it, since lunch?
Absolutely.
You know, we were sitting thinking, well, are Glamorgan just going to sort of bat their way, or will Sussex get wickets? You know, you couldn't see any other, you know, Glamorgan looked to be out of it, but all of a sudden, I mean, I know they're still a long way adrift, but they've been extremely positive here of the home side. Rawlins in bowls, and Ingram, that maybe kept a little low, and he dabs that out on the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 117 for 1. Ingram on 64, Byron on 48, a partnership of 112 between these two.
With 14 overs left, Adrian, before lunch, before tea rather, Glamorgan will have added a fair number of runs in, if they go on like this, of course, in the second session of play.
They would. Well, it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's going to bowl now. Now 17. When he was 16, Edward, he became the youngest player last year at Headingley, the youngest player ever to score a county championship half-century.
Remember?
And he would have become the youngest ever player to score a championship century at Worcester. When he was out for 94, Sussex were trying to score quick runs. Oh, gentleman there, look, he's completely stripped off apart from his shorts.
A very hot part of the ground.
Yeah, with the exception of Sussex were trying to set up a declaration, and in doing so, he was out for 94. But he would have been, that would have been something to have against Jardine, wouldn't it? The youngest ever player.
Yeah, he played well last year. When we were at Sussex, you can't remember with it, COVID and everything. Yeah. The last time I was down in Hove, I remember, and he's very patient, very, very patient.
Well, yes. Now, he hurt his shoulder in the first game of the season against Nottinghamshire. So this is the first game that he's played since, and tore some ligaments or suddenly injured his shoulder. But he's back in our bowls. Bowls a brisk medium pace. He's very well built for a 17-year-old.
He has got broad shoulders.
Yes, he has. Yeah.
And he's the 6th bowler used by Sussex this afternoon. And here he is. He's coming round the wicket and bowls the first ball to Byram, who plays defensively up towards mid-off. I was very saddened a couple of weeks ago to see that one of the Sussex greats and a good friend of mine, Jim Parks, had passed away. And all the years I knew Jim, because he's very friendly with Don Shepherd, who played here for so many years, and we used to meet when we used to go down to Hove. As Ibrahim turns and comes in again and bowls, and this is played away into the covers, no run. I don't think I ever saw Jim without, and I mean this, without a smile on his face. Yeah. I didn't know if you knew. He obviously knew him quite well.
I didn't know him very well. I mean, he was around at Hove a lot, right up until his sad death. But he was. I did, because they would tend to sit over in the director's area away to the left-hand side. But I'd met him.
His lovely wife Jenny with him, and he epitomised the game. You know, a wonderful player too, I can tell you. As in comes Ibrahim, bowls again, and there's Peel for LBW, but he was outside the line of off stump.
Would it be fair to say, Edward, he's one of those players who people say almost ahead of his time in terms of the way that he played?
Well, he's such a natural, Edwin, because he started off as a fielder, excellent cover fielder, bowling some leg spin. It came naturally to him. And Rupert Webb, remember Rupert Webb, the former actor who was a wicketkeeper many years ago down there, retired, as the next ball is pushed away into the covers, and just a single. Well, they asked Robin Marler, the captain, then said, Jim, do you fancy going behind? Hadn't had much practice, and lo and behold, I think it was the following year, or not long afterwards, that he was playing for England, and stayed there for a long time. But a destroyer of a batsman, used to hold the bat right at the very top. Wonderful player, and an equally lovely man. As Ibrahim comes in and bowls this time to Colin Ingram, who he thinks of a run, but it's well fielded at mid-off, and the captain hurling himself to his right. And if anybody does know Danny, do pass on my condolences.
Well, we'll certainly pass it on to, I know the Sussex chairman is here this week as well, so we'll...
Yeah,
that's a kind tribute, Ed.
Well, he was a very kind man. And in comes Ibrahim, bowls this time to the left-handed Ingram, who clips it away and down towards the pavilion, and they move on to 119 for 1. The partnership now worth 114. Ingram is on 65, Byram is on 49, and the Glamorgan captain David Lloyd will be kicking himself as he's sitting on the balcony away to our left and thinking, why did I have to nick that ball? This looks lovely out there.
Just thinking about the tactic here with Archie Lemon, because as you say, Sussex have used 6 bowlers. Now you've got a leg spinner in the side. The ball is still relatively hard.
Yeah, I agree.
I just wonder if it's worth saying, you know, I know these two are in full flow, but no one else has really threatened. So, you know, chucking the ball for 2 or 3 overs, and now, you know, it may well be they're only going to allow Archie to bowl a certain amount of overs in a day. I mean, I know they have to be very careful with young players. He's only 17, but I would be inclined to get him in the attack now.
Without any doubt at all, you're absolutely right there.
Rawlins in, bowls to Ingram, who hammers that to short extra cover. Well fielded by Ibrahim.
Variety, it's doing nothing. You'll see, and the rest spinner will always turn it on anything that you give them.
And they wouldn't have seen a lot of Archie Lennon, if anything. In comes Rawlins bowls, and Ingram just leans into that, plays onto the onside, no run. Sussex have gone very defensive. There's a long on, a deep backward square, a deep fine leg almost on the 45. Sweep. In comes Rawlins again, bowls, Ingram just pushes that out into the offside, fielded by Archie Lennon at backward point. There's no one else on the offside, in fairness, but 3 men out on the leg side.
I don't think he's got a line he is bowling to. He's just trying to cater for both sides of the wicket. It's a run-saving field.
Rawlins in again, bowls, and Ingram forward. There is no run, as I say. For example, last week in the game against Gloucestershire, Ray Rawlins 4 overs, 1 for 13 in the T20. This is a different kettle of fish, I know, but he can be an economic bowler. In again, bowls, and Ingram plays to mid-on. There is no run. So he's keeping it tight, and Tom Haines needed to stem the flow of runs because they were coming very quickly. 119 after this ball, 26 overs gone. Rawlins in again, bowls wider of the off stump, and that's going to be a maiden over from Ray Rawlins.
Well, I suspect that Ingram is dying to have a crack down towards the long. That's where he hits, of course, in 20 over cricket. But there's that man, I think it is Jack Brooks, lurking there on the boundary because he uses his feet to spinners, but knows that this is a 4-day match, bags of time. He's probably saying, well, I could get 100 here, who knows? He's 65. And he's played very responsibly, it must be said. The Glamorgan run rate has gone down, but not by a lot.
And there's still a lot of batting to come. Now, Tom Haines is not happy about the ball again, so we're going to have another delay. They're putting it through the little gadget, I think, which tells you whether the ball's gone out of shape. The fact that they're considering it makes me think, no, they've chucked it back to him and said, get on with it. So I wonder whether because there's so much chat about these balls going out of shape, whether the captain's tried all the time now. But the ball was fairly sort of dismissively chucked back, wasn't it, as if to say nothing wrong with it.
Showing us your mathematical expertise. What are Glamorgan going up? Is it on the runs per over
4.58, which is good in championship terms.
4.5. Ibrahim starts a new over, and it's pushed away for a single, which brings Eddie Byram his half-century. And that's a lovely return for him. His first innings since he came back from illness and injury. Ingram goes up to shake his hand and said, well, let's just carry on. 120 for 1.
Well, why wouldn't they carry on the way that these two are playing? A partridge of 115 between the pair.
Ibrahim, fairly long run, comes in and bowls, and this time is played on the offside. They go for a quick single, which is very well judged as the return come in.
Well, this is the issue now for Sussex, isn't it? They've got a relatively defensive field, so there are ones
everywhere,
all around the park now, and England very quick to seize upon that.
He's moved on to 66.
Just looking at Durham, 606 for 7. Against Worcestershire.
Must be an absolute belter.
Yeah, must be.
What do they declare? Ibrahim bowls this time to Byron, who pulls a short ball out to deep mid-wicket, and it's a single. It's very much like a 2020 field, to be honest.
Well, it is, and when you think we're only 26.5 overs in, you know, we were talking about could Glamorgan get somewhere near Sussex's total. If they carry on at this rate, at 5 and over, they're not going to be far away, Edward. I mean, we're not saying they are going to, but at the minute, runs are coming.
And they could bat all day tomorrow if they go on like this. Ibrahim comes in, bowls. This is defended by Ingram. 66 to him and 51 to his partner, Eddie Byram.
Having said that, Sussex have now got 3 men saving that one on the offside and 2 on the leg, so they're trying to cut out the single. Just looking down below us, there's just a sweeper on the cover boundary and a deep mid-wicket.
Abraham round the wicket, balls, and this is left outside the off stump by Ingram and goes through to the wicket keeper. Haven't seen many balls leaving the bat.
No.
Very inexperienced, apart from Jack Brooks. It's an inexperienced attack, isn't it?
Well, it is. So Ibrahim 17, Crocombe 20, Hunt 20,
Yes, very.
Lenham 17.
Here is Ibrahim, bowls again off the back foot. This time goes Ingram, gets a single and retains strike as he moves on to 67, and the score to 123 for 1. We did put down follow on 2-2-7.
Came off 79 balls and included 8 falls.
Yeah,
And you know, you never know. Big score like that. Oh, 227 with Glamorgan, but that should be well within their compass now. You're on the television, you know, and showing that lovely short sleeve summer shirt of yours.
I'm glad we put on collars today, Edward, as we do.
Yes.
I would like to see Archie Lenham in the attack. I think we're we're 11 overs from tea. Just give these batsmen something. I mean, Rawlins won a very tidy over last time, but I just think something a little different, because at the minute,
got to happen.
Rawlins comes into bowls Colin Ingram. He's in and bowls, and punched down the ground by Colin Ingram. He picks up a single, and way down in the distance, I think that's Henry Crocombe, is it, who gets in the throw? No, it's not Henry Crocombe. It could be Jack Brooks. He's a long way away. We're going to play a bit of musical chairs. I'll move into the other chair, I think. And there's a bit of a change in the field. Have we done it successfully? I think
As if by magic.
Yeah, Nick's back. And Rawlins is in from the River Taffet. He's in and bowls to Byron, who stretches forward and just plays into the offside. We were just wondering, Nick, whether we might see a bit of leg spin before tea, because at the minute it's a bit of a procession for these Glamorgan batsmen. There's a quick delivery from Rawlins and spotted by Byron, and he just plays it with soft hands into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, when Lenham bowls, he'll be number 7, which is a bit surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, in comes Rawlins bowls, and he nearly plays on. Oh, he had to kick the ball away. Did it hit the bail? No, that was extraordinary. Well, Eddie Byram there, the ball very nearly dribbled onto his stumps. He kicked the ball away once, and he kicked the ball away again, just to stave it rolling onto his stumps. That was, yeah.
You have to be careful not to hit the stumps with your bat, don't you?
You do. In comes Rawlins again, bowls, and Byron lets that go outside of the off stump. A wider delivery from Rawlins, and there is no run. David Sharp's been in touch. Hello, David. Lovely to hear from you. He says, "Hi, Adrian. I'm watching the stream. Thank you for the commentary." He says, "You were chatting to your fellow commentator about Jim Parks." Then comes Rawlins bowls and swept, and that's a lovely looking shot by Eddie Byram. Beautifully played. Just bent that front leg and just swept the ball all the way along the floor for 4 runs. That's a really lovely shot. He goes to 55. Glamorgan 128 for 1. Rawlins 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. Just, he says, and he mentioned Rupert Webb. My wife and I attended the celebration dinner after Sussex's first championship. We sat between Rupert Webb and David Shepherd. What a great time we had. Rupert was full of stories when playing for Sussex. Well, I will mention that to Edward when he comes back in to the commentary box. Thank you, David, for getting in touch. And if you'd like to join our conversation via email, if that's the best method of communication, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And this has been exciting stuff from Glamorgan. You know, you don't like, as a Sussex supporter, you don't want to necessarily see Sussex getting a bit of a pasting round the ground, but it's been good cricket, very good to watch.
Ibrahim will try to break this stand, bowling to Ingram as that's gone through outside off stump, and Ingram beaten, I think, there. I don't think he got his bat out the way deliberately. Oof, maybe just playing inside it at the last moment.
Pasting would be the wrong word, actually, because it's not a pasting, but they're certainly having he's having to think very hard, is Tom Haynes, about who's going to bowl on his field placings.
Ibrahim to Ingram outside off stump, and Ingram plays no shot. He's a burly lad for 17.
He is. Yeah, he really is. He's very well built. He's very sort of broad shoulders.
Had to check it twice when I saw it.
Yeah, and he doesn't
announced to come onto bowl.
Yeah,
17.
Yeah, and he doesn't look dissimilar in physique to what he did last year when he was 16.
He looks as though he belongs physically as Ingram turns that on the leg side. And there's no run. Steve West on Twitter says, I suspect our coach's master plan for the season is to score at a higher run rate than the opposition. Better chance of winning and losing.
Yeah. Well, it's been very positive.
It has. But some of Sussex's bowlers have been good at restraining the run rate, others less so. Ibrahim round the wicket to Ingram, who drives hard but straight to the cover sweeper, and there's a single. 69 to Ingram, 129 for 1. Glamorgan in reply to 376.
And we were talking about Sussex's problem with bowling outsides, but bear in mind this is the 7th county championship match of the season, and Sussex leading wicket taker is Henry Crocombe with 11.
It's not a huge tally. Ibrahim bowls and Byram defends onto the leg side. No run.
I was also talking about Steve Finn and how many overs he's bowled in the championship this season. Well, he's only played in 2 games. This is his 2nd. And he's only bowled 53 overs. Henry Crocombe's bowled by far the most. He's bowled 153.
Glamorgan, Neser 22, Hogan 20, Salter 16. Ibrahim bowls and beats the drive of Byram through to keeper Seifert. No run.
Well, tidy from Daniel Ibrahim. 3 overs for 7. That's just what Tom Haynes would have wanted. So I just wonder whether he's thinking of giving a little twirl with a bit of leg spin before the tea interval. Archie Lenham's walking in very purposefully, actually.
Yeah, well, he enjoyed himself here last year in the T20, didn't he? The wicket-taking haul.
Yeah, and I do remember, because Glamorgan, it was a game that Glamorgan looked like they might be going to win, and I think and Luke Wright brought on Archie Lenham, and I think it was Dan Douthwaite holed out down the ground, and David Visa took a catch just down below us over his head.
You've got a good memory.
And I think it was Douthwaite, but it was certainly David Visa who took the catch. And I remember thinking, wow, that was brave. Luke just threw the ball to Archie Lenham.
Douthwaite caught well. Visa bowled Lenham 35.
There we are.
Lenham 4 for 26, the 6th bowler used.
Yeah, and it was and Luke balls him on at a stage where Sussex were actually under the pump a little bit. So there we are. Rawlins is going to bowl the next over. He's going to bowl his 7th over. So far this season, he's taken 9 wickets at 40. Ray Rawlins. He's coming in now, bowls, and Ingram gets an inside edge, and he's lucky there. He's going to get a couple of runs, but that could have gone anywhere. It's a thick inside edge that misses the leg stump by a whisker. So he rather got away with one there, Colin Ingram. He goes, though, to 71. Glamorgan to 131 for 1. We'll just see the replay of that. Oh, yeah, that was very fortunate. Very, very nearly played on. Moral victory for the bowler. Archie Lenham is warming up, which I'm pleased to see. Rawlins in bowls, and Ingram down the wicket. He's fed up with hanging around, and we didn't quite get that, but I think he's going to get 4 runs. Archie Lenham in hot pursuit, but he won't cut that off. 4 runs to Colin Ingram, who goes to 75, and Glamorgan 135 for 1. He didn't get all of that, Colin Ingram, and it was a moral victory for the bowler in that. I don't think as a spinner you don't too bothered when you see batsmen coming down the track at you. But it was just a little bit of frustration about that shot from Colin Ingram. He's batted beautifully, 75 of 86 deliveries. Rawlins waits. I think he threw the ball to the umpire, again asking whether it's gone out of shape. Sussex keep doing that. Unsuccessfully. The umpires don't want to know. Rawlins again. Bowls, and Ingram clips this through square leg. There was a howl as if it was close to Carter, but I don't think that can go down as a chance. I mean, it was papped in the air, but you've got to have amazing reflexes. And One more to Ingram. He goes to 76, 136 for one. My word, this is some response from Glamorgan, who are going along at 4.6 and over. A change in the field. There's a deep backward square gone out now for Eddie Byram, who's on 55. Rawlins in bowls and driven down the ground by Byram. They're going to look for two here, I think. Brooks is coming around quickly and field, and that was a good bit of fielding by Brooks, way down in the distance. One more to Byron.
Now, Ingram may have had his knee repaired a few years back, but I don't think he's going to overly test it on the turn.
Rawlins in again, bowls. Ingram head right over the ball, plays it straight back down the track, and there is no run. One more ball of Delray Rawlins, 7th over to go. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. As Rawlins in bowls, and Ingram punches the ball down the ground. He gets a single that he probably shouldn't have got, to be honest, because the bowler and mid-on rather got in the way of each other.
To me, to you.
Yeah, and that resulted in a single being taken. And that's the sort of thing that just is frustrating when you're a bowling side. It was just punched down the ground. It really shouldn't have been a single, but it was, and more drinks and perhaps gloves being brought out for Colin Ingram. And Glamorgan are having a very good afternoon. They're 138 for one. A partnership of 133. Oh, good. Archie's coming on. So 133 have come in about just 28 overs. But that's in line with what's happened
Sussex
today.
did this morning. 130, can't read me notes, 131 off 23.4.
Yeah, it was. So, you know, we've been saying it's a slow track, it's difficult to score. But actually, anything but today, because we've had a lot of runs. 131... We've had 269 runs, Nick.
The scoring rate has almost doubled from... Where are we? Yeah, we're
from yesterday.
Over halfway through the day, but it's almost doubled from day one.
Yeah.
Which is truly bizarre. So that'll be a good question for our post-match interviews. Why did that happen?
Yeah.
What's the pitch not done today? Or is it just a question of different approaches? So it'll be Lenham then from the Cathedral Road end, wearing 41. And he comes to bowl. Back on his stumps goes Ingram and defends oohs and ahs around the bat.
Well, I'm glad Tom Haynes, you know, we were saying get him on before tea, and to see if he can do anything.
Lenham wearing a long shirt as Ingram plays out on the offside. I mean, Ibrahim is a very burly 17. Lenham is quite a slight 17, isn't he? Is that fair to say?
I would agree.
Close distance, looks as though he's borrowed someone's shirt that's a little bit too big for him. But has all the skills as he forces Ingram onto the defensive, just about old enough to be his dad, Colin Ingram, if he'd started fatherhood early. 138 for one. Leg spinner to left-hander. It's a little bit of a drag down, but Ingram punches it straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I guess Colin Ingram's experienced enough to probably think, I just need to have a little look here.
Yeah. Well, they've given themselves the latitude of that flying start, haven't they? The batters can afford the odd quiet spell as Ingram sweeps to break that suspicion of a quiet spell, and we'll get 4 runs down towards backward square, towards the family stand. 142 for 1. Family stand for T20 nights anyway, the no booze area of the ground.
Oh, right, okay. What have crowds been like for T20, Nick? Are they...
Not huge. There's one that was just before Welsh Football International, and it was a horrible Sunday afternoon, so there's hardly anyone here. I think 5,500 for the opening game on a nice sunny Thursday, and about 3,500 last Friday night, but they could have done with a bit more entertainment.
Might be a decent crowd on Sunday, perhaps, if the weather's good for the Sussex game. We'll be back.
Hope so. Lenham in reverse sweep from Ingram that doesn't work. The ball hits something and rolls back down the pitch. May have been even the end of the bat, maybe. He was lucky to got a top edge there, but although there was a boundary off that over, I think Lenham might be slightly encouraged by it. Ingram has 81, Byram has 56, Glamorgan replying to 376, a 142 for 1.
Well, I guess some of the encouragement for Archie Lenham and for Sussex might be that Colin Ingram is playing in the still positive way that he's played all the way through, and you wonder whether perhaps that means there's more chance of him making an error. That being said, the way that he's batted, if Colin Ingram and Eddie Byram carry on like this, Glamorgan are not going to be too far off the Sussex total.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be saying that. 234 is the difference between the two sides at the moment. This is a long way to go. 39 overs remaining today.
First one going to be bowled by Rawlins from the taff end. He's in and bowls, and Byron is down the wicket and just plays back down the pitch Rawlins field. You get the feeling that Byron is quite keen to get down the track here after Rawlins. The mid-on and the mid-off are up. I just wonder whether they might see him dancing down the wicket. Rawlins would have seen him come with that previous delivery. He's in and bowls, and Byron back on his stumps and clips this one past the square. The short leg fielder picks up a single fielded by Tom Clark at mid-wicket. And there is no run. I'll go at the end of this over because our afternoon presenter is excellent in terms of coming on time for the update. It's meant to be on the half hour, and he's on the dot.
Pleased to hear it.
Yeah, which is always good. So you know where you stand. The long on has gone back for Ingram. That's Jack Brooks right the way out in the distance. In comes Rawlins bowls, and Ingram covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run. The spinners have posed a little bit more of a problem for the batsmen than the seamers, who seem to feed a succession of half volleys to Colin Ingram, which he dispatched with regularity. Rawlins again in the bowls, and Ingram again plays to mid-on. There is no run. A clap of the hands from Tom Clark as he fields. And again, there is no run.
Yes.
Rawlins again is in and bowls, and Ingram with a play and a miss outside the off stump. I'm going to leave to go, Nick.
Adrian back very shortly as Ingram approaches his 87 in the first match of the season. He's on 81 now, but he's had one or two dodgy moments along the way, as well as some beautiful, absolutely beautiful cricket shots, if you know what I mean, which may sound stupid to the layperson, because everything in this game of cricket is a cricket shot, but textbook shots, shall we say. Beautiful to watch. 143 for 1 Glamorgan. 38 overs remaining of the day, so 6 till tea, which if we stay with spin may be about 10 to 4 or thereabouts. If you listening or watching like to take your tea breaks in conjunction with the intervals of the game. Yes, I've had an extra coffee and cake in the afternoon session, so dear, it's an exercise to do somewhere to work it off. Lenham bowls, and Byram thrusts the front pad forward and allows it to go through to Seifert. One of Sussex's revolving series of wicketkeepers, not to be taken literally. As that's swept away by Byram, he'll get, I think, a couple of runs down to fine leg. No, turns and has a look, and the ball was already in the fielder's hand, so quite wisely he decided not to come back for the second run. Byram moves on to 58 not out. Has been rather the support act to Colin Ingram, but hey, not many people would mind that role. As Ingram drives into the offside, they'll run the first one reasonably rapidly, but Hunt comes in off the boundary and does the fielding, keeps them down to a single. New Zealand 105 for 2, a lead of 119 over England at Trent Bridge. Jack Leach got the second wicket, dismissing Conway for 52. Lenham comes over the wicket. It's a ball to Byram. As that is a false shot from Byram, looking to switch on the leg side, or to swish it away through the leg side Ball took a thick edge down to short third man. It's a dot ball. 145 for 1. So although Sussex haven't claimed any wickets yet in the afternoon session, always been a little promise of one as Byram pushes forward once they decided it was a bad idea to bowl half volleys to Colin Ingram, which took them some while to realise.
About 20 overs to realise, wasn't it? By which time Ingram was away.
But the bowling now is slower and more accurate as Byram plays no shot outside off stump to the final ball of Lenham's over. He's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 6. Rawlins 8 overs, 0 for 33. Sussex's over 8 is level, and they're 5 to tee.
There are 2 batsmen having a natter in the middle of the pitch. I'm sure they'll be very keen, Glamorgan, to make sure they get to tee without losing a wicket, and a re-evaluation of how they would. But I don't think any of us quite saw this afternoon session going in this way. Morgan going to lunch on 5 for 1. They've added 140 so far in the session in 31 and a bit overs, largely untroubled, and it's been good positive cricket from the home side. It's going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to carry on from the River Taff end of the ground. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 33 as Rawlins is in, and Ingram covers up, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Colin Ingram's faced 101 balls for his 82, and Rawlins in again, bowls, and Ingram done it. It was a quick delivery and he hits that one away through mid-wicket. It's going to race away. I don't think it's going to get for 4 because Sean Hunt is very quickly round the boundary. In fact, he doesn't get there. Rawlins looks disappointed, but Hunt was charging around the boundary. I don't think there could be any blame attached to the fielder there. It was a quick delivery from Rawlins, who I think saw Ingram come, and Ingram goes to 86, 149 for 1. Hunt trots back around the outfield to his fielding position, and Colin Ingram waits. Rawlins on his way, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Ingram plays this without timing into the onside. He's annoyed with himself, fielded there by Tom Clark at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Slip and a short leg, the only close fielders. Rawlins in bowls, and Ingram works this to mid-on, again fielded by Clark. And there is no run. Increasing amounts of blue sky here in Cardiff. The trees swaying gently in the breeze at the far end of the ground along the banks of the river. Rawlins in again, bowls. Ingram covers up, plays it down the onside of the track. Rawlins fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 1 more ball to go in the over. As Rawlins is in. Bowls, Ingram carefully forward, plays again to Clark. Another tidy over from Delray Rawlins. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 37. Glamorgan 149 for 1. There are 36 overs left in the day. Glamorgan currently scoring at a rate of 4.38 an over. So let's call that 4 for the next 36 overs. That would give 144 runs. Add that onto the total. That's going to take Glamorgan somewhere near 300 if they carry on at this rate of knots. So it's, you know, it's still 2 days to go.
Yeah, they'd have to continue cracking on to get into the lead maybe by lunchtime tomorrow, but I think that's a bit premature because they might be bowled out miles before that as Lenham opens with a delivery that Byram just squirts down to short third man, and there is no run.
Just feels when Archie Lenham is bowling and so come on with leg spinners that something might be going to happen. You just get that feeling. I mean, it might go for 6, but he might get a wicket.
I don't think there's been any stage this afternoon really when you've felt that things aren't happening. That's smashed away on the leg side by Byram, but just the single to mid-wicket that brings up the 150 for Glamorgan in the 35th over.
Yes, I think he might have really gone for that were it not for the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
As Ingram pushes forward ever so gently to defend. No run.
Yeah, pleased the Archie Lenham giving the ball some air. There's an opportunity here. Give the ball plenty of air. Don't push it through too quickly.
In comes Lenham balls, driven through the offside by Ingram, just the single, sweeper on the cover boundary. Sweeper fielders doing what they're meant to do, and Sussex managing to contain things slightly.
I was thinking, Nick, as that ball was played, this is a huge square here at Cardiff, isn't it? I mean, there must be 20 wickets, I would imagine.
As Lenham floats one up, and well, that one that goes straight on or go the other way as Byram propped forward. Certainly wasn't a leg break.
No. He just played down the wrong line.
Lenham in again to Byram, who pushes forward cautiously and defensively. Decent over by Lenham. Couple of runs off it. 151 for 1 Glamorgan in reply to 376 Sussex.
You can contact us. Is it at Nick Webb Sport?
Nick Webb 2017.
Nick Webb 2017.
On Twitter.
Or you can email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Thank you to those of you who have. Been good to have your company throughout the day. The weather forecast good here for the next 2 days. And I think if you look towards the weekend, getting very hot apparently.
Thursday and Friday meant to be pretty warm all around England and Wales. Wales and England.
Sort of the sporting summer begins, doesn't it? We've sort of Royal, got the Test match in. It's Royal Ascot starting on Tuesday. Is it Glastonbury this weekend, or maybe that's next weekend?
I think it's that's the week after.
Weekend after, yeah. When there's the, I think the joy of a train strike. I think that's that weekend.
There's a few of those around, aren't there?
Rawlins is going to carry on. I think Tom Haynes will be reasonably pleased at the moment that the flow of runs has been stemmed a little, and with 3 overs to go until tea, maybe these two have got half an eye on the clock and thinking, well, we quite fancy being out there after tea. I mean, why wouldn't you want to bat on a day like today? Both these batsmen, and Colin Ingram is just surveying that leg side field, which I'll explain in a moment. In comes Rawlins. Over the wicket bowls, and Ingram back on his stumps, plays defensively into the offside, fielded by Ibrahim, who drops in from mid-wicket. There is no run. So on the leg side, there's a long on, a deep square leg, a deep backward square, as Rawlins in bowls, Ingram repeat performance, and Ibrahim trots in from the covers again. There is no run. So 3 men out on the leg side. There's an orthodox mid-wicket, a wide-ish mid-on, who's fairly close, a mid-off, cover and a point. Rawlins in bowls. Ingram again is defensively pushing into the offside, and for the 3rd time in a row it's Ibrahim who trots into field, and again it's no run, although on this occasion he throws the ball to Rawlins, who drops it and has to chase after the ball to pick it up and get on his way. Rawlins in and bowls, and Ingram this time plays straight back down the wicket. Rawlins fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. The over rate in this game has been excellent, and primarily because Andrew Salter bowled, what, 39 or 40 overs?
41.4.
Oh, yeah, in comes Rawlins bowls, and Ingram eases that through the covers. That's 4 runs. I think that's a sign of a really class batsman, Colin Ingram, because Rawlins bowled a series of dot balls and he just erred ever so slightly in his line and length. And Ingram onto it in a flash, and just, he didn't thrash the ball through the covers. It was beautiful timing through the covers. He picks up a boundary. There's applause around the ground for the 150 partnership between these two. Ingram goes to within 9 of a century.
And his highest score of the season.
Rawlins in again, bowls, and Ingram just plays with soft hands, or dribbles out into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Eddie Byron looks as if he wants a drink or something brought out, but I think he'll probably have to wait because there's only 2 overs remaining until tea. With the clock, the digital clock on the scoreboard away to our right-hand side, showing 1:55 for 1. Had a very nice stroll from the hotel this morning, Nick, through the middle of Cardiff and through Butte Park, which looked very nice in the sunshine. A few people already sort of sitting out on benches. There was a nice coffee shop out in the middle here by the bridge that people were sitting around having a cup of coffee. All looked very nice.
Yeah, certainly pleasant conditions for the rest of the week, it seems, in Cardiff, which is good for this game. And as Lenham bowls to Byram, and he works it down to fine leg for a single, 156 for 1, potentially for a rather scratch BBC team that's being thrown together to take on some media rivals or colleagues on Thursday night.
Oh, where's that?
Somewhere around here. I'm not organising it, thankfully, but on one of these Cardiff Parks pitches. As forward comes Ingram to defend on the offside, no run.
Is there anyone who might like to sort of bowl short at you, Nick, or you bowl short at them?
I'm not sure who's on the opposition. I won't be bowling short at anyone. Well, I won't be bowling at anyone because they'll be keeping wicket if we manage to get the game together. As Lennon bowls, worked off his hip by Ingram for a single down to fine leg. If you want to hang around an extra day, Adrian, you're welcome probably to
Thursday night, is it?
Get a game.
Would have been fun.
Temperatures in Cardiff, 21 Wednesday, 23 Thursday, 29 on Friday. Scotchure.
Wow.
1 for 57 for 1. Back on his stumps goes Byram and defends, but the fly in the ointment is that Saturday, at the moment, there might be some light rain around, which is going to be bad news to club cricketers and followers listening. Let's hope that doesn't evolve into anything serious. As Byram defends out on the offside. And then back to tidy weather again for Sunday, when these two teams meet again, having travelled a little in the meantime. Glamorgan just over the bridge to Bristol on Saturday, but Sussex, poor so-and-sos, having to make it to Chelmsford and back. It's over-pitched by Lenham and driven by Byram, but missed out slightly because it was driven straight to Tom Clark at cover. There's no run. 157 for 1, and 1 over till 2. T. There's Andrew Hignell delivering his customary reminder that you can go and stare at the 22 yards in the middle if you can read anything out of it.
You were saying that, change of bowling actually, Tom Clark's going to bowl from the River Taff, and you were saying Glamorgan going over the bridge. Sussex will be going over the bridge, over the well, actually, through the tunnel on the way there and over the bridge on the way back.
Tunnel on the way there, bridge the way back?
Yeah.
Is that the way the Dartford crossing works?
Yeah. So you go south to north in the tunnel and back over the bridge.
All right. Bit of a hassle paying the toll, I seem to remember.
The trouble is there now, there's no toll booths.
Yeah, and you have to look it up online somewhere.
Yeah, and you know, it's quite easy to forget.
I always get rather worried by these
I do.
tolls you have to pay online with the London congestion charges, another way you have to put your car reg in and see what you're eligible to get soaked for.
And then the other one now is, of course, you know, you drop off at Gatwick Airport and Heathrow, and it's £5 to drop someone off. Outrageous.
Robbery.
Tom Clark around the wicket, bowling his medium paces. Bowls to Ingram. Oh, what a brilliant bit of fielding. Ibrahim in there at cover. That looked like it was going to be 4 runs all the way. That would have taken Colin Ingram to win 4 of his century. Tom Clark bowls a good medium pace. I think he's a little underused, if I'm being honest. Is he the eighth bowler? Yeah, so the only one who hasn't bowled is Carter. And Allsop. Clark round the wicket bowls. Ingram forward, plays straight back down the track. Clark fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. It's funny actually, Nick, you're talking about nice weather. There's nothing worse. I think, you know, you're sitting around at work for a week in lovely weather, really looking forward to your game of cricket on a Saturday. And you see the forecast, think,
it's not a definite rain. I wouldn't get too worried about this at this early stage, because these forecasts change 3 or 4 days out, don't they? What day? What is it? Monday. 5 days out. There. Don't worry.
Clark in the bowls. Short, pulled away by Ingram, and he's going to get a single to Sean Hunt. At deep mid wicket, Ingram goes to 93. He's probably going to have to wait until after tea if he's going to go through to his century. 1 at 58 for 1. Ingram on 93. I mean, they've only had 37 overs, Glamorgan, so they really have gone on with things. I mean, the run rate's dropped a little, but they're still going at well over 4 and over, which is mighty good going in the championship. Clark on his way again, bowls, and that was a good delivery, and it's slightly tucked Byram up, who plays down the leg side of the pitch, and Carter drops into field, and there is no run.
Met Office forecast for Cardiff is better than the BBC one. So 10 to 20% chance of precipitation, so should be game on wherever you're playing, watching, making the tees, umpiring, scoring, whatever you're doing.
Well, that's the thing. If it's your turn on the tee road, you're thinking, well, is it going to rain? Isn't it going to rain? In comes Clark bowls. Short, pulled away by Byron. He's going to get a single to deep square leg as Hunt fields.
No tees in our neck of the woods at the moment.
That's because of COVID?
Well, it's sort of post-COVID and seems to have dropped off as a habit in a lot of clubs, and people are providing their own.
Right. That's a shame. I always thought tea was a big part of it. I mean, I do understand it's difficult to get rotors and people to do it. But I always enjoyed cricket teas. Clark in bowls. Ingram lets that go outside the off stump, and that is going to be, talking of tea.
That is it.
I don't know what they get tea here. I don't know whether they bring their own sandwiches, the players. I very much doubt it somehow.
Banana and a nutrition bar, do you think?
Yeah, or meal deal from Tesco's or Sainsbury's or somewhere for £3.
Garage down the road, quick. Someone's 12-man sprint down there and get a dozen meal deals.
I'm dreadful with those. I have to say, I always go for the most expensive drink because I feel like I'm getting a bargain.
There we are. It's been Glamorgan's afternoon. They've moved from 5 for 1 to 159 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website and through the Sussex website as well. We will be back at 4:08 p.m. or thereabouts. Colin Ingram has entertained us royally. Kingram is 93 not out. Eddie Byram 61 not out. The support act. Sussex probed in vain using 8 bowlers. 159 for 1. See you in quarter of an hour.
Today will start at Avenue Road, Abergavenny, day 1 of the second championship match between Glamorgan and Somerset. Tea time score there is that Somerset have reached 226 for 3 in 67 overs. Right, in the LV Insurance County Championship matches, starting at the GS Bowl, where Yorkshire made 428 against Hampshire at Tea. Hampshire are 94 for 3. At Taunton, if you remember, Somerset were dismissed for 180, and Surrey at Tea are 243 for 4. They're approaching Tea at Edgbaston with Lancashire on 194 for 4. They're still trailing Warwickshire by 98 runs. There's been a tea time declaration at Chesterley Street with Durham declaring on 642 for 7. That's against Worcestershire. Tea time as well at Grace Road with Nottinghamshire 180 for 2. That's after Leicestershire made 440. Tea as well at Queen's Park, Chesterfield, where Derbyshire have just been dismissed by Middlesex for 229. So when play resumes, Middlesex will have a first innings lead of 22 runs. And at Canterbury, Kent are 129 for 1 in the penultimate over before tea. That's after Gloucestershire made 438. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens. That includes the International T20 game here on Thursday the 28th of July when England play South Africa, and also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for the remaining games in the Vitality Blast, as well as the Welsh Fires games in the 100. If you're seeking a score sheet, a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, or a copy of the Glamorgan yearbook, they're all available for purchase via electronic means from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, the Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open until 5 o'clock. It's situated opposite Gate 2, and in order to access the club shop, please use the walkway in front of the Castell stand. And as always, the Glamorgan Club shop is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica kit. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, food and drink can be purchased again using electronic means from the kiosk and the mobile units situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. And a reminder for members that tea and coffee is also available in the Lewis Lounge until 4:30, and then again tomorrow morning from 10 until 11. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket will be closing at the end of the tea interval, and if you haven't done so already, it's well worth a visit, especially to see the special exhibition commemorating the life and career of Peter Walker, the former Glamorgan and England cricketer, who was also a well-known journalist and broadcaster who sadly died in the spring of 2020. The museum will be open again tomorrow and on Wednesday if you haven't got time today to make a visit.
Glamorgan 159 for 1 at tea in reply to Sussex's 376 all out. But so a fair way to go, but it has been a superb afternoon for Glamorgan, who added 158 runs without loss. Rolling back the years was Colin Ingram. He's stroked 17 boundaries in his 93 not out. Eddie Byram has given good support with 61 not out. Both have had their dodgy moments, but no wickets lost by Glamorgan in the afternoon session. Sussex 376, Glamorgan 159 for 1. Play resumes in 5 minutes.
To resume the Glamorgan first innings, Colin Ingram and Eddie Byram. And to resume the bowling for Sussex at the Cathedral Road end, Jack Brooks.
Well, welcome back to a beautiful afternoon in Cardiff, where we're about to resume after tea with Glamorgan on 159 for 1, having had a wonderful afternoon session. Colin Ingram is on 93, and Ed Byron is on 61, and Sussex, needless to say, striving here for a wicket. Earlier on today, for those just joining us for the first time, Sussex made 376. Oli Carter top scoring with 185, but Edward Bevan sitting next door to me, these two, Byron and Ingram, have made batting look ridiculously easy, as it is going to be Jack Brooks who's going to open the bowling after tea, coming into bowl to Byram, who's forward, plays back to Brooks, and there is no run. Who's bowling off nothing like a full run-up, is he? I thought throughout the afternoon, actually, his run-up got shorter and shorter.
That's what I'm trying, because I don't know why the keeper's standing back, really. And, he went, just to reiterate, I don't know why the keeper's standing back, because he went for 32 in his first 5 overs. He's just ambling up again.
In bowls, and Byron tucks this to mid-wicket, fielded there by the alert Carter.
I think it'll be damage limitations, as we can see, just the one slip, and everyone's scattered.
Yeah, there is, as Edward said, just the one slip. There's a backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep back to square enough filer. Archie Lenham is still warming up, so we might see some more of Archie as in comes Brooks forward, the on-loan bowler from Somerset, and bowls a ball of good line and length, which Byron just settling in after tea is very content just to play into the offside, and there is no run. I still think there's life in this match, Edward, because Glamorgan, if they score at the rate they have done between lunch and tea, could be around about the 300 mark by the close of play. That'll make them 70 odd behind. In comes Brooks and bowls, and Byron plays again to the covers, followed by Clark, no run.
All sorts of things can happen, of course. Glamorgan might lose a cluster of wickets, but as you say, if they get up and say they're 80 or 90 behind tomorrow morning, what do? If they want a result, they'll have to accelerate throughout the day, because they're a bowler, and their best bowler.
Yes, that's a very good point. Michael Hogan missing through COVID, as Brooks in again bowls, and forward comes Byron, plays to backward point, and there is no run.
You know, all sorts of suppositions, but we just have to see how it goes. As I said to you this morning, I never have seen this pitch deteriorate on the last day, where it's turning sharply.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we saw in the first innings, you know, and I made the point the tail enders were getting 30 and 40.
Brooks again bowls, and clipped away by Byron to mid-wicket. There is no run. So maiden over to get things underway after tea. Brooks 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 32. Glamorgan 159 for 1. But I think we spoke about this earlier on. We're not quite at the stage in the season where, you know, sides are going to set totals and run chases, that sort of thing. But certainly from
that seems to have gone now.
Yeah, and certainly from a Glamorgan perspective, you'd have thought that, you know, they're going to want a positive result in this game, and they've been very positive since the lunch break. Let's not forget they lost a wicket in the second over of the innings. And Archie Lenham's now going to bowl from the River Taff end. I wonder if there's some thinking behind that. A change of end for the young leg spinner.
Well, he can try. I thought he bowled quite well, and nobody took a chance. He did bowl 1 or 2 loose balls, which were struck for 4, but only 2, I think. And Ingram now, he nearly got 100 in the session, which is a great achievement, is on 93. His previous 2 innings this season, 87 and 22. He's got a short leg, has young Archie Lennon, so he's confident that he can bowl and contain. Because to a leg spinner who floats it up, I'd rather him than me being at short leg, at boot him.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
So it'll be Lenham with 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. And he will be bowling to the left-handed Colin Ingram, and he's bowling from the river end, and in he comes and bowls, and Ingram gets a thick inside edge and is sent back by Byram. Tossed it up, great bit of leg spin bowling. He was hitting through extra cover, big inside edge. Got to be careful against this young man. I think he took wickets here last year.
Yeah, he did in the T20, took 4.
I thought so. This is dealt with in a beautiful shot through extra cover, and that was a half volley outside the off stump. Takes him up to 97, and it's 159 for 1. Beautiful shot, that.
It was. I was glad to see Archie Lenham giving the ball some air, though.
Yeah, it's good to see,
I don't want to see him just coming in and bowling flat and quick.
Gave you the wrong score. It hadn't moved it up. It's 163. He's on 97, Ingram. He just tries a catch at the wicket, and not out, says the umpire. And he tried to hoik it down to fine leg. And, well, I don't know. I don't think anybody except the umpire knew. Lenham with the orthodox leg break then. And he comes again and bowls, this time a dead bat from Ingram, just pushes it back. No more than a foot or so. Earlier in the innings, he'd hit the ball. I was down by the cameraman having a break, and he touched the stump but didn't dislodge the bail. In he comes again, and Ingram is defensive and pushing it back to mid-on. So the 4 runs off the over, and this is the last ball of this over.
Yes, I was saying that he came on to bowl down here in the T20, and he got Dan Douthwaite caught literally down here by David Visa. That sort of changed the match.
Last ball. Pushed out to mid-off. Tidy over there from the young leg spinner. And Glamorgan are now 163 for just the 1 wicket. 97 now to Ingram and 61 to Eddie Byram. As I say, Ingram playing his 2nd championship match of the season and Byram playing his 1st. And they've come in with a bang.
Well, they have a partnership of 158. Between the pair and what is now a glorious afternoon in Cardiff. Loads and loads of blue sky, the ground looking a picture of the spectators in the seats at the far end in the full glare of the sun, and shorts and t-shirts and hats very much
no
the order
t-shirts
of the day.
And lots
no
of people.
t-shirts, yeah.
I must add, as they always do, not the ladies.
In comes Jack Brooks and bowls to Eddie Byram, who's forward, plays down the offside of the track there is. I would say here that Brooks looks like he's almost bowling at half pace.
Okay, the keeper is, what, 10 yards, 11 yards back.
Well, he's certainly not. I mean, I've not seen Jack Brooks bowl. I've seen him bowl for Yorkshire, but I mean, he's certainly not coming in off his full run, is he?
He's just trying to land it, I think, and say, okay, if you want to make a mistake.
Just the one slip in place as Brooks is in bowls and Byron drives. That's going to be at least a couple of runs. I don't think it's going to be 4 because Sean Hunt is very quickly around the boundary. Comes back for a 2nd run, does Byron, driven away through the offside. Byron goes to 63, total to 165 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. Adrian Harmson, Edward Bevan, Nick Webb with us shortly as in comes Brooks and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Byron. Through to Tim Zivert, who's the New Zealand wicket-keeper. Sussex have had a range of wicket-keepers this year. Mohammed Rizwan, Oli Carter, Josh Philippi, who didn't actually keep in the championship, but it's been a revolving door of wicket-keepers coming and going all season. A regular Sussex wicket-keeper over the last few seasons, of course, being Ben Brown. In comes Brooks and bowls. Played into the offside. There is no run.
Good cricketer, I thought he was.
Well, when you've got, what, 22 first-class hundreds to your name.
Coming in at about 6.
I think, you know, there seemed to be...
They have a difference of opinion?
I think there was, yeah. You know, clearly the club said they wanted Ben to stay. I think Ben felt that things perhaps wasn't quite as he wanted, and I think in the end it was a parting of the ways. But a lot of... In comes Brooks, bowls, and good delivery, well pitched up, and forward comes Byron, plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Now, if he was hoping, of course, to play 2020 one-day games, you had McDermott arrive at Hampshire, and he's pushed out of that.
It was purely championship, Ben, and when he went there, the feeling was would he keep wicket, but Adam Wheater has moved to Northamptonshire, so he's keeping wicket.
He's going to retire, isn't he, Wheater, at the end of this year?
Brooks away from us, bowls, and forward comes Byron, plays down the track. There is no run. It is the end of a good accurate over from Jack Brooks. He's not rolling off his full run, which perhaps tells you something about the placid nature of the pitch. 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 34. Glamorgan 165 for 1. Ingram 97. Byron 63. Yeah, there's a bit of an exodus really, because Chris Jordan went to Surrey.
Exactly.
Phil Salt went to Lancashire.
Yeah. Yes,
so it's been quite a turnover in the last, as one of our emailers was saying earlier on, the amount of players that have played for Sussex in the last year there's a lot of people, a lot of players.
But to their credit, they bring in their young brigade through.
Yeah, they are.
So it's Lenham from the river Taff end, round the wicket to Ingram, who needs 3 for his 100. First ball is bang on a length and pitched around middle and off, and Ingram just nurdles it back. Dropped wrists to the bowler. He's waiting for the right ball here, it would appear. Try and hit it for 4 and get his 100. Here's Lenham, bowls to him, and he's forward in the nervous 90s. Let's turn the effects down. It's a gentleman now. I hope he doesn't swear. You can hear every word he's saying. Then comes the next ball, and this is pushed away. They think of a single, but no, mid-off is up quickly.
Do you think he gets nervous in the 90s, Colin Ingram? Perhaps everybody does.
Well, you know, you get some that might go 4-4-6 or whatever, but no, you must do. Here's the next ball, and that's driven away by Ingram. He's only going to get a single, though, to deep extra cover in front of the pavilion. Moves on to 98. Colin Ingram and Glamorgan go to 166 for 1. Can you hear him?
Whoever's making the noise is about to get the wrath of Nick.
Yeah.
I shouldn't think there is a wrath of Nick, actually.
No, I think there is, you know. Somebody upsets him. Oh, yeah. Here's the next ball, and Byram is forward with a good length ball from... Must have a... Oh yes, the last but one seat this gentleman is sitting, and Nick has done his best here to quieten him. You can still hear him in the distance. This glorious afternoon now, as in comes Lenham and bowls and treated with respect. Byram, good over, just a single off it, and now the opportunity perhaps for Ingram to get those 2 runs he needs. Glamorgan trail by 210 with the score on 166 for 1. I've put down here, follow on, 227. I think we can forget about that.
I remember being at Hove once, our effects microphone, Edward, is on the top of our media box.
Yeah,
on one occasion we had to dangle it out the window around the pack for whatever reason. And there was a chap having a fearful row with his wife on the phone.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and
Domestic.
we could hear every word, yeah. So we had to...
Turn it everything off.
To turn the microphone down, yeah.
Jack Buxton, medium pace, the ball to the left-handed Colin Ingram. He's on 98. And in he comes now, and bowls, and Ingram pushes it away on the offside. Everybody in on the 1.
I'd say it was his wife, maybe it wasn't his wife, I don't know, but whatever he was doing.
You've got to watch the language, you see, that sometimes comes out.
No, you can, yeah.
And another thing that I've had to remind some commentators, if I'm listening at home, you've left your mic on the lunch interval.
Yeah, it's an easy thing to remember or to forget to do.
To forget, yeah. In comes Brooks, bowls to Ingram. Ingram pushes forward, sensing he's going to wait for these 2 runs. Brooks is bowling a good length.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I think Sussex have actually done well since tea. I mean, I don't think they bowled particularly well this afternoon, but I think since tea, I don't know whether Ian Salisbury's had a word, but they've certainly tightened up. Since tea, they conceded 7 runs in 5.5 overs.
Jack Brooks is round the wicket. Bowls to Ingram. Ingram plays defensively. They're determined to restrain Ingram here as he picks up the ball.
Do you know, that's I think the 3rd or 4th time in this match that has happened. You very rarely see batsmen picking up the ball, but I was very pleased to see when Carter got his 100, when he got his 150, when he walked off at the end, the Glamorgan players coming congratulating him, and I'm glad that that's something that still exists in cricket.
Nobody claps a 50 these days, which I think is sad.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just have no idea why.
Got over from Brooks. containing overs. He bowls now to Ingram, who plays. He's waiting, one senses, for that loose ball or the half volley, of which there were many from Jack Brooks before the tea interval.
And sometimes, but they don't applaud either if someone's been dropped.
Yeah.
I don't know. Perhaps I'm a bit soft, but I just think it's
Exactly.
the right thing to do.
Brooks coming towards the end of the over, bowls, and Ingram looking for a run is not going to get it because it's dabbed down to Rawlings in the gully. 166 for 1 in reply to Sussex's substantial score of 376.
You called this correctly, Ed. I think Brooks's bowling line and length is giving Ingram nothing to hit.
And Ingram wants to attack, but he knows he's not going to give away a century. In comes Brooks, bowls again. That's a little wider, but it bounces and is taken one-handed at first slip. So an accurate over from Brooks. He's bowled 2 maidens now after a fearful battering in his opening spell, where he went for 32 in 6. He's now 8 overs, 0 for 34.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. Adrian Harms and Edward Bevan. Nick Webb back with us shortly. I've got to go to an update after the
On the wireless, as I like to say.
On the wireless. I think that's nice. Yeah.
Well, on the wireless.
Yeah. I'll give you a quick rattle through some of the other scores in the Test match. New Zealand now 131 for 3, leading England by 147. So still life in the Test match.
Certainly is. That would be an incredible win if England put it on.
Yeah. Lenham, round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Byron works this back just on the offside. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll take because it's fielded just down below us by Brooks, who gets in the throw. Not a very good throw, nearly goes over the head of Tim Seifert, the wicket-keeper, who eventually catches the ball. But it's 1 more to Byron, and you better go back on commentary, Edward.
Yes, it might be a long time.
That's all right.
As it was with Carter with you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Here's Lenham coming in and bowls to Ingram, and Ingram will get a single as he pushes it wide of mid-off, and eventually he just ambles that along. 99 for Colin Ingram. And I suspect if and when he does get his 100, or I should say when and if he gets his 100, he will relax and play a few aggressive shots. He's that sort of player.
Yeah, because the scoring rate's now down below 4. As in comes Lenham, bowls to Byron, who's forward, plays back down the track.
First time today that it's gone below that.
Yeah, it is. They've been scoring consistently above 4, over 3.86. I think you're right. I want to get the 100 out of the way, then you think, right, we need to pick up the momentum. Yeah. 168 for 1 of Glamorgan as in comes Lenham, bowls, and driven by Byron. Doesn't time that to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark. There is no... Archie Lennon's bowling, it looks like something might happen for Sussex. It wouldn't be a total surprise if a wicket fell here.
And he is the one that looks most likely.
I agree. It's got a slip and a short leg as the 17-year-old is in again. Round the wicket, bowls, and Byron again just works this time to mid-on, fielded by Delray Rawlings. Unusual to see him at mid-on. He's normally in the slips or around the cover regions. He's very quick. Here's Delray Rawlings. Benham again, waits.
Last ball of the over.
Could be back-to-back maiden. Oh no, there's been a single off at the over as he bowls, and then on his follow-through fields the ball. So just 1 run off the over. It's been good cricket for Sussex since tea, because Glamorgan have only added 9 runs in the 6 overs since tea. So Glamorgan just consolidating their position, but Sussex not making it easy and making Colin Ingram work.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of Ingram wanting the 100, not taking a chance, and also Lenham. They're very wary of Lenham because they know that he can bowl the googly as well, going to round the other side. But you're back, Colin Ingram, in this over, I think, to try and get this 100. A 1-saving field, just the fine leg. If you pierce the field here, he'll get his 100. As in comes Brooks, bowls, and this is hit on the pad. Not out, says the umpires. It's pitched outside the line, I believe, of off stump. Very tense, and no doubt a little bit nervous is Colin Ingram here. He's on 99. Brooks very economical since T comes in to bowl to Ingram, and Ingram plays defensively up to mid-off. He's about 3 overs we've had of this now. What do you do to get 100? What a feather in the cap of the South African ball batsman. This will be. Made impression in his first game, 87, and now here he is on 99, not out, as Jack Brooks comes in, bowls to him, plays it into the backward point position, and 3 balls gone from this over. Backward point, cover, short, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, man on the drive, man saving 1. The only outfielder I can see is long leg. Brooks in to Ingram, bowls to him. Ingram is forward, and there is no run. So after going 6 overs for 32 before tea, Brooks is now in his 9th over, 2 balls remaining, 0 for 34. Here he is, in again, bowls to Ingram. Ingram is back on his stumps and plays it in front of him. And we're going to have another maiden over, and still Ingram waits for his first 100 of the season. He's not going to take a chance, I would have thought, on this last ball of the over, as the fielders encroach, and in comes Brooks and bowls and pushes it away into the gully, and it goes down for 4 runs, and that is Colin Ingram's 100. A wonderful innings, punctuated by some glorious drives through the offside. He's only played 3 innings this year. He got 87 and 22 in the first game against Durham.
100 came off 143 balls with 19 fours.
Well, you must have heard that. 143 balls, 19 fours, chanceless innings, and well played Colin Ingram as Glamorgan move on to 172 for 1. So the shackles have come off, and Ingram, no doubt, will now and try and play a few more forcing shots. But that was a beautiful shot, backward of square on the offside. He moves on to 103 in Glamorgan, 172 for 1. The hugely promising Archie Lenham, 17 years of age, will continue from the far end. And he comes and bowls now to Byron. Byron, a shovel shot out to short mid-on, and there's no run. 103 to Ingram. Byron is 64. Nick has been outside. I hope he's captured that 100. No doubt he has, with his filming equipment, as the next ball is a peel for LBW, but he did move right outside the off stump there, and he remains, as we thought, the leg spinner creating more problems than any other bowler. In comes the next ball, and that's clipped away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Do you think the attacking intent, Nick, will come from Ingram from now on? I think he might.
Might do, but Glamorgan have got a fair way to go on this game. There's still 204 runs in arrears.
Here's the next ball. There comes a lovely attacking shot, but it goes straight to mid-off. Not timing it on this slow pitch, as we all thought.
No, Byram just driving straight to the field of that.
Just replaying his 100th run there. As in comes the next ball. It's a good length ball played back down the pitch. So it's been slow going since tea for Glamorgan. They're under 4 and over. They've been restricted by some accurate bowling by Brooks, who's cut his pace down but is landing on a length, which is difficult to score on this slow pitch. Although Glamorgan did gallop along in the session between lunch and tea. 172 for 1, last ball of the over. And he comes, and again, this is a maiden, so the young leg spinner has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 17. This it'll be Jack Brooks wasn't taking a wicket. Well, the only wicket to fall was the 8th ball of the innings when David Lloyd was caught by the keeper, Seifert, for bowling of Hunt for 2. And these are put on 167 for the 2nd wicket, as it will be Jack Brooks to continue and try to nullify Glamorgan's progress.
So they didn't allow Ingram all his own way in reaching that century. Had to wait on 99 for a while. He's on 103 now with that boundary, and turns one away on the leg side for a single down towards fine leg, and they go through for 1. Ingram to 104 not out. And 3 not out. 173 for 1 as Brooks bowls. Short ball. Oh, it's almost lobbed up to slip there as Byram went for the hook shot. Didn't really come onto the bat, just probably hit the back of the bat and lobbed agonisingly for the Sussex bowlers towards slip.
Reminds me of that shot McDermott played here in the 2020 last Friday. Although he tried the reverse sweep and not the authentic one, and played it onto his stumps.
So Brooks, with that headband, runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end in the sunshine, and bowls, and Byram getting everything behind us and defending it out on the offside, and there is no run.
Still, it's a very good response from Glamorgan, as they were 5 for 1 early on in their innings.
It is. They've knocked off getting it on for halfway, as another attempted hook shot from Byram, and that's gone through to the keeper. And Eddie Byram hasn't been, well, very few players are, but quite as fluent as Ingram in the course of this stand.
No. Improvement in the attack, though. Much better bowling from Jack Brooks, because he was dishing up half volleys by the dozen at the start of the innings.
Yes, the Sussex bowlers have pegged it back as Brooks comes in, right arm round, bowls, decent length and line, and Byram just blocks it out in the offside, and there's no run.
I suppose, looking forward, if they go on like this, it'll be Glamorgan's aim to try and bat all day tomorrow if they can. Try and get some sort of a lead, because I was just telling Adrian, they were bowler short, and if you've got any pretense of bowling the opposition out, you've got to give them a chance and get lots of overs.
Byram again tries to hook, and again makes a bit of a dog's breakfast of it, so just the leg by off that over, and Byram maybe might be best advised to calm down a little, getting overexcited there, trying to swat Brooks into the pavilion rather than accumulate. You don't have to go at Ingram's run rate, and Byram should be quite happily sailing along in Ingram's slipstream, if you like, with the more aggressive player taking the pressure off him.
Now, having got his 100, will Ingram let the bowler dictate, as they have been doing? And Lenham now is about to start his 9th over. He's posted a long on, 2 other men square on the boundary. As he comes in now and bowls to Ingram, and Ingram again plays defensively, as if he's going to say, right, I'm not going to play shots, I'm just going to play every ball in its merit, even though I got 103 not out.
He just almost needs to reset, maybe, but I don't know if it's in his nature.
Here's the next ball, and that comes back in. It's the orthodox leg break. Archie Lenham round the wicket, bowls, and Ingram plays it edgily down towards fine leg, and he'll get a single. Takes the score to 174 for 1. Byram has come subdued, especially since tea. He is on 64. And how many have we got? remaining. 22 and a half overs. In comes the next ball, and Byron, well, he was he lost his touch here because he tried to drive that and just dribbled about 3 or 4 yards. Really is good bowling by boy of 17. Here he comes again. He has to adjust across this. This really is cricket at its best. 2 spinners, well, 1 young leg spinner bowling. 4-day match. Glamorgan looking to get ahead, but they've been tied down since tea. In comes Lennon, bowls wide outside the off stump, but it comes back. And that's it with a leg spinner who also bowls the Google. You're not absolutely sure if you don't pick him. Deserved applause there from the crowd for a good over. Remember this business, Nick, that you can only bowl, the ECB said you can only bowl so many overs. When they were young. I know it infuriated some captains. I remember at the Oval where James Franklin was the overseas pro. He bowled beautifully, took 4 wickets before lunch, didn't bowl. So I went up, it was Robert Croft who was captain. And I said, is he injured? No, he said, we've had memos from the New Zealand Cricket Board, so you only bowl so many overs in the day. It's in his contract, his overseas contract.
Yeah, well, that was in the permission that they gave, wasn't it? Here's Brooks to Ingram, who cuts and will get just the single. Hit it hard, but picked up by Hunt, sweeping on the grandstand side on the boundary. And just the single.
This little battle to continue now between Byram and Brooks, which has been won by Brooks so far because there's been 3 mistimed pulls which didn't go very far where they were missed. 177 for 1.
Yeah, maybe Byram just needs to say, well, I'll let the next few just sail past my nose and they'll be bored bowling them. That's a fuller length though, and well defended by Byram. Ingram's 37th career 100, and he's gone past 22,000 runs in his career overall.
Is that one day?
That's in all formats.
Right. What's Colin, 35?
He's turned 36 now.
He's a fit 30, whatever.
There's Brooks' into bowl to Byram, who jabs down on that one, or tries to, and it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, 36 now. 87 in the first match of the season against Durham, and a century here. So it's strange. It's strange that he could do end up doing better in red ball cricket than the white ball stuff that he's been mainly employed for the last 4 years or so. So can Glamorgan kick on? They're struggling to do so at the moment. Byram drives back down the ground. That's a nice shot. Will it have the legs to reach the boundary? Yes, just about. Very straight indeed. Back past the stumps. They'd run at least one just in case. Little punch of the gloves between the 2 batters to acknowledge that Byram maybe has found his touch back. Having struggled a little bit, as Sandwood said, in the last over against Jack Brooks in the test match. I'll give you after this delivery. As Brooks bowls to Byram. Short ball. Byram pulls on the ground to mid-wicket. No run. Did well to control that one. New Zealand 144 for 4. Lead is 158 runs.
Interesting.
With a wicket apiece for Anderson, for Leach, for Potts, and a run out credited to Ollie Pope. To get rid of Young for 56. Conway made 52. Brooks bowls. Up on his toes goes Byram and controls that one well, just plays it gently away on the leg side for a single.
Looking at the Glamorgan batting lineup, you've got positive players coming in, the likes of Kieran Carlson. I suspect that Chris Cook will be all right. Well, he is going to bat with a runner, but he is another quick scorer if Glamorgan are in that position.
Plenty of runs elsewhere in Division 2 as Ingram drives beautifully. That's a boundary. Backward of square on the offside. 186 for one. Ingram to 109. And this really is wonderful to watch for everyone apart from the Sussex side. And hope that even Sussex supporters can appreciate the elegance of Ingram's stroke play, even though they might have had a bit too much of it by now.
I'm just interested to know how long Oli Carter took to reach his 100. Have you still got it in your record?
208 balls.
And Ingram was 143, was it? Something like that? You must remember he was fighting a lone battle in the middle order, wasn't he? The young 20-year-old Carter.
Carter really steered things.
Started one over, which Byram pushes wide of mid-off and gets a run. Back goes long on. Mid-wicket is on the boundary. Backwards square is on the boundary. Deep extra cover is on the boundary. But you don't often get a chance to hit a leg spinner stroke googly over his head because there is turn off the pitch. And he's decided to come when he's bowling now to Colin Ingram over the wicket. Here's Lenham in bowl, drives it past mid-off. There'll be runs here. They might, oh no, they won't. Good chase, and they restrict Ingram to just the single.
In the second 11 game at Abergavenny, Somerset 269 for 5, 2 wickets to James Harris early on, 2 to Rodri Lewis, Swansea-born trialist, and 1 to Callum Taylor.
Here's the next ball, and that's pushed away to mid-wicket, playing with a little bit more freedom now is Eddie Byram as he moves on to 70, and Glamorgan are moving on to 189 for 1, 11 runs away from their first batting point.
Somerset opener Umeed hit 125 and Newport-born keeper Will Smale 74.
Here's the next ball that beats mid-on and goes down to long on. So some runs coming from this over. 190 for 1. Nelson for Ingram. He won't worry too much about that. He's got his 100. 111 not out. 71 to the other batsman, who is Eddie Byram. As in comes the next ball, and that's played defensively back down the pitch. And there is one ball remaining. Far too early, I think, to ask the good doctor about batting records against Sussex, because there have been some big runs. There was a big partnership between Nick Selman and Colin and Marnus Labuschagne, wasn't there, a couple of years ago. In comes the next ball, and Byram pushes forward, doesn't want a single, and that is the end of the over. So we will get it if I've got my yearbook around, but next door.
Yeah, there won't be.
I think they should be a long time.
Won't be records for each wicket against all the clubs. I'm sure I'll get a text from Dr. Hignall should it materialise. He's good with that sort of thing.
Returning to bowl at the
And here he is.
Cathedral Road end, Henry Crocombe.
So Crocombe, what's he done so far in this innings? 5
Average.
overs, 0 for 29, so he'll need to do better than his first spell if he's to drag things back for Sussex. Glamorgan going along at 3.8 runs per over, 190 in 50.
They've dropped under 4 for the first time, especially that little spell after tea when 9 runs came in 6 overs. But I fancy if Crocombe drops short or pitches a half 40, he will disappear. So he'll want to try and keep these two rather quiet. Ingram will face, he's in 111, it's just the one slip as Crocombe comes round the wicket. And the bowls, and it's pushed away backward of square in the offside. Now they might have a look at 2. No, it's not a big area down that side of the field here at Sophia Gardens. It's where the short boundary is and where the ball invariably lands in the River Taff.
Short straight boundaries, quite long square of the wickets. Well, longish on the pavilion side average.
Not for England.
Longish on the grandstand side, maybe slightly shorter than average on the pavilion side.
Here he comes, Crocombe again, bowls it, nudged away, they go for single, nobody feeling in the gully position. Played very well, these two.
Will we ever see Ingram hit one onto the roof of the pavilion?
Do you remember that?
Yes. Remember hitting one into the chief executive's window pane during practice one day as well.
Right. He's very, very strong. We haven't seen him he's only played a couple of innings in 2020, but when he gets going, my goodness. In comes Crocombe, bowls, and that's pushed away this time straight at the fielder. You remember? Sorry to interrupt.
It's that training with the hammer and the tyres on his farm in South Africa, where he just pounds a huge tyre with a big jackhammer.
Do you remember when you and I and Steve James were up at Bristol a couple of years ago? David Miller.
Nearly cleaned us up, didn't he?
He nearly cleaned. We were sitting in the back of the pavilion commentating outside. As Crocombe comes in, and this is nudged away to mid-on, no run. And the very back seat, the back of the stand in the pavilion, and the second six he hit, well, was about 3 yards away from us, hit the ball, rebounded. I think that's as big a hit I've seen at Bristol.
There'll be a bit of Miller here this summer, but in other colours.
Comes Crocombe and bowls, pulled away, but not timed by Colin Ingram. There's the slowness. How many times have we seen this in the first 2 days? Went to hook it for 4, didn't come on. 1-1-2 he remains. Byram's on 72, the score is 192. Symmetrical twos.
Runs at Chester Street, where Durham declared on 642 for 7, Worcester 54 for 1.
In comes Crocombe, bowls. Played firmly up to mid-on, but no runs is fielded by Brooks. That's the end of the over.
Runs at Leicester 2, where Leicestershire made 440 all out with maximum batting points for the bottom place side. The top side, Nottinghamshire, 236 for 2 in reply, half century for Hasib Hamid and an unbeaten century for Ben Duckett.
He's a good player.
And at Derby, Derbyshire, 229 all out against Middlesex, which was 22 runs behind on first innings. Middlesex in their second dig, 51 for 1, a lead of 73. So interesting.
They've fallen off a bit, haven't they, Middlesex?
Returning
they played well here earlier in the season.
Delray Rawlins.
Well, I think, Nick, if you would be anything worth your salt as a county seamer, you would have taken, not you personally, I'm sorry, but you would have taken wickets here. If you remember, Toby Rowland-Jones was on the Pakistan fast bowler who cleaned up Labuschagne.
Sharafridi, yeah.
But there we are. Right, it's Delroy Rawlings.
Yep, the young Bermudan, Delray Rawlins, to come into the attack. Say young, well, all the Sussex side are young really, apart from Allsop 26, Seifert 27 and Brooks 38. Rawlins bowls and Byram carts that away through mid-wicket. It wasn't hugely elegant, that one. There was a leaping attempt to catch it at mid-wicket, but it's 4 runs for Eddie Byram. Dropped a little bit short and rather smeared away, but all looks the same in the scorebook.
Yeah. And acceleration coming out with the run rate back to nearly 3.83.
Rawlins 0 for 45 and his 11th over. Reverse sweep comes out from Byram, and he's played it quite nicely. It's raced away towards third man, down towards the cricket school to our left, and let's run away for 4, and it is Glamorgan's first batting bonus point of the day, of the month, because we haven't played championship cricket, or Glamorgan
it's a month, isn't
haven't
it?
played since up at Durham, which was a visit best forgotten in the end. Rawlins to Byram, push and run on the offside. Is Ingram ready? Yes, he is. And
tell you what, sorry to interrupt you, Nick.
1 for 1.
As I'm going to say it, I'm going to say there's no long on. But he is inching his way back. He's more than inching. He's galloping down to there's a long on. I thought, right, Colin might have a dart here.
Next delivery from Rawlins is Ingram pressing forward. Who's going to bat 11 for Glamorgan in this side? There isn't a natural number 11 without Hogan in there.
No.
Wonder whether Gorvin will go straight in and go in the tail or bat up the order.
Not a bad little player, is Gorvin.
He's batted at 7, I think, in the first championship match as Ingram
Night
defends.
Watchman, didn't he, at Durham?
Night Watchman, not with great success
No, I'm afraid not.
at Durham, and then emergency opener, poor so-and-so, when they started with Salter and Gorvin in the second innings. Rawlins bowls, or doesn't release for some reason. Didn't have his run up right. Delray Rawlins, the Bermudan international player. Bowls, Ingram pulls savagely through the leg side. Those hammer-hardened arms from Colin Ingram as he whacked that away down towards the grandstand.
Partnership of
200.
200. Well played, these two. 205 for 1.
Coming together in the second over.
Yeah.
And we've now had 52, so it's been all but a smidge 4 runs per over. 205 for 1, and well, it'll be interesting to ask the players afterwards why scoring was so slow on day 1 and so fast from both sides on day 2. How the pitch has changed.
I don't think it's changed a bit.
No?
I think it's attitude. Ian Salisbury, the Sussex coach, probably said, look, I want as many as you can get your head down, hit them. And that's what exactly they've done. These two have played positively, and as the first ball, the next over is pushed back down the pitch by Byram, who remains on 81. And these, well, especially Ingram, is much older, of course, than young Oli Carter, and hasn't got the strength, power, and well, the experience, full stop, of playing first-class cricket and hitting the ball so hard. And he did a huge job for his side, but this is a far more attacking batting side. Oof, and that's gone out to deep mid-wicket. Short ball, but there was a man waiting for him. I thought it might have gone into the pavilion, that.
Byram is putting a lot of effort into these pull shots, isn't he? But he's actually hitting them down deliberately so that he doesn't hold out to that square leg lurking in front of the dressing rooms there, as you say.
Third man is sent back, just the slip now. I think Crocombe is pushing, is pitching it up, is he? He's bowling a little bit short. Ingram in superb form, though. And then comes Crocombe bowled, and that's pushed away in the offside. They go for a quick single and get there.
I think Tom Haynes will be rather disappointed with the efforts of his faster bowlers so far, with Brooks, Hunt and Crocombe all going at 5s or thereabouts. And well, it's been the slower bowlers, if anyone, who have dragged things back. Lenham 0 for 22 in his tan.
Yeah. Rawlins is a little bit more expensive now in his last few overs. Crocombe bowled, pushed away on the offside. And they haven't really taken a risk, these two. You often see Colin Ingram wanting to attack immediately and sometimes getting out, but as he inched his way to his 100, he was very, very determined. 207 for 1. We still have 17 overs left. As in comes Crocombe, bowls, and Byron leaves. I haven't seen a lot of that this afternoon. And through to wicketkeeper Seifert. 2 full days left. 100 and what have we got? 200 overs less 8, 192. 230 overs. There's a lot of overs left. Was this pitch going to crack? I don't think so. Crocombe, last ball of the over, pulled viciously for 4 runs by Byram. Short ball on the way to the end of the over, and he moves on to 86, and he is going to inch now his way towards 100. 217 for 1 as the acceleration comes again.
Yep. Any thoughts on where this game is likely to go? Twitter, Nick Webb 2017, or at Adrian Harms, or on email to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. You're welcome to use that address, whichever side you are backing in this game.
Any inquiries, or are they just happy as you're followers?
I think the great Welsh public is satisfied and has nothing to grumble about at the moment, which is...
I'll just do this one over, and then what did I do the last over? Guess at this time of the day.
You did the last over.
So I shall vanish because our good friend Adrian has come.
There we are.
Take my place.
It's Rawlins to start the over, to bowl to Colin Ingram, who's back punching it off the back foot up to long on for a single. 212 for one. Ingram to 118 not out here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan web stream as Rawlins bowls to Byram, who is forward defending. Down to Brooks at point, and there's no run. 212 for one. End of the over. We can swap around places as Rawlins is rushing through this one, and Byram sweeps and has nailed that one away to the mid-wicket boundary. And Eddie Byram, after a quiet spell mid-innings, seems to have rediscovered his mojo. He moves on to 90, and Glamorgan on to 216 for one. This is already his highest score for Glamorgan.
Glamorgan have stepped on the accelerator here, Nick, in the last 10 minutes or so. They just after a quiet spell. I was just thinking, because this ball is probably getting quite soft now, and this might be the time that Glamorgan think, you know, we're going to attack Sussex here, like they did early on.
54th over, Rawlins bowls. Byram back on his stumps, defends to short mid-wicket, no run. 216 for one. Byram 90 has got a century in his Somerset days, but not for Glamorgan as yet. This only his fourth championship game for Glamorgan as he blocks one out on the offside, having come down the pitch to Rawlins, but the bowler adjusting well. Bit of cat and mouse as Rawlins comes now left arm around the wicket to Byram, and Byram steps forward, pushes it into the offside, thinks about a quick single, but it's fielded at point. No run. 216 for one. Ingram 118. Byram 90. It was at T159 for one. So Glamorgan have so far scored 57 runs in this evening session. They have been slowed down somewhat at stages.
Yeah.
As Ingram moved relatively quietly towards his century, but the foot now is back on the accelerator, Adrian.
Well, it is, and that run rate, Nick, had fallen below 4 for a while, but it's now exactly 4 and over, 216 in 54 overs. Henry Crocombe running in around the wicket to bowl to Colin Ingram. He's at 118. He bowls, and Ingram is solidly forward in defence and plays to mid-on, where it's fielded by Jack Brooks. Lovely afternoon here. Loads and loads of blue sky around. It wasn't like this morning. There's quite a bit of cloud, but it's really pleasant cricket watching weather. I've just been outside the commentary box, and there's a nice breeze blowing across the ground. And actually, we can't see from here, but it's not a bad crowd. Down below us, there's quite a lot of people watching as Crocombe is in, around the wicket bowls, and Ingram drives. A good stop by Crocombe, because that was hit firmly by Ingram, and Crocombe took all the pace off the ball. And there is no run. So 16 overs left in the day. If Glamorgan were to score at 4 and over, which they're doing, that would give them another 64. That would give them 270 by the close of play. So they'd be 100 behind Sussex with 2 days to go. As Nick was saying, a lot could happen. I mean, wickets could fall, but at the minute, Glamorgan are going along very nicely. Crocombe in again, bowls shorter, and Ingram plays out into the offside. It's fielded by Clark, who's in very quickly from cover to field, and there is no run. It could be a good final day in the Test match, with New Zealand 157 for 4, leading England by 171.
Yeah, I suppose the onus will be on New Zealand to attack there, won't it?
Yes, it will. Yeah, 1 down in the series. I'm not sure when the 3rd Test begins, actually. Pretty fairly soon, as in comes Crocombe, bowls and clipped away by Ingram down to fine leg. All the way down to the distance is Archie Lenham, who gets in the throw. 1 more to Ingram. He goes to 119, 217 for 1.
Third test is at Headingley, starting on Thursday the 23rd, so 10 days from today.
A little bit of a breather. It's been a good series so far.
Well, England playing one day as in the Netherlands before that, but that's it's a different squad, isn't it? Which I suspect is going to be the way from now on by and large, isn't it? Different red ball and white ball England squads.
Crocombe in and bowled. Short as a poor ball. It's been hit for 4 runs, and that got thoroughly what it deserved, to be honest. It was a long hop down the leg slide. And Ed Byron just said, thanks very much indeed, I'll just help it's on its way for 4 runs, and that wasn't a good delivery. Glamorgan to 221 for 1, and Sussex are starting to leak runs here, you know. That was a poor delivery down the leg side, and nothing that Archie Lennon, all the way down to fine leg, could do about that. Tom Haynes has a word to his young quick bowler, probably something like, pitch it up. In comes Crocombe again, in and bowls, that's better. But England still picks up a single. Byron rather played into the offside, fielded by Ibrahim at backward point. I should have given the commentary to you then, Nick, because if Ed Byron had hit a 6, you'd have gone to 100 as it is.
Well, he hasn't so far. So.
No, but you never know. He goes to 95, end of the over, all the 2s, 222 for 1. Glamorgan trailed by 154, and runs, you know, we've had a glut of runs today. We've had 222 plus 131, so it's 353 runs in the day, and we've still got 15 overs to go.
So it's going to be 400 plus in all probability.
Yeah, well.
In the Sapphire sunshine, it's been a hard day for bowlers. The Glamorgan wickets today were claimed 2 for Andrew Salter eventually. Had to plug away, and Andrew Gorvin, the replacement player for Michael Hogan, picked up a wicket as well, 1 for 11. Salter 4 for 107. Those were the wickets today, but Sussex really did lay about them in that opening session, adding 131, 23.4 for their 3 tail-end wickets. Rawlins bowls. Byram goes for the sweep, doesn't play it quite off the middle of the bat. Ingram eventually comes through for a single, but there was no danger because the fielder at mid-wicket slipped.
Duncan in Sevenoaks, which is in Kent, has sent us an email, Nick. I'll read it at the end of the over.
As Rawlins bowls and Ingram defends.
Some of it's in Welsh, so I'll have to spell the words here, and you can tell me. I think it probably means good afternoon.
Prynawn?
Yes, Prynhawn.
Good afternoon. Rawlins bowls and Ingram defends. Prynawn, Duncan.
He says, Nick, I would like us to bat until an hour before tea tomorrow. Is Duncan in Sevenoaks?
Yeah, if possible. Rawlins bowls. Ingram defends to mid-wicket. No run.
And Duncan in Sevenoaks is a proud Morgan Win supporter. Morgan WNG?
Morganwg.
Ah, right, okay. My
Welsh
apologies.
for Glamorgan.
Okay.
As Ingram drives out towards cover point and ambles through for a single. This is probably getting to be a bit longer than Colin Ingram has spent at the crease now in the last 5 years, since he gave up playing regular championship cricket on account of his knee problems originally. Next delivery is turned on the leg side by Byram, and there is no run. But the knee-op fixed that, and went on to have several years as a bat for hire, gunslinger around the world in franchise tournaments. Most recently played in the Bangladesh League, did Colin Ingram. Got a few runs there, an 89 and a 90. Since then, he's played a couple of T20 innings, and this is his 3rd championship innings of the season for Glamorgan, having to wait for a gig while Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Neser were preferred as the 2 overseas players.
Well, he's looked terrific today, and his driving, particularly straight down the ground, has been a joy to watch. The left-handed Ingram waits as Henry Crocombe is on his way. Just the one slip in place. Crocombe runs away from us high in our commentary position. Bowls to Ingram, and there as if to make the point. He slams that, but straight to Tom Clark at short extra, who wrings his hands because he really got hold of that Ingram, and a yard either side. And you can see Tom Clark, ouch. That really was ouch, wasn't it? That was belted by Ingram. And Tom Clark really caught one there at short extra.
You don't really have any option as a professional cricketer than to stand there and take it, do you?
In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Ingram this time just caresses that through backward point. They've taken one. I think they'll come back for two here. Yeah, they will come back for two. Sean Hunt round the boundary, quickly gets in the throw to Tim Zivert. Two more to Colin Ingram. It's just the way Glamorgan are going about this. They're running well between the wickets. They're picking up the runs. They're being really positive here, are Glamorgan, and the concern for Sussex is the runs are coming quickly, they're coming easily. The concern will be that if they keep going at this rate, that Sussex could face a tricky spell later in the match to survive. Crocombe in again, round the wicket bowls, and clipped away by Ingram, down to deep backward square. He picks up a single. Time to hand the microphone back to Nick, because Byron is in within 4 of 100.
He is indeed. Potentially his first 100 for Glamorgan. Best of 78 in the 3 games he played last year. Byron then on 96. As forward he comes to defend out on the offside, and there's no run.
Toby Rowland-Jones in the wickets for Middlesex today, 5 for 45. Good to see him back after so many back issues. And actually, Derbyshire somewhat collapsing at the county ground. 229 all out. Middlesex 70 for 1 in reply. Leaders of the second division. 70 for 1 in reply, leading now by 92.
As that's a full-length ball from Crocombe. Again, hit to short extra, but Eddie Byram not quite timing it as Colin Ingram did the shot previously in the over. 15 boundaries so far for Byram. He's faced 167 deliveries. As Crocombe is in to bowl, and that's a full-length ball that went through to the keeper as Byram tried to chop at it. Not the greatest of shots. No. Slip's hand went up initially just in case there was an edge on the way through, but there wasn't. 227 for 1. Ingram has 123, Byram has 96.
At the Riverside, Durham made 642 for 7. Centuries for Rashid Ravinder on debut for Durham. He made 217. Then a partnership, Ben Rain and Paul Gocklin, both scoring hundreds. Rain 103, Gocklin 100, batting at 8 and 9 for Durham. An undefeated partnership of over 200 for the 8th wicket. Then in reply, Worcestershire losing a wicket with the second ball of their innings. Worcestershire 72 for 2 in reply to Durham's 642 for 7. That looks like a track. In comes Rawlins from the River Taff end. Over the wicket comes in and bowls. Ingram is forward and just caresses that through the covers, the vacant cover area. Archie Lenham comes trotting out from in front of the pavilion area. Balcony above him where the players sit. And Ingram goes to 124. Brings Byron back onto strike. From me to you.
Shuttle Brothers as Rawlins in to bowl. Byram sweeps and will get just the single because Crocombe is looking down here at fine leg, about 2/3 the way back. In front of us at the Cathedral Road end, Glamorgan 229 for 1.
Not stepping on the accelerator at Grace Road, 270 for 2 in just 48 overs as in comes Rawlins. Bowls and Ingram plays to mid-on and there is no run. Ben Duckett making 130, that after Leicestershire made 440, so not second in second division, certainly getting on with things. At Grace Road, in comes Rawlins again, bowls to Ingram, who forces this down the ground all the way to long on, where he picks up another single, does Colin Ingram. He goes to 126, Glamorgan's 231 for 1. In fact, it's already gone up to 30 for 1, I do apologise.
Rawlins then into Byram on 97 not out, and Byram back on his stumps working on the leg side, but square leg is in quickly and there's no chance of pinching a single there. 12 overs to come after this delivery. Sussex's over 8 is +3. Glamorgan's at one stage was +5 as Rawlins bowls, and Byram drives on the leg side, but still straight to the fielder, and there's no run at the end of the Rawlins over. Byram has 97. Ingram has 125, 230 for 1. There was sort of a few bits and pieces near chances for Sussex during the afternoon session, weren't there? With both batsmen nearly playing on at various stages, but now they appear to be taking fewer risks, and as a consequence there are fewer moments of peril.
No, I would agree.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral
Sean
Road end, Sean Hunt.
I mean, this is quite surprising, really, that Sean Hunt's the only Sussex player to have taken a wicket. He's bowled 5 overs for 25. He took the wicket of David Lloyd, and he's only in his 5th over, which I was sort of wondering where. I don't know whether they're trying to nurse him or something, but
he was leaking a little bit after lunch, but you'd have thought he'd have been brought back slightly before now.
Yeah, I agree. Well, he's back into the attack now, bowling from the Cathedral Road end. He bowled from the River end when he picked up that wicket in the 2nd over. That seems a long time ago now. It was just before lunch. I think when Byron gets his ton, he may well want to step on the accelerator here for these last few overs of the day, as in comes Hunt to bowl to Ingram, and Ingram covers up and plays to mid-off. Good delivery by Hunt, footed by Haynes. I mean, the ball has gone quite soft. A new ball is still, what, 21 overs away after this one. Not that Glamorgan can do anything daft, but...
And the second 11 game is Abergavenny, Somerset 284 for 7. James Harris has taken 3 wickets, 1 for Jamie McIlroy, 2 for Rodri Lewis, and 1 for the spin of Callum Taylor.
Hunt on his way, bowls, and Ingram blows a forcing shot into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Tom Clark in the covers. Prevents the run. James Fuller, will he play in the T20 on Sunday? Not Fuller, sorry, Harris.
Harris has been in the squads thereabouts, but may well be called upon, presuming Neser is unavailable. Hogan is unavailable, rather. Neser had COVID last week. Hogan this week.
Hunt in again, bowls, and covering up his Ingram, plays down the onside of the track.
Best wishes to Mr. Hogan if he is listening and or watching. Hope you're back in action soon.
Well, I guess if it... I'm not sure if this is 5-day rule now or just you return a negative test, but if he's positive Monday night, then he's got Tuesday, Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday. I mean, he may be fit for Sunday.
Possibly. Wouldn't want to rush him back.
Hunt in again, bowls, and that's a lovely shot by Colin Ingram, and that's going to be 4 runs. No need to chase that from Tom Haynes. It's just slightly overpitched from Sean Hunt, and what a quality shot that is, Nick. He's just eased the ball down the ground. He didn't hammer the ball. It was all in the timing. Beautifully played by Colin Ingram, who goes to 129. And that scoreboard's got a very ominous look about it from a Sussex perspective. 234 for 1.
James Harris has got a 4th for the second 11, so a little message maybe it should have been me, to replace...
well, he's a good cricketer, isn't he?
Hasn't quite hit his straps this season.
In comes Hunt and bowls again, and Ingram is forward and plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. I can think of many times when he's been playing for Middlesex. That, remember one particular stand at Lords with John Simpson where he batted really nicely. And did he begin his career, Nick, at Glamorgan?
Oh yes, very much so. Yeah. As a 16-year-old he made his first class debut.
Wow.
Played for the Seconds at 14 or 15.
Hunt, final ball of his 6th over. Into bowls Colin Ingram, and Ingram just clips to mid-wicket. It's not a bad over from Sean Hunt, and the ball that went for 4 was an over-pitch delivery, so it wasn't as if it was short or wide or anything. I think that's a decent over by the young Sussex seamer, who takes his hat, or his cap I should say, and wanders away to his fielding position. End of the over, 234 for 1. Ingram 129. Eddie Byram on 97, and now 11 overs left in the day. Glamorgan trailing now by just 142.
Yeah, Harris had 6 seasons with Glamorgan, followed by 9 with Middlesex, and has signed up for a 3-year deal with Glamorgan, so that'll make half and half eventually, split between Glamorgan and Middlesex. Rawlings then to bowl to start a new over with his slow left arm from the River Taff end, and he's bowling to Eddie Byram on 97 not out, the left-hander for Glamorgan, looking for his first century for the club. As in comes Rawlings and bowls, and Byram back on his stumps to defend to mid-wicket. So Glamorgan currently 142 runs in arrears, with 9 wickets in hand. Rawlings bowls, and Byram turns it into the leg side, thinks about a single as a scrambling stop at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yes, Tom Clark in there. He's saved a number of runs today. He's a very good. I'm surprised he doesn't figure in the shorter form of the game, actually. Very good in the field.
Rawlings in, Byram down the track, but defends when he gets there as Rawlings just drops a little bit shorter.
Yeah, you give the impression he's got itchy feet here, Ed Byram.
Yeah, Ingram approached his 100 quietly before getting there with the boundary. Byram needs to keep his head, tries the sweep shot, gets a single. He's played it well all along the ground to Crocombe at backward square. Single taken, 235 for 1. Byram to 98 not out. Rawlings to bowl to Ingram, who's on 129. In comes Rawlings to bowl, and Ingram back on his stumps, forces back to the bowler, who fields in his follow-through, and there's no run. Rawlings in again, bowls, Ingram pushing forward, dabbing it down to backward point, again no run. End of a tidy over by Rawlings, 15 overs, though 0 for 65 now, which is not entirely tidy. 235 for 1.
Yeah, 10 overs left in the day. I just, from a Sussex perspective, what Tom Haynes done is to rotate his seam bowlers from this end of the ground, the Cathedral Road end, which the view you've got on the stream, and bowl his spinners Archie Lenham and Delray Rawlings from the River Taff end. But the minute you get the feeling it's Sussex sort of waiting for something to happen here. The ball is getting softer. They're just trying to restrict the runs, because what they won't want to do is suddenly be, having to letting Glamorgan get sort of upwards of 500. Then this scoreboard pressure comes into play.
Hunt to Byram on 98 not out. Bowls, and Byram plays it down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Because it's a very different pressure, isn't it? If you're suddenly you've got to score a couple of hundred to save a game, or put the game beyond Glamorgan, it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, that's a long way away. Sussex will have a new ball in 20 overs time, which will be somewhere late in the first hour tomorrow morning. But they could do with a wicket or two before then, certainly, as Hunt loops in, bowls. Byram plays on the leg side, but picks out mid-on, and there's no run.
I think he's going to play a big shot in a minute.
Has he got the patience?
He's just shown a couple of times that he's getting a bit edgy, and he's probably thinking about the team as well. He won't want to spend forever getting his to 100, but it's been a really fine knock.
He has got a championship century for Somerset against Essex at Lord's in the final match of 2020. And bowls, Byram forces that one through mid-wicket. He's got that one away. A nice shot to get to 3 figures for the first time for Glamorgan. That is Eddie Byram's 16th boundary. He raises his bat to the pavilion, embraces Colin Ingram. Eddie Byram gets to 3 figures off 178 balls. Raises his bat all round Sophia Gardens, and well batted Eddie Byram.
Well, absolutely, and what a lovely way to go to your 100 as well. A little clip off the through the leg side. Nice to see the Sussex boys applauding as well. Lovely innings, well played.
Hunt is in again to bowl, and Byram drives but hammers that one straight at the skipper. Haynes at mid-off, and there's no run. Colin Ingram is saying, drinks, please.
Drinks and gloves, I think. These two fancy being here tomorrow morning, you know. And whereas, you know, when Sussex were batting this morning, we were thinking that Glamorgan couldn't possibly win this game. I'm not saying that they will, but at the minute, it's difficult to see Sussex winning it from here.
And bowls a short delivery. It's smashed away on the leg side, but has picked up the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, and just the single ensues to Eddie Byram, who moves on to 103 not out, 240 for 1. And Glamorgan, as things stand, will have hopes of maximum bonus points. They've certainly got the run rate already, going at nearly 4 and over. As Hunt bowls on leg step, Ingram plays it straight to Carter at mid-wicket. Well, not straight to him,
Eddie
but
Byram's 100
stop.
came off 178 balls. It included 16 fours.
So on comes the 12th man, who looks very much like Prem Sisodia. And he's delivering gloves and drinks and whatever.
Well, let's not forget that Byram had to
So the
come and
news
open.
from Trent Bridge, the fourth day of the second test between England and New Zealand. Currently New Zealand are 169 for 4, that's in the 55th over. So New Zealand are leading England by 183 runs with 6 second innings wickets remaining. And at Avenue Road, Abergavenny, Somerset second 11 are currently 300 for 8. That's against Glamorgan second 11.
Thank you, Doctor.
You can see Tom Haynes
Returning to
off
bowl at the river end, Tom Haynes.
Yeah. So the Sussex skipper back into the attack. Ray Rawlings relieved of duties. 15 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 65. I'll have an update to do in a few moments' time to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Thank you for your emails and tweets today. It's been good to hear from people as we just watch a replay of Ed Byron's 100. But what can the Sussex skipper do? Sussex could do with a wicket is the fairly obvious thing to say. This partnership worth 235, and really the tone for this innings was really set by Colin Ingram. I think early on he drove a couple of balls majestically through mid-off and through extra cover, and Glamorgan have really stepped on the accelerator throughout the day. In comes Haynes, bowls to Byron, who eases that away into the offside, picks up a single to Carter, who needs to run to his right at cover to field, and Byron goes through to his 104th run, total to 241 for 1. We thought Glamorgan would be maybe 100 behind at the close of play, and I don't think we're going to be a million miles away from that. As Haynes just with the one slip, backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary. He's in and bowls, and Ingram plays that to mid-wicket. The leg side field, a mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg down below. This is Sean Hunt. As Haynes, the Sussex skipper, in his 6th over. Very respectable figures. Often you do get the case with that with Tom Haynes. He's very economic. No wicket for 13 in his 6th over. And he runs towards us and bowls, and driven away by Ingram. Backward of square on the offside. Picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Delray Rawlings. One more to Ingram. He goes to 132, 42 for 1. What do you think from here on, Nick? These two going to push it around, pick up the 1s and 2s, and Glamorgan go in with just 1 down. They're in a very strong position. In comes Haynes, bowls, and forward comes Byron, plays into the offside, no run.
Well, yeah, they've both got big scores to their names, but there is still a job to be done for their side.
Yes.
In making sure, first of all, there's parity, and if Glamorgan get into the lead, then might be the time to throw caution to the wind.
Haynes in bowls, slower delivery, and Byron is forward, plays back to Haynes, and there is no run. He nearly falls over in collecting the ball.
I think there's an argument for just playing everything on its merits, really.
Yeah.
Because there have been moments of peril imposed by the Sussex bowlers. Both batters nearly playing on at times. Byram off Rawlins when he was on 51, and then Ingram with an edge past his stumps when he was on 69 and on 9 early on.
Haynes in, bowls to Byram, who's forward, plays back down to middle. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 242 for 1. Accurate over from Tom Haynes. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14. Ingram 130, Byram 104. 8 overs left in the day. So today we've had 373 runs. So that'll tell you that it's a pretty decent wicket, to be honest. And if we had... I'm just sort of doing some maths in my head here and thinking that if Glamorgan got 373 runs tomorrow, they would be in the lead by 250. So who knows? It's a long way off. I'm just thinking of permutations in the match, and then Sussex have got a batter day to save the game. So anything could happen. We could get a hat-trick in this over from Sean Hunt, and the game completely changes on its head. But at the minute, you'd think it's more likely that Glamorgan would win than Sussex, if indeed there is going to be a winner.
As Hunt will run away from us and bowled, slashed away by Ingram, backward of square. It'll be cut off, and just the single will ensue. 242, 243 for 1. So it's Ingram's 37th century in all competitions, but only his 15th in first-class cricket in his 114th match. So he's played relatively little first-class cricket in recent years, certainly. But overall as well, as Byram defends that to cover. Ingram playing his 114th first-class match. He's played 186 List A games, that's the one-day limited over stuff, and 311 games classified as T20, which might include a few T10s, to be honest. 243 for 1. Hunt to bowl left arm over, and Byram to drive, and Haynes to field at mid-off. No run. Adrian asking how he thinks Glamorgan will play this. I think just everything on its merits for the next couple of sessions.
See where they stand.
Get up to parity, and then
crack on.
If they do. Sussex will have other thoughts as Byram chops one down into the gully. Ingram wanted a single, but was sent back by his younger partner.
Now then, I was told by a friend of mine down there that the BBC, which includes you, of course, have got a team to play this week.
Yes.
I haven't been invited, but I take that as shunned. Where are you playing? But St Fagans?
Yes, I think it's at St Fagans. That's driven by Byram, so it's straight to mid-on, and there's no run. I believe it's St Fagans. Yeah, I might have said earlier it's on the Parks pitches, but I think they've blagged probably the back pitch at St Fagans.
Yeah, I hope it's
which is
not on the park pitch in this
quite a nice environment.
Yes, it is. I remember you breaking a finger there years ago. Am I right?
Yeah, fielding at cover.
So yeah, I've got the mittens on now.
Hunt bowls, and driven by Byram. And there's a flick at the stumps from Brooks at mid-off, just in case Ingram was backing up too far. He turned and made his ground. 243 for 1. Ingram has 131. Byram has 104. And Byram's next personal target will be his championship best of 117. Ingram's next target, personally, maybe his Glamorgan best, which stands at 155.
Is that against Nottinghamshire?
That was the one where he and Colin Ingram batted through the final day.
Chris Cook and him, yeah.
Chris Cook, yeah.
Right, we have a new over, and it'll be Haynes. Tom Haynes, the captain, to bowl, his little seamers from the far end. And he is turning now, and in past the umpire bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-on. If you bowl a tidy length, just marginally short, it is difficult to score unless you take a chance. In fairness, neither of these has taken a chance of lofting the ball over the top.
Yeah, Haynes has been tidy so far, forcing the batters to do the work. Likewise, Lenham.
Yeah. And comes Haynes. He's round the wicket, bowls, and this is not timed by Ingram. He's on 131. His partner is 104, and this partnership is 239. 238, sorry. So the bonus point in sight. There's no reason why they shouldn't get maximum. As in come Haynes, bowls again. And this is clipped away. Doesn't pierce the field.
Highest Glamorgan second wicket partnership is against Sussex just 3 years ago down at Hove.
Was that Selman and
Labuschagne?
Yeah, thought it was. It was pretty high, that.
I believe it was a drawn game.
It was. Haynes bowls and Ingram comes forward, plays it back down the pitch. We have 6 overs left after these 2 balls, and they'll be just thinking of the morrow. They don't want to get out tonight, and let's see who it would be. The night watchman, probably Salter. What do you thought? Or Gorvin?
I don't know if they'd bother with one in this position.
This next ball is pushed out to middle wicket, and there's no run. What about over this?
I generally don't think there's much point in having a night watchman.
No, I agree.
It's a defensive measure, isn't it? And Glamorgan, I don't think, are in a position where they need
never used by Australia.
Measure. No. Yeah, Salter and Gorvin have both done the job.
Last ball of the over, and it's tickling around the corner down toward fine leg, and Colin Ingram, who moves on to 133, will retain strike. If you're just coming for work or driving home from work, Sussex this morning advanced to 376. An excellent innings by the 20-year-old Oli Carter, made 185. Good support, a couple of 36s from numbers 9 and 10, Crocombe and Jack Brooks, and partnerships of over 70. So that enabled them to score 376. They did get 3 batting points, but in reply, Glamorgan, having lost David Lloyd to the 8th ball of the innings, he was out for 2, 5 for 1. Colin Ingram and Eddie Byram have made a huge partnership. The score now is 244 for 1. Both men have got centuries. We have 6 overs left. Glamorgan in sight of their second batting point.
And with hopes of several more, as Sean Hunt will continue from Cathedral Road End with his 9th over for the young left armour. As back on his stumps goes Ingram, defends up to mid-on. No run, and Ingram just going through one of his quiet periods, relatively. His first 50 came at a run a ball.
Yes, he's knows that he can cash in here tomorrow. We haven't seen much of the young leg spinner.
Lenham's bowled 10 overs, very, very tidily.
Yeah.
Hunt bowls, driven down the ground. That has been the archetypal shot of the day, and it is delivered with considerable muscularity by Colin Ingram as he smashes it straight back past the bowler, past the stumps, and up to the ropes at the Cathedral Road end for 4 more. Ingram to 136, Glamorgan 248 for 1.
And he has not lost any power in those powerful forearms of his, has he? Because when he does let fly, it disappears.
A combination of power and beauty, Colin Ingram, at the best of his game. As Hunt is in and defended by Ingram, but You can tell there's a considerable cricket intelligence there because he's waiting his moment, isn't he? He's not getting after everything. He's willing to defend for a couple of overs this time.
I can only remember one false shot when he'd hit a couple of fours and tried again against Brooks, but beat the outside edge. I think that's the only time he's played or missed.
Yeah, there's a couple of near play-ons on 9 and 69. Ball's trickled back past his stumps or shot back as he'll run one into the offside and go through for the single as Tom Clark does the fielding at cover, but it was push and run to the fielder's right-hand side and plenty of time to go through. It's just a question of physical concentration for Ingram as well, because this will be working on quite old muscle memories now to go to an innings of this length. He's been in 3.5 hours or thereabouts.
Fit young man.
Bowls full toss down the leg side. Byram misses it. Keeper doesn't take it cleanly. What a mess.
Yes. Tired times. What are we? 20 to 6. Are we going to be on time again, Nick?
We are going to be on time. Remarkable.
Just 5 overs. Are we going to get another extra over? I don't think so.
Yes.
The last thing Sussex want.
Actually, I've got a 6 o'clock bulletin piece. I'll have to return for that as Hunt is into bowl, defended by Byram, back down.
Got some tapping to do, have you?
Yeah, I better polish up this here match report for the BBC website and let Adrian come in alongside you.
$249 for one, a run away from their second batting point, and all being well as far as Glamorgan's concerned, they should
returning to bowl,
gather the maximum.
Archie Lenham.
Here is Lenham. I've been asking where he's been. He's coming back to bowl, having bowled 10 overs for 22 runs, but very tidily. And Glamorgan 249 for one, and their run rate, I'll tell you in just a moment. And it's very, very healthy.
I think he's all right.
3.83. Yeah, almost full.
Helps if you put on the right headset. You wanted to see Archie. I think Archie Lenham's the most likely to get a wicket, to be honest.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. And here he is from the river end. He bowled it 1 or 2 overs this end, but then he's gone and bowled the end that Andrew Salter bowled his 42 overs from. Here is Lennon then. He's in round the wicket and bowls good length ball. And Ingram sensing, look, there's under 5 overs left. I'm sure I'm not going to give it away now. He's on 137.
I mean, permutations here, Edward. I was discussing this with Nick. You know, difficult to see Sussex winning from here.
In comes Lenham, bowls, defend.
But from a Glamorgan perspective, they'll think, well, they're going to be roughly 100 behind tonight, probably.
Yeah.
You know, if they bat all day tomorrow and score like they have today, they could have a couple of 100-run lead by, you know.
Well, if they do, they're not going to lose it. They might as well take a little gamble because a bowler short. I think they've got to take a chance. And then they're not going to be positioned to lose, are they, Glamorgan? So they've got to take a bit of a gamble. Of course, you often see in the morning session wickets tumble.
Yes, I mean a new ball will be available 10 overs away by the end of.
There's Lenham bowls and forward comes Ingram.
Yeah, so absolutely, Sussex, take the new ball 10 overs in tomorrow.
I hope they bowl a bit better with him than they did.
Well, yeah, they haven't bowled.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
No runs off this over as Lenham comes in and bowled. This is punched away on the offside onto extra cover for a single, and there is the second point for batting. So that's 4 points to Glamorgan and 3 to Sussex. Sussex still got plenty of overs left, of course, 65 to get to 110 to get their bonus points. Nothing coming at the moment. Now to Byram, Lenham is going over the wicket and bowls, and Byram just pushes forward. Very quick over that, that's the end of it.
He rattled through it, didn't he? Yeah,
250 for one.
Well, we may well get more than the requisite amount of overs in the day here, because there's still another 70. I'm sure Sussex will want to slow things down, because there's no way Tom Haynes will want to bowl more than the amount of overs he has to in the day. But I'm just sort of thinking about permutations here. Sussex could take the new ball and pick up a stack of wickets, but if Glamorgan continue to bat, and I think they have got a very powerful looking batting lineup here.
And they will attack. They have to attack.
You know, they could leave, you know, if they got a...
Returning to bowl.
It's a long way off,
Road end.
but if they were to get a lead of around 200 or so, it just puts Sussex under pressure on that final day.
Yeah.
I know they're down a bowler, Michael Hogan. We don't think the pitch is necessary. You know, this ground far better now. We don't think it's going to spin particularly, but
I don't think it'll change at all.
but it just so that, you know, we're going to have a final day of Sussex batting out. But as I say, you've got that pressure. So we shall see. Anyway, Tom Clark.
It's made it a game, this response
Yes.
of Glamorgan.
I think he's been underbowled. Tom Clark, he bowls a very brisk medium pace. He's bowled just the one over so far. No wicket for two, and he's running into the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Bowls to Ingram, who forces that to mid-on, fielded by Brooks, and there is no run. Sussex entirely on the defensive here. There's a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary. A point, cover and mid-off saving one. Then on the onside, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg on a glorious afternoon in the Welsh capital.
Cloudless.
Really is beautiful. And I think we like this for the next couple of days. As
Getting hotter.
right, Clark runs away from us in bowls, and Ingram drives to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. No run. The weather forecast I heard, certainly in our neck of the woods, on the local weather forecast, was heat building very hot on Friday, but then a cold front coming through and a lot cooler for the weekend. Nick and I were speculating that it doesn't mean rain, because, you know, club cricketers all looking forward to their game of cricket at the weekend. But that's a long way away yet, as in comes Clark. Bowls, and is he caught behind? I thought he was for a minute. There's just a little bit of nip about Tom Clark.
Good ball.
Yeah, it was a good ball, and Ingram was just looking to force that one away through backward point. He got rather tucked up.
Surprised him.
It did. There was a bit of he's quicker than he looks, Tom Clark. So I'm just surprised he's been perhaps a little underbowled. I sometimes wonder whether he's sort of struggling with an injury or something, which is perhaps why he doesn't bowl as much as I think he should. But I think he bowls a good line and length, and he's got a little bit of extra nip as he's in again and bowls, and that is wide of the off stump and not timed by Ingram, and the ball rather dribbles to backward point where it's fielded by Tom Alsop, and there is no run. 67 overs would have been bowled after this, so 3 remaining in the day, and that will mean 10 overs in the morning. Sussex will be able to take the new ball, which, you know,
if they want to, of course.
If they want to, you have to say that Glamorgan, after 11 overs with the new ball, to add 70 runs, they really did smack the new ball to all parts. Clark in again, bowls, and covering up as Ingram plays into the offside. Good over this by Clark, nice and accurate.
It's a good over.
Fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. I mean, possibly these two will perhaps think, right, we need to bat through those 10 overs in the morning, we need to see off the new ball, and then leave the middle order to cash in. I mean, when you look at the likes of North East and Carlson, there's
Cook,
made 200s against Sussex here in that defeat last year.
And they're aggressive. Well, Cook certainly is an aggressive player, and Carlson.
Clark in again, bowls. Ingram drives. That's a super looking shot. He's only getting a single to Sean Hunt, who's fielding out on the cover boundary, who gets in the throw that nearly goes over the head of Tim Seifert, the wicket keeper. So just the one run conceded there by just the one run? Yes. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 3. Glamorgan 251 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. Edward Bevan, myself, Adrian Harms, Nick Webb have been your commentary team throughout the day. Just the 3 overs remaining. In fact, maybe more than that, because the clock is showing there's another 13 minutes of play. And if Archie Lennon bowls a couple of overs, we may well get 4 overs before the close. We shall see.
The deficit is 125 at the moment.
Yeah.
Which, if they go on like this tomorrow morning, will soon be wiped out.
Well, 382 runs in the day.
That's good going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even though they were Sussex this morning a little bit slow, and then galloped the last couple of wickets.
Yeah, 131 in 23.4 overs. So it shows what can be done.
Exactly. 3 overs left, and Lenham to bowl to Ingram. He bowls the first ball, and Ingram goes back and just pushes it away on the offside. He is now 139 not out, Colin Ingram, and he has faced 209 balls. Great concentration from him. Byram 104, and he's faced 192. As in comes the next ball, swept down towards fine leg. There'll be certainly 2 in it. Is it going to be stopped? Yes, it is. It's stopped just inside the boundary, and Ibrahim, the fielder, did well to stop it, really. He did. It was going rather quickly, and at this time of night, under a boiling sun, it was a pretty good effort.
Just wonder whether it's sort of reaching to the record books time for sort of record second wicket partnerships against Sussex. Probably ought to have a look.
Yes, the next ball, which is forced away on the offside. Ingram has moved into 140. He's 141. Labuschagne and Selman 3 years ago.
Where was that? Was
at Hove.
Right.
Here's the next ball, and that's an appeal for I don't know, because the man had slipped and go up until everybody put their hands down. It's a 10-6 in Hope appeal.
So what was that partnership? Sorry, it's right. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's within
match
reach.
drawn.
Right. I had a bit of that game. There's probably so many games, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
Well, these
do
two
remember some. Here's Lenham bowled down the leg side, clipped away. Is there a single? No, it isn't.
So would that have been the summer then when Labuschagne, did he force his way into the Australian side?
Yeah.
For the Ashes series on the back of that good form for Glamorgan.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Concussion substitute. That's short, cut away by Ingram, and he's done it again. For the last 3 overs, he's hit the last ball for a single. Byram says, well, with 2 overs left, I don't particularly care.
No, I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure he's quite happy.
Yeah. This is 142 for Ingram, 254 for 1, and the deficit now is 122.
Yeah. So 2 overs left in the day. I suspect Sussex will struggle not to bowl, or only to bowl 2 overs.
10 minutes left.
Yeah, so I think we could well get 3 overs, unless Sussex take an inordinate amount of time, and it's going to be Tom Clark who gets through his overs fairly quickly. Does young Tom, 21-year-old, made 55. There's going to be a long chat here between Tom Haynes and Jack Brooks joining in as well. So this looks like it is going to be sort of a lot of time setting fields, which is all I'm not a great fan, to be honest.
What he's saying is, I don't think we're going to get a wicket, so let's.
But it's I don't know whether the umpires are allowed to say, "Come on, get on with it," because they're +3 on the over rate, and
they're within time, and I still think they'll get. You see, Lenham takes about 2 and a bit in minutes.
Tom Clark running away from us comes into bowl to Colin Ingram. He's in and bowls, and Ingram plays. Oh, I thought he played on. Well, I think he was surprised. Was he surprised by the lack of bounce? And perhaps nip back at the left hand. We'll see. In fact, he very nearly. I'm not sure it didn't plumb off his bat onto his foot and dribbled behind to Seifert. So Colin Ingram.
Clark has only conceded from 15 balls 3 runs.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Tom Clark. As I say, personally, I think he's a little underused. But he's coming in again now. Round the wicket bowls, and Ingram drives into mid-off. Tom Haynes moves smartly to his right to field, the Sussex skipper. And there is no run. Sussex completely on the defensive. A third man, sweeper on the cover boundary. Point, cover and mid-off saving 1. Jack Brooks is now suggesting a fielding change to Tom Clark, who's there. There's a fielding change, and Sussex doing everything they could possibly do here just to waste time. They're moving Rawlins down to a deep backwards. They're saying, no, don't go quite there, and now Lenham
go
is
back 10 yards. Oh, no, sorry, back another 3 yards.
I don't know. I know Sussex won't want to bowl more than 96, but it is...
Glamorgan will be quite happy.
it is blatant time wasting, which they're allowed to do, but it doesn't feel great to me. It's a game that's been played in a good spirit, though, and I was pleased to see when both Glamorgan players got their hundreds that that the players from Sussex applauded. Now there is quite a change in the field here, actually, because there are two men going in on the offside, almost sort of two extra covers, as you were, as in comes Clark bowls, and Ingram hammers that one away, and he's going to get a single to Hunt, who comes running in from the cover boundary. And the applause around the ground is for the 250 partnership between Colin Ingram and Ed Byram. Ingram 143, Byram on 104, and a very fine partnership as well, coming together straight after lunch when Glamorgan were 5 for 1. David Lloyd caught behind by Tim Zivert off the bowling of Sean Hunt, the second ball that Hunt bowled, and that seems an awful long time ago. In fact, it's now 67 overs and 1 ball since Sussex took a wicket.
Colin Carlson's had his pads on for a rather long time.
In comes Hunt in and bowled. Well, that's a slower delivery and helped around the corner by Byron. He gets a single down to fine leg where Archie Lennon will field. 1 more to the total. Byron goes to 105.
It'll be 5 to 6. I think they're a minute behind, so it'll be 6 minutes. So it looks as if we're going to get 2 overs.
Well, unless they change the bowling and bring on a quick from the other end, and it takes forever to set the field. 2 more balls left in this over.
It's hard for these young boys, 20, 21, 19, 17, to bowl a lot of overs in the day. They're not used to it, are they, really?
Clark in again, bowls wide of the off stump, and Ingram thrashes that through the covers, but there is the protection there for Sussex of Sean Hunt, who comes off the boundary, gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Ingram. He goes to 144. So Glamorgan in arrears by 119. Which I don't think was something that we foresaw, Edward, earlier on today. I think it means that in terms of the way this match is going to go, we think Sussex out of the equation to win it. So we're either looking at a draw or a Glamorgan victory at the end of day 2, unless, of course, Sussex get in amongst Glamorgan with the new ball tomorrow. You never know. But
that's a big chance.
In comes Clark, final ball of the penultimate over. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Byram, plays it down the track. Clark fields off his own bowling. That is the end of the over. So 1 more over left in the day. The digital clock is showing 17:56. Sussex are moving in a snail's pace even in the field. The last over is going to be bowled by Archie Lennon, who does get through his overs. Quite a speed, but I'm sure Tom Haynes will be saying, well, slow down, don't go too fast, Archie. But
tie your bootlaces.
Yeah. So 1 over to go. 257 for 1. Ingram 144. Byram 105. Unquestionably, it's been Glamorgan's day. And in terms of runs scored today, 257 plus 131 gives you 388 runs in the day. So the spectators have had a decent day's cricket as well.
Yes.
And we've only seen... What was the overnight score? The overnight score was 245 for 7, so only 4 wickets have gone down all day.
That'll tell you something, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you have to remember the 3 wickets that went down for Sussex were the tail enders. Oh dear, this is I'm not sure I really like this, to be honest. I mean, people have paid to watch the game. You know, Sussex have now bought out drinks. Jamie Atkins has come out with a drink, and they
should not be allowed.
Well, personally, I just think it leaves a slightly nasty taste in the mouth. I know that
they're coming up with the drink, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I know Sussex. You know, they only have to bowl 96 overs in the day, but you know, might as well say.
You'll be having a drink in 5 minutes, so why do you call for a drink now? It's so blatantly obvious.
Yeah,
isn't it?
And it is obvious. And actually, probably they sort of slowed it down maybe half an hour or so ago. But anyway, that's again, them's the rules. I guess you can't blame Sussex. They're under the pump here.
Yeah.
Tim Zivert and Colin Ingram all having a natter away. But we are in the entertainment business, you know. We have to remember that.
Well, test matches are ridiculous.
Oh, very slow.
Very, very slow, as you say, and cheats. The man has come on to put some pads on to go at short leg.
Yeah, just to say, another wicket's gone down in the test match. You might have already read that. Tom Lundell out for 24. New Zealand 187 for 5, leading by 201. With a day to go. So
England favourite.
Yeah.
Half the top order bat.
Yeah, so who's they got Bracewell, Mitchell still there, who's had a good series. 62 overs gone, so do they take new ball in Test cricket? Is that 80 overs? In Test cricket, it is. So new ball available tomorrow after 18 overs. It could be a good game. Could be the way England play, you'd think that they would attack that, wouldn't they? If they've got to score sort of 4 and over or something.
I can remember umpires of yore had this happen now. Mr. Peter Willey, for instance, he would have said, right, if you're going to do this, you're going to bowl another over, you're wasting time.
Yeah, I don't like it. You know, I know it's within the rules, all the rest of it, but yeah, it's not for me. It's
something else will happen in this over.
Well, it's a lovely sunny evening, isn't it? You know,
if Lenham bowls it too quickly, somebody will go down. And here he is, and he bowls, and Ingram pushes it up to mid-off.
I mean, the other point is that Sussex might take a wicket. So you might think, oh, we'll have another over and we'll get another wicket. Yeah. But anyway, that's not happened. I probably need to go, do I? Because I think Nick needs to do an update. So I will...
Lenham bowls. This is clipped away. No run.
Thank you very much. It's been a good day. Thank you both.
Thank you very much indeed. Adrian Arms, we see him tomorrow for a good rest and a good meal in your plush hotel. Lenham round the wicket, bowls, is pushed, and they go for a single because mid-off is very deep. I know some bowlers wouldn't be very happy with that. $259 for 1, and Lenham bowls, and Byron has pushed it away. There could have been a run, but they said, well, there we are. Only another 2 balls to go. Dead on 6 o'clock. Feast of runs on this second day. This is pushed short leg, nearly carried in fact, as Byron pushed rather quickly at that.
Yep, 6 o'clock. Oh, just a couple of balls to go. 1 ball to go.
Lenham in, bowls the last ball of the day, is left. And now then, everybody is walking off, and the umpires will probably agree. They've had a long, hot day, and it's been a very interesting and profitable day for Glamorgan. Sussex all out for 376. Oli Carter out for 185. Glamorgan were 5 for 1. And at the close of play in the second day, they're 258 for 1. Colin Ingram, 145. And Ed Byram is 105. We do hope that you've enjoyed our coverage today. We'll be back here, bright and breezy, at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So from Nick Webb, Adrian Arms, and myself, Edward Bevan, a very good night to you.
Enjoy that batting, mate. Oh no, straight forward, great. You got tired.